introduction, guys, because I'm actually building my set here tonight. So Michelle's going to be running things because you already know that. I'm just going to get the show on the row and do the introduction, and I'll be out of your hair.
What's going on, Andrew? How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Right. Pull
My
this down.
channel's been going through some shit lately. I got demonetized and I got strikes, so that's been pissing me off.
I'm sorry to hear that, bro.
Yeah, no worries.
If we get everybody to mute up real quick, I'm going to throw the intro up, and we'll be on our way.
If you haven't been to the Glenn Lawrence Presents Production of Men page on Streamlabs, go check it out now. It's the one-stop shop to be able to watch videos, donate, connect with me on socials, and buy swag from our store. That's right, swag from the store.
Yeah, there'll be a camera for the other side, you fucking idiot. It hasn't started yet. It hasn't started yet. Why don't you calm the fuck down? Why don't you calm down?
Men now. Donate, buy some swag, or follow us on the socials. It's a one-stop shop to do all three. Thank you.
Masculinity is in crisis. What are we to do? We need to acquire.
Woman, bring us some more coffee.
Go over there and click the like. Help me out.
A journey filled with twists and turns.
Oh, man,
Why
still
is
going.
it that essential life lessons aren't taught in school?
Still going.
You probably know that the mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell, but do you know how to invest in a Roth IRA? We're not taught to build ourselves mentally, physically, and spiritually. The roadmap to success is more than just a college degree. You don't have to follow the traditional route. Success isn't confined to a classroom. It's about discovering your own path. You ever wish that someone handed you a guidebook to life when you were 18? Well, it's never too late to rewrite your story. Everything I wish I knew when I was 18. Advice for young men to create a great life for themselves. This book is your compass.
So fucking what?
The right career. How to invest in life, how to prepare for the future. Take tools to help. Learn how to do things.
Well, I've been to Hastings and I've been to Brighton. I've been to Eastbourne too. So what? So what?
Not by others. Don't wait.
And I've been here. I've been there. I've been every fucking where. So what? So what? So what? So what? You boring little cunt. Well, who cares? Who cares? Do? Yeah, who cares? Who cares about you?
All right.
And
maybe a little too much. Maybe a little too much.
See, I got this dono bar here. And this dono bar, we have weekly goals. And if we want to be able to continue bringing these late night,
maybe a little too much
that you enjoy, then I need your support by going to the Streamlab links below. It's on the banner here, and donate there. Your support will continue to grow. Thank you. Technical soap from Grande Soap. That's what it is. That's what steak is. That's what performance is. Lambo, it's what men drive. Chris Lambo, it's what men drive. Are you street red? Wake up. Are you wicked? Boy up.
they're getting better and better and better.
Like they have like a special like cleaning solution for it.
You wash it with normal soap, then it can deteriorate.
Yeah. So you don't want to like it to malfunction or short out on you, and like you nut in her, and like all of a sudden she starts screaming out, "Me too, me too, me too."
Right now, I was really wondering what the fuck is Starbucks, because I could use some coffee. And then titties. Starbucks and titties. Like, they should have a Starbucks titty shot. Like, just like the mermaid was topless originally, that's how these fuck. You know Starbucks?
You know what chore play makes sex turn into? See, sex is supposed to be something you desire to do. Sex is supposed to be something that you just, God, you want to just bang the fuck out of your wife, and your wife just wants to bang the fuck out of you. It's a desire. When you do chore play, you are taking something that's supposed to be a desire and you turn it into a transaction. Okay? Now, let me ask you this. Like, if you had to pay for sex, would you pay your wife for it? Or would you go get the supermodel? I'm just saying, if you're going to go get a prostitute, you might as well make sure she's fine as hell.
How is this still fucking going?
Get with
This
the
is
girl
still going.
That has been ran through high miles. That pussy has a lot of miles on that pussy. Guys don't treat porn stars any better. You're in the service industry. You're just serving up puss. They'll smash it. They'll go. They don't care about you.
It's time to
You're
exercise
just a
and
cum-dump.
Alex.
Like, that's fucked up.
Where do you get that from? What are you trying to imply here, Huds?
Hey, I'm just saying, if you fly across the country to hang out with another girl and you film videos like that,
What?
there might be a little bit more to it.
There is nothing
I can't mute it.
Burger. What's up, man?
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, man. I had to talk to you. You had words with my wife last night.
Exercise the
You know, what the fuck's up with that, bro?
I mean, she started it.
She started it.
Yeah, she started. Ask her, bro. We'll rewind the podcast. She started attacking me because I guess she didn't like that I do a lot of blow with the Bible. But you do blow.
No, I do not. What's a bigger beef than that?
The beef between us.
Beef between us.
We got to do a freestyle battle right now.
You want to battle me?
Yes, sir.
And you expect the fatal to judge?
I would love for him to judge.
You gotta be serious. You're trying to step to me. Dude, I put you 6 feet deep, no relief. I won't stop until my goal is reached. Who I be? I just to do it from the SIC. I got a clean soul, bitch, and just let me be.
Yo, what's going on, everybody? Welcome. Tonight, you guys have a very exciting show to watch. We got Andrew from the Crucible, and we have Alex from Playing with Fire going to be debating here tonight. But I'm not moderating. I got to build this set that we have here, and we'll be working on that tonight. But Michelle, you know who Michelle is. There she is. She will be moderating tonight. So she will be taking over. Go ahead, Michelle. Go ahead and do what you got to do. I will be in the chat with the rest of the crew.
Coomer D-Gen Michelle.
Hello, everybody, and welcome. My name is Michelle. I mod and I produce for Glenn Lawrence. This is going to be my first official debate moderation, and I'm very excited and honored to be doing it today. Whether these two gentlemen know it or not, both Alex and Andrew I consider to be mentors of mine in the space, and I've learned a great deal from both of them. I don't want to be long-winded, and I do think that that's a good quality to have in a moderator. But I do want to mention that super chats that are sent to Glenn Lawrence's channel, I will go ahead and read at the end of the debate. And with that, I would like to introduce the topic for the evening, which is Trump pro-worker? Andrew, I understand that you are taking the affirmative position on this, and if you would like to introduce yourself and begin your opening statement. No?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Well, then if we just want to go ahead and bring up the panel, we can go ahead and do that. And we'll start the debate.
If Andrew wants, if Andrew's okay with this, you think it would probably make more sense for me to make the opening statement since this topic was my idea, but either is fine with me.
I agree.
That's fine. We can do that. We will go with the flow. You guys are professionals here. You know what to do, and I will be here if you need me.
Also, Andrew, your audio is muted. I can't hear anything you said.
I said, yeah, that's fine.
Okay. There we go. Okay. So we're getting into opening statements.
Yes, please. Introduce yourself, brief opening. Go ahead.
Sure. My name is Alex. I run a channel called Playing with Fire. We focus on dating advice. Sometimes I like getting into politics. But yeah, let's just get into the actual discussion at hand. So I want to start off by saying thanks to Glenn and Michelle for setting this up. It wasn't easy, but I'm glad we can make it happen. Thanks to Andrew for being here. Also want to just outline for the chat that we already have a descriptive debate on whether Trump is pro or anti-worker. This was mutually agreed upon, and I'm hoping we can keep it on topic. Without the way, if you look at the actual facts, despite all Trump's posturing and sometimes lies, most of the things he did during his first term were objectively anti-worker. Here are some specifics. Big part of the reason Trump won 2016 was that he was promising to protect outsourcing. He was promising to prevent outsourcing. In reality, under his term, before the pandemic even happened, over 200,000 manufacturing jobs were outsourced. This is just a fact. A big part of this was because the tax law he passed in 2017 that incentivized outsourcing. In addition, this is another fact, on average, companies that outsourced were rewarded with 2.5x more in federal contracts than the ones that didn't. Okay, the second thing is he took over $1 million from the payday loan industry during his 2016 campaign. And as soon as he got into office, he completely axed the investigation that was already going on into them because they were engaging in deceptive business practices and charging interest that was almost 950% in some cases. 950%. Think about who actually qualifies for a payday loan. Someone who has a job, they just don't have enough money for that week. They go and imagine they're basically tricked into signing a loan. There's 950% interest. How's that person ever supposed to pay it back? The administration was already going on, and Trump axed it. And at the same time, he also took $1 million from them. So coincidence? I think not. His administration was very anti-union. He set up the NLRB, which is a National Labor Relations Board with union-busting lawyers who did some very, very pro-worker things, like preventing a lot of workers from getting overtime pay, made it easier for companies to fire employees who asked for better pay or better working conditions, and multiple other things like this. Guys, the fourth point is he's been promising to do across-the-board tariffs, which will cost the price of everything to go up, hurting the middle class the most. If you're someone who makes millions of dollars, goods going up by 10-20% doesn't really affect you. But if you're someone who's living paycheck to paycheck, like actually the majority of Americans are at this point in time, especially working people, then this is definitely going to affect you.
Alex, I'm sorry, bro. The audio, right? I don't know if it's your new mic or what, but when you sway your head around, your audio goes kind of in and out, in and out. It goes like, hello, my name is Andrew. How are you doing? I'm doing very, you know what I mean?
I think I can fix that. Okay. Tell me if this is better now when I turn my head.
Yeah, that's better. That's better.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you. Appreciate the heads up. So yeah, what I was saying, he has been promising to do across the board tariffs. He's been saying this over and over again, which I said will cause the price of everything to go up, hurting the middle class the most. There are a bunch of at the point for now.
Your mic's peaking, bro.
My mic is peaking.
Yeah,
okay.
you need to turn the volume down.
I'm gonna try to turn him down.
Okay. It seems like no matter how much I spend on audio equipment, I'm still plagued with tech issues. Okay, how's it now?
Yeah, sounds good.
Better.
I just want our audios to be the same, so it's like no one has an
I think you'll be pretty even now. Go
okay, good. So like I was saying, there's a bunch of other things, but you get the point. Trump actually bragged about how he would avoid paying overtime pay by firing workers and getting new ones in. Doesn't seem very pro-worker to me. Despite his promises, a lot of the things he did during his first term hurt American workers. And I hope we can have a good faith debate on this topic.
Okay.
All right. I'm really sorry. First, I apologize for interrupting your opening. I just didn't think that you would want it to be like the audio to be kind of leaking in and out. You know what I mean?
No, I appreciate the heads up, man.
All right. So, for my opening statement, is Donald Trump pro-worker is a strange debate topic to begin with. The reason I think Alex picked it is because if you Google Donald Trump pro-worker, there are 70 articles that pop up talking smack about him. Most of them are hit pieces, which basically attack Trump for hyperbole instead of whatever the policy is. I fully expect this debate to just be a bunch of destiny talking points, something akin to if Trump is pro-worker, why didn't he do A, B, or C? which I guess is fine. But honestly, I'm not really sure how to go about this one because I'm not totally sure where we're going here. If he is pro-worker based on policies, or if he's pro-worker in his mind, or if he's pro-worker based on some other metric, I'm not really sure because it isn't particularly specific. So in trying to be charitable to Alex so he doesn't run around later and say how bad faith and evil and terrible I am, I'm just going to assume he means he wants to lay out a bunch of grievances about the orange man being bad based on progressive nonsense. We can just start with a few basics, which I suppose show Trump is pro-worker by some kind of metrics that Alex will accept. Real wages increased more under Trump than any other time since the 70s. Pre-COVID unemployment was under 3.5%. Almost everybody saved money under Trump's tax policies. 4, he attempted to balance the trade surplus other nations hold against the United States and U.S. workers with tariffs, many of which Biden kept. 5, Trump tailored policy around fracking and energy in an attempt to save American jobs, which Democrats are hostile to as they want to invest on, quote, clean energy. The list kind of goes on and on here, but I guess that's plenty for Alex to kind of bite into. I will also add that Trump did other things which are pro-worker as well, not just economic things. He also kept us out of wars. He tapped back into American pride and wasn't hostile to industry. He's the first president in a long time that wasn't. He requested the Fed keep interest rates low so businesses could get loans at low interest to expand. That way they could pay workers. He also attempted to protect Americans from the ACA by getting rid of their tax liability, which Obama had put into effect. The tax liability or penalty if you did not get Obamacare was basically a secret tax on the poor, and he got rid of it. I think the guy is fucking swell. As far as outsourcing goes, he fought tooth and nail to prevent outsourcing. The entire idea for Trump was the attempt to keep jobs in-house. He wanted to do this with a trade war utilizing tariffs, and he was fought every step of the way by Democrats, even though Democrats now use a lot of his same tariffs. When it comes to payday loans, there was a bit of a kerfuffle over that, but most of that had nothing to do with President Trump. There wasn't much he could do about it. When Alex says people are tricked into signing loans, they're not tricked into signing loans, so I agree that the industry itself is somewhat predatory, very predatory, and I would like to ultimately see it get done away with. It seems like it's a bit of equivocation or a bit of quibbling from Alex on payday loans. Alex gets into union busting, but union busting is something that that Republicans have long been doing. They've been busting up unions, and for good reason. And this is because unions are often scams which charge workers large amounts of dues, which then go up to administrative fees and really don't do anything for the worker at all. I can give many, many examples of this being the case, and it curtails the ability of the business owner to run their business. Unionization and policies around that have long been corrupt, and it doesn't surprise me that Trump wanted to bust up multiple unions. So with that, I'm happy to dive directly into the debate here.
Sure. So just to clarify this, so we get this out of the way, this was one of the multiple debate topics I proposed to you, and
What
you
were the
picked
other
this
ones?
one. Is Trump anti-war? I proposed other ones before that. I mean, I think I proposed 4 different debate topics to you. I asked if you have another idea. You did not, and you went with this one. And Michelle, am I lying about anything I just said?
There was quite a lot of back and forth, but even there was like casual mentioning of like I'd also be open to this as well. But the formal debate topic was this. You proposed it, Andrew picked it. It was the one that was confirmed.
Yeah, just
Yeah,
out of
I
the
pro-
whatever the so all the propositions are the same thing, right? Which is Trump X? So all I laid out in my opening statement is I'm confused about what is actually being asked here. But I think I anticipated fairly well what it is that you were after.
Sure, but you were the one that initially I proposed us having. I don't want to have a big like meta discussion. Just want to clear this up.
Mhm.
Initially, I was the one that proposed having a debate about Trump, but then afterwards, I believe that Michelle texted me saying that you just want to talk about Trump. So that's why I focused on that.
Well, not really.
Yeah.
Originally, I wanted to discuss the same thing you were debating with Jake, but you had gone with Trump. I don't really care, Alex. It's not a huge deal.
Okay. That's fine. I just don't want to make it seem like I kind of cornered you into this topic. Again, I proposed multiple debate proposition. This is the one you picked, and
I don't feel cornered into any topic.
Okay, good. Okay,
Yeah,
so
you
I'm
guys
just
are
gonna.
welcome. Sorry, you guys are welcome to debate more than one topic tonight if you guys think that you will work through this very quickly. I do know that there's other topics that even the chat is interested in, like for instance, the porn debate with Jake, or maybe even revisiting the red pill debate from last year. So, I mean, I have the time. However you guys want to carry it. Like I said, let's have a good show.
Yeah, I'm fine with whatever. Anyway, we can
I like to keep it on this topic, but if I'm happy to do any other topic with debate in the future with Andrew in the future, so that's totally fine with me.
Cool.
Okay, that's the first thing. So just really quickly clean up a few of the things that you said that were incorrect. You said real wages, I believe, hit all-time high under Trump. Was that correct?
No.
What did you say?
Yeah, I'll pull it up so that we can be specific about it. This is in point one. Its real wages increased more under Trump than any time since the 70s. Real wages.
Yeah, so that would actually not. So yes, sure, but their real wages were already going up, and they went up even further under Biden. So they were already trending.
Yeah, this isn't a
direction.
debate about whether or not Biden did a good job or is pro-worker. It's a debate
I
about
know it's
Trump.
not.
Did real wages go up under Trump or not?
Yes, but if they
Okay.
were already going up in that same direction, right,
Then Trump's
that
policies
other-
didn't do anything to curtail that, and they continued to go up. So it seems like it's a point for Trump, right?
How's that a point of Trump?
So real wages increased pre-Trump, yeah,
Yes,
and
they kept
real
going.
wages increased during Trump, yeah.
And then they.
And
kept
then
going
you
even
source
higher.
that they continued to go up under Biden. Would you say that's an achievement of Biden as well?
Not necessarily. Some things, yeah, in some ways, but not all
Yeah,
the ways.
I think
They were already
that
trending in that direction.
yeah, I
But
think
what-
that real wages going up under a president is a sign of economic health, not a sign of some sort of like economic catastrophe. That's for sure. And they did increase under Trump more than they had since the 70s. That's an irrefutable fact. And so for you to kind of be like, well, yeah, but who cares? They were going up anyway. Doesn't mean that that's a point against Trump. It means that Trump's policy decision making and his staff's decision making allowed for real wages to continue to increase.
What were the policies that caused real wages to go up?
Well, for one thing, when you're talking about economics, you have to be very careful. Like you use terms that aren't actually economically sound, like trickle down, for instance. That trickle down is not an actual model, economic model. Trickle down is just something which liberals say to kind of reference a Reagan idea, but it's not an actual model. You can Google it if you don't believe me. Just Google if trickle down economics is an
I don't
actual
see how
model.
it's relevant to the debate.
Well, I'm going to explain. I'm going to explain so that you understand, right? So when you're talking about economic models, right, we're in a kind of late Keynesian model. Okay, Keynesian economic model.
Yes, I know.
So there's only so much that the Congress and that the president even have the power to do to sway. And most economists themselves are speculators, and often they get most things wrong. And it doesn't matter which administration they're under, they mostly get things wrong because it's a soft science, not a hard science. It's a speculative sort of analysis more than anything based on the model which you're looking at. So when you take the totality of all of his policies, especially you got to take into account his tax policies, which would include tariffs, things like this. But also you have to take into account something else for economics, which is really, really difficult. This is why economists get things wrong so often, which is the human element. If human beings, if people feel like the economy is good, it's going to get better. If people think that their savings are going to stay there, that their investments are going to do well, they invest more. There's a you would call it like a psychological effect to this. And so just by Trump kind of going out and having his no nonsense attitude and talking about being a suave businessman, things like just the psychological effect of that had a lot to
He's
do.
not a small businessman, just to clear
Yeah.
that up.
Okay. Well, whether you think so or not, just the psychological effect of that was actually very helpful to economic output and activity. So the idea here that real wages continue to increase under Trump, that somehow is not an accomplishment of his, whereas he could have gone out and had some sort of like disastrous policies or something like this and stifled real wages and real wage growth. I don't see how you could mark that as a point against him.
I'm not saying it's a point against him. I'm saying he's irrelevant. How did Trump's tax cuts cause real wages to go up? Like, can you explain that one to me?
I just gave you an overarching explanation. So we'll start
know
with
you
this.
did,
We'll start with
but you
this.
didn't
Okay.
answer this question.
If I'm a business owner and I think the president of the United States is going to be hostile to my business, do you think that I'm going to try to expand my business under that president?
Yeah, I'm talking specifically.
I'm
about what
talking
you said
specifically to.
about
Can you
the
answer my
tax rate.
question?
Right,
I'm trying.
I
Okay,
would,
bro.
I would like to get an answer to my question.
I'm
'cause you
giving.
didn't-
Oh, I mean, okay. Well, let me give you the direct answer then, right? Even though I feel like
Please
I could
do.
just lead you to it. It's very simple. If you think president or administration, A is going to be hostile to business B is not going to expand under President A. Right? That's it. It's really simple. So the thing
What was my
is,
question,
okay,
Andrew? What was my question?
bro. Okay, ask it again. Go ahead.
Well, what was my question? You seem to know it. What,
Yeah,
what
your
did I ask?
question is what would be a policy or policy
No,
making?
that wasn't the last question I asked
Okay,
you.
well then ask it again, Alex. Maybe I
Okay.
misinterpreted it. Go ahead.
Okay. How did, because
Mhm.
you mentioned that one of the things that caused real wage to go up is Trump's tax cuts. That's one of the policies you point to. So how did Trump's
That's not a thing. I pointed to. So when you have to understand that tax policy it's a whole, and economic models are a whole. They're not. You can't look at individual parts and be like, oh, this was responsible for 2.3% of X. Okay.
But
Yeah.
you're the one that mentioned it. You said that one of the reasons when you went on your economic talk, which I actually agree with a lot of things you said, but when you mentioned, when I asked you, okay, what the initial question I asked is, what policies of Trump caused real wages to go up? One of the things you mentioned is his 2017 tax cuts.
Yeah.
So I'm just curious, how
Well,
did
if you
those
want
tax
to,
cuts cause real wages to go up?
so if you want it to be really specific to tax cuts themselves, it's because he didn't increase corporate taxes; he lowered them by a significant amount. What that allowed for was for corporate interests to do something that they really needed to do in a very desperate way, especially in Midwestern areas where industry had fled, which is get access to capital. So if a business wants to expand, it needs to access capital one of two ways. The first way is it borrows it. And the second way that you can give them capital is through tax cut. So if you increase taxes on a corporation, a corporate business, the goods and products which that business then produces it's going to be a hidden tax to the consumer. So the corporation is going to essentially pass the burden of whatever that tax is to the consumer themselves. Now, if you allow the corporation to not do that, they then have those funds to make business expansions, which means access to capital, and that was desperately needed. So by him allowing access to businesses to have that sort of capital, of course wages drastically increased. Why wouldn't they? That's that's just one aspect of many.
They didn't drastically increase. They were going up like this, and they kept going up like this. There was no drastic increase.
That is a drastic increase.
If it's going up, do you want me to just pull up the chart?
Pull it up.
Easier. Yeah, sure. So let me share my screen. System settings. Sorry, I just reset my computer. Okay, here it is.
Mm-hmm.
So can you see this? This is real. Oh wait, I need to. Yep, this is. We have real wages.
Mm-hmm.
So we can see in 2000, it's going up. It's going up. Trump was 2016. It kept going up at exactly the same rate, and we saw really the big jump around like 2020, right? Like we saw this real wages go up here, and if this went to 2024, 2024 is when we really saw real wages
Alex,
go
you're
up.
going robotic. Lean away from your
No,
mic.
he's good. He's good.
Yeah, that's what we saw.
Anyway, so when I'm talking about the drastic increase, I'm talking about since, well, actually they started going up slightly before this, but I'm talking about in lieu of on this chart when you're talking about the drastic increase of wages going like this. It is a drastic increase, yes. And so when you're talking about tax policy, when you're talking about allowing businesses to have access to capital, like you would have to agree, Alex, if you had 3 employees and I put 15% government taxation on your business, wouldn't you then, you either A, have to cut their wages, or B, you have to pass on to the consumer whatever those products are, right? Whatever the additional product cost is now that I've associated with your business, yeah?
Yes, that's the problem with tariffs. And we could get to that.
Yeah, but before we get to tariffs, there's an echo. Michelle, you probably will want to mute yourself.
And Michelle, can you also pull up my screen one more time? Okay, so Andrew, can you just point out to me exactly when the drastic increase happened in real wages?
Oh, since 2000. It's been a drastic increase, yeah.
But that was before Trump, since 2000. So the drastic increase did not happen under Trump, correct?
No. I was explaining the drastic increase in wages happens when you allow access to capital to businesses.
Okay, sure. But there was no drastic increase under Trump, right? Confirm that?
Well, I mean, there was an increase under Trump.
Yes, but there's no drastic increase, right? It does.
Yeah, I feel like you're quibbling about nothing. Like whatever, fine. Then it's not fine. Then it's not drastic, Alex. Like, can we move to the next thing? Why are we quibbling? Like, why are we quibbling about this? I can't, dude. I can't do this. I can't do this. Michelle, please mute your fucking mic for the love of God. It is god awful. Please.
Sir, I am muted.
Oh, then Glenn? Is it Glenn?
Let me mute myself and tell me if it's better.
It is fucking awful. Yeah, it's you, Alex.
It's me. Okay. Let's quickly try to fix this.
It's terrible.
I tried saying it earlier.
We did a test and it was fine during the test. Did this just start?
It just started like right when you leaned over your mic to show this document.
I said like this. Is it better?
It is. Please don't move anything.
Okay, just no moving. Okay, I'll try not to gesture. I'm not trying to quibble about irrelevant details, Andrew.
Okay, hang on. I just want to. I'm still there.
Okay. What's still there? The echo?
The echo. Anytime I talk, it echoes because you're obviously listening to me through your speaker. You got headphones?
That's how I always do it. Let me see what I can do. Let me check my expose default marker. I have all this on. It's only when you talk.
Testing. Well, or when Sarah or when Michelle talks. Say something, Michelle. You're muted now.
Yeah, I've been muted.
Yeah.
How bad is it?
It's bad.
Okay. All right. I guess we need to address this. Let me see what I can do. Okay. Let me try this. Tell me if this is better. Okay. Do you still hear an echo?
Testing. Yeah, it's still there.
Dude, I just literally bought a $500 mic and it wasn't working. So I turned on my Yeti and it seems like now it's giving me shit either.
Well, what's going on is your speakers, which you're listening to me through, are bleeding into your microphone, and then they're feeding back in. So one thing that you could do is you could move your Yeti away from your speakers.
That shouldn't be happening because I have background noise off, but I don't know how that would work if I'm away from the Yeti. I mean, is this better?
Testing. Yeah. Well, it's still there, but it's less noticeable. It's still there though. It's pretty. It's actually quite distracting to talk and hear the loop.
That's fine. I understand. Yeah. I think the only solution then is headphones. Probably. I can't think of anything.
Sorry, I was yelling at Michelle. I thought it was all her fault, and it is in my nature to blame the women first.
Understandable.
That is true. Okay, let's just resolve this before we continue with the debate. I don't want to fuck with Andrew's mind when I talk. Okay, let me try to find headphones.
Okay.
No, I apologize about that. I just have the worst track history with text shit.
How are you, Andrew?
Good.
Good. Excellent. Did you have a good holidays?
Yeah.
Excellent.
What did you do for your holidays?
I bought my kids shit that they don't need because they're great kids, and it's Christmas. And yeah, that's what I did.
Hey, can you help me find headphones? Because I can't even talk.
I'm going to mute you, Alex, just to
Okay.
not have this.
Yeah, it's echoing for you too.
There's too much feedback noise.
The headphones from like your
Hey, Andrew, mute yourself.
I need the one for the computer. I
Okay,
have
right
it with that. I just don't know. No matter what I do, I always have issues.
Okay. It definitely is, Alex.
Yeah, no, it's not my audio setup.
Okay.
For sure.
I wanted just to be sure.
My outputs and inputs are perfect.
Clearly.
Anyway.
Clearly.
we could do is I will turn off my Yeti, turn on my regular computer. I will definitely be overpowered. So if Andrew can
Actually, it's really good right now. What did you do?
nothing at all, like nothing at all.
Testing. Nope, it's still there.
Oh wait, no, it's still doing it. Okay.
So if we can adjust the volume so it's even, then I'm okay to use my computer one, even though I'll make my audio suck.
All right.
Okay.
Okay. This is fucking stupid. Okay.
I apologize, everybody.
I tested the fuck out of this too before this debate, and I wasn't getting any issues. Okay, how about now?
Testing. I don't hear anything.
Okay, can we just, Michelle, can you make our audio equal?
Yes, sir.
Because I'm going to be greatly overpowered.
Go ahead now.
Sure. Talking.
You sound fine to me.
Sounds good. Let's go
Are
ahead
the
and
audio
continue.
levels equal?
They sound
They sound
good.
good.
At least on my end. As far as what I'm looking at, it doesn't look like you're peaking.
Okay, great. So, yeah, I'm not going to get too hung up on this. The reason I brought this up is just I want to point out there was no drastic effect. Things were going up and up and up. And we actually saw the most drastic effect actually after Biden left office. But we can move on to, I guess, one of the points I outlined. So I'm going to stop.
Biden has not left office.
Since Biden has been in office. No, that's the point I'm
Okay,
making.
gotcha. Okay, because
Yeah,
Biden's
okay.
still in office. I don't know if you knew that or not. But anyway, so
You definitely know that.
Yeah.
Not for long.
Okay,
All right,
yeah. So anyway, not to quibble on this, but yeah. So if you're talking about a corporation, if you increase taxes on a corporation, which is exactly what Harris wanted to do, she wanted to increase corporate taxes.
We're talking about
Hang on. I'm just explaining. I'm not making it about Harris. I'm just explaining to you that you only have two choices for revenue inside of your nation. That's it. Choice one is that you can tax foreign goods or you can tax your population. That's about it. That's about the only two ways that you can get revenue in your country. So the idea here is that the United States history is a history of tariffs. That's how we raised most of the money for our nation historically before we had an income tax, which is a recent invention. Trump's idea, and under Trump's model, he wanted to reduce the burden of corporations so that they had access to additional monies and increase tariffs on foreign goods instead. That way he could tax and get rid of the surplus that many enemy nations even or potential enemy nations have with the United States. Biden followed suit in this, and that's why he had things like the CHIPS Act and other things which they signed on to, because they know that having potential enemies of the United States having access to things that we might need for our own military industrial output is going to be extremely bad. So tariffs are necessary, which is why Biden still has a bunch of the tariffs from the Trump administration. Whether you like it or not, they're here to stay. They're always going to be here to stay. And Trump did want to expand them in order to protect our industry. So when you say to me, Andrew, wait a second, this is a hidden tax with tariffs. Well, kind of. It is. It does negligibly raise the price on goods until you win the trade war. The whole fact of the matter is, the whole point is to have the trade war and win it. That way, the industry that you have.
That did not happen with Trump.
Well, he only had 4 years. We don't know what would have happened in his second term. We do know that the trade war against China was working. For sure, it was working, and the thing is that
what's the evidence it was working?
Yeah, so you can take a look at the steel industry, for instance. It is true that steel costs went up under Trump during the kind of steel war back and forth. But during the 70s and 80s, the United States had about the finest steel market on planet Earth until we started to allow access to free trade with no tariffs. Now, these were what you would call good union jobs, Alex, and they were completely dismantled because of the idea of free trade. And we could have brought those jobs back. So the thing is like, yeah, trade wars sometimes take decades. They sometimes take 10, 20, 30 years with a trade adversary. But the thing is like, did it hurt our market? Yes, but it hurt their market in equal parts. Any evidence you look up will show that all the tariffs against China hurt China as bad as they hurt the United States. It's just which country can take it for the longest? Ours. That's which one.
Yeah, so there's a lot for me to respond to. So let's just get into the tax cut, and then we can get into the tariffs. So these are just facts on the layout. Close to 90% of the savings from the 2017 tax act went to the top 1%. They did not go to the average workers. Again, close to 90%. Some people's taxes actually went up.
Well, can we do
Example,
one point at a time here? So on this first point that you're talking about, where else would it go? Of course, it was designed to go to the largest corporations were going to be winners, but we wanted them to be. The whole point of how could they have dispensed it unless they took it from them first and then gave some type of like direct payment to workers? The only place a tax cut could go, the majority of any tax cut across the board for a corporation, the top 1% are going to get more of that than anybody else, of course.
Yeah, couldn't you just give wouldn't it be more per worker to just give a tax cut to the middle class?
Yeah, he did do that. He gave tax cuts to the middle class, and he gave tax incentives. So, for instance, he raised the earned income child credit. That's a tax offset. The other thing that Trump did was he got rid of the ACA penalty for poor people, which was a hidden tax. Trump was doing everything he could to incentivize a lack of taxes, a lack of direct taxes to the middle class. But more importantly, what Trump knew was that businesses need to have access to capital or they can't expand. You can't do it. It's not possible. If you don't have access to capital, you cannot expand into new industries. And that's why the government uses ROIs themselves. They invest heavily in businesses. The whole point of like the government investing into green energy and things like this is for an ROI, a return on investment. They're saying that's going to expand the industry. And when the industry expands, it's going to create more jobs and things like this. They do it themselves all the time. Trump is following. So he's just doing the same thing. He's saying, look, we're going to give a 30% tax cut or some places a 15% tax cut. And this necessarily allows businesses access to capital so that they can expand. This is part of the American Keynesian model. Like, this is how it works.
Yeah, let me just respond to that. So like I said, there's multiple ways to do tax cuts. I'm not opposed to tax cuts in theory, but when 90% of the benefits go to the top 1%, I wouldn't consider that to be a good tax cut for the average worker. How is it? Like if it
I'll explain how it is. I can tell you how it is. When you, if you're, let's say like you have fucking $20 billion, Alex, right? Like that, and you have a business, that's even better. You have a business that's worth $20 billion, right? And you want to expand it. Okay. And I give you a tax cut of 30%, which saves you $180 million, right? Then yeah, you can say, oh, I'm the benefit of $180 million tax cut. But necessarily, if you create a tax cut that's universal for all businesses, big and small, the people who have larger businesses are going to have more of an offset, but they have a bigger liability too.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. So this is, again, trickle-down economics. The economic idea that was popular in the 80s and 90s.
This isn't trickle-down.
Well, the whole premise of what you're arguing is that if you give a tax cut to big corporations, then they're going to use that money to create more jobs. Did I misquote you?
No. It's more complex than that. I mean, that is necessarily true, but you'd have to admit that it's true. And here's why you would have. I'll explain how you'll have to admit that it's true.
Can I just respond to you, please?
Go ahead.
So nowadays, pretty much no serious economist believes that, because typically what happens when you give tax cuts to huge corporations is just corporate profits go up, they pull that money away, but they don't typically create more jobs because of that. And if that was true, then we would see an increase in, for example, manufacturing jobs under Trump's tenure, which we didn't. We saw 200,000 manufacturing jobs get outsourced. So again, this is just boils down to believing trickle-down economics, which no serious economist believes. Now, I think a much better way to do the tax cut would have been to directly help the middle class with things that they're struggling with, like, for example, a child tax care credit. That's something that you personally benefit of. I don't know how rich you are, but that's something that helps the business class. I'll just give you.
You mean like Trump did that?
Yeah, he gave. I'm just saying in general, he gave a mild one, but I'm saying you could give more.
What do you mean a mild one?
How much was the child tax care?
I think it was an additional $2,000, Alex.
Yeah, but then he also cut a bunch.
like that. How's that mild? Are you saying $2,000 is a lot of money?
Well, Kamala wanted to do 6,000.
No, she didn't. She wanted to do. She wanted to do a graduated system that capped at 6,000, right? But right now, I think right this second, it's 6,000, Alex.
No, it's not. I don't.
What is it? Pull it up.
No, I don't remember what it is. I don't believe it's 6%, but I'll just grant you that point because I want to hang up on that.
Okay.
Yes, there were some things in tax provision that middle class people could take advantage of, but there's also other things that hurt middle class people. I'll just give you 2 examples. My mom's taxes actually went up. My mom would be considered upper middle class. And because he put a cap on how much you can deduct for property taxes.
Yeah, so it's $2,000 for each child, up to 3 children. That I'm sorry, 246, right? That's $6,000, isn't it?
If you have 3 children, sure. I'm willing to grant you that point because this is not what I'm basing my argument on.
Okay.
I'm giving you. I've acknowledged that, for example, in some ways, the tax cut did wind up benefiting certain people. But then I'm giving you counter examples. Like number one, like I said, because he put a cap on how much you can deduct in property taxes, a lot of homeowners, especially living in states like Jersey, their property taxes, their taxes went up because they could not deduct more for property taxes. Me personally, I can tell you that my personal taxes went up because I can't fully deduct my medical expenses like I used to be able to. And I have very, very high medical expenses due to health condition I have. And because of that, my personal taxes went up. In addition,
wait, hang on, back up for me. Which policy you're talking about that raised your taxes?
I'm talking about the 2017 tax bill that he passed.
Okay, and which part of it raised your taxes?
So it was about, for me personally, it was about the deduction for medical expenses. So if you want a very technical breakdown, the way it became. So before that, you had you had your gross revenue, you had your gross income, and then you would deduct for certain things. And if you had medical expenses, high medical expenses like that, you could deduct all those medical expenses. What Trump did,
you couldn't write off the medical expenses?
Well, not nearly as much as I used to be able to. What Trump did is he actually created 2 categories.
Well, how much could you write off?
How much could I write off? There was a limit to it. Just I don't remember exactly off the top of my head, but definitely not all of it. And that's why my taxes went up. So Trump created basically 2 categories.
Wait, hang on. You got to, I'm sorry. I got to get clarification here.
What do you want clarification on?
So you're saying that if Trump had not passed the Tax Act, that you would have been able to write off more of your medical expenses?
Exactly.
Okay. And had you ever written off medical expenses before this?
Yes.
Okay. And how much of those medical expenses did you write off versus when you couldn't write those off anymore?
It depends on the year. I just want to be clear because it's not that you can't write them off. It's that Trump created two categories. So you have your your gross income. Then you have, for example, certain deductions you can make, like if you had to pay an employer or something like that. And then when you get to certain other types of deductions, there's 2 categories. For one of the categories, you can keep writing off whatever you want, but there's still going to be that other category that is not at all affected by medical expenses, which is why my total tax burden went up because of that whole medical expenses thing.
Okay, well, I mean, that's an anecdotal example. But even granting that, like, who cares? So ultimately, when you're talking about whether or not a policy is pro-worker or not, how much Alex can write off on his taxes for his medical expenses, I don't think have a significant burden. I don't think that has a significant burden on pro-worker policies. So if you're talking about something that's really going to have a massive effect on the economy, the idea of businesses having access to capital is going to have the much, much greater effect overall than whether or not people
only if trickle-down economics are true.
Well, it's not trickle. Listen, listen. It's not trickle down. Stop. It's not trickle down economics. Doesn't mean anything. It's a buzzword. It means fucking nothing. Let me demonstrate this.
Do you understand what trickle-down economics means?
I understand what you think it means, right? But the thing is, you think it means guy who employs you is going to give you some of his fucking money, which he is.
No.
Okay, what does it mean, Alex?
Trickle-down economics means that when you cut taxes for the ultra-rich, or especially for corporations, is that those tax cuts are passed down because those companies are going to create more jobs, right? And they might even pay their employees more. That's what trickle down.
Gotcha. So help me out with something. So help me out. I'm super confused. My company is being taxed at 40%, and then you lower the taxes to 20%. You're saying that I'm just going to keep all that money?
Most of the time, yes.
Okay, got it. So then you think that the best thing that we can do is tax the bejesus out of industry?
Never said that.
Why not?
Does it matter why?
Yeah, no,
What's
it
the
matters
relevance?
why. So if this is your, so here's your logic. Your logic is here's your logic. Your logic is, well, since they're just going to keep the money anyway, and it's not, none of it's going to go down to their workforce or employees, anything like that, even though it does right this second, right? They can't pay them with nothing. They pay them with company profits. Why not just put them at like 95%? If they only pay, let's say, 5% in payroll, why not just put them at 95%? Why not?
The biggest reason you want to do that is because those corporations, when you get to a certain level of taxing, are just going to move abroad.
Oh, I see. So wait, so we have to incentivize them to stay. And one of the best ways we can incentivize corporations to stay in the United States is by lowering their tax burden. Is that what you're saying?
Why is it that
I just want to make sure I'm clear. I get this clarified. Then you can ask your question. I just want to make sure I get this clarified. So you're saying that a great way to incentivize corporate interests to stay domestically in the United States is by having some type of tax burden, which is competitive with other places in the world, so that they don't offshore their own corporation? Is that what you're saying, Alex?
Well, not exactly, because if that was
Not
true,
exactly.
then why just can I finish my question?
Go ahead.
If that was true, then why is it that under the Trump presidency, he did those 2017 tax cut bill, that we saw a lot of plants and a lot of workers get outsourced, right? If what you're saying is true, then why did that happen?
Because many of these large companies, especially automakers, companies like Boeing and others, had plans pre-Trump to move and outsource their workforce anyway. Some of them had plans for up to 10 years to do it as they saw the decline in their industries. When you're talking about like things like American automakers, for instance, there's no great incentive for American automakers to stay domestically in the United States when the market is completely inundated with their product. It's not like it used to be in the 60s, 70s, and 80s where there was an auto boom because people really needed these cars. We are inundated with cars. And I don't know if you've looked at the price of like new trucks. And new F-150 will cost you as much as a house, right? And sometimes upwards of $100,000 plus dollars. So many of these companies were already planning on outsourcing themselves anyway so that they could access different markets. But what you're talking about here is you're saying, A, we need to have a competitive enough tax rate to keep our companies here so that they don't go elsewhere for their tax liability. I agree. That makes total sense. But that would be trickle-down theory, Alex. Literally, you're saying if a company outsources itself, it eliminates all of those jobs. Right? So by you giving them a massive tax cut as an incentive to stay, you are practicing trickle-down theory. Yeah.
Unless they're already here. So I just want to clean up and respond to some of the stuff.
Wait. Why would it be, if they're already here, have anything that we're supposing they're already here and we don't want them to leave? If you don't want them to leave, then you can't tax them at 70, 80, 90% or 60% or 50%. If China says, come over here, we'll give it to you at 20%. You're talking about trickle down. So you're just admitting it works. Like, what do you mean?
So if that is the case, if what you're saying is true, then why is it that we saw under you saying that they already have plans to leave, blah. Then why is it under the Biden presidency we saw over 800,000 manufacturing jobs return to the U.S.? That's just a simple fact.
Yeah, but okay, but
Biden raised the corporate tax
rate. Here's the thing.
So why did those companies return?
So which companies are you talking about specifically? Were they green energy companies, which were bought and paid for by the federal government?
Not green energy companies.
Okay, what were the companies specifically? Let's go through them.
I don't have the name of the exact company.
Well, it's important to understand because there could have been ROIs and investments which were made by the Biden administration, direct to payments for green energy jobs, things like this. That was a big part of his administration. So, when you say, well, why is it that X amount of manufacturing jobs came back? First thing is, I want to know if those manufacturing jobs actually returned or if this was just a post-COVID bump. And then the second thing is, we want to make sure that we are specific about which companies came back and why. But back to the point before we derail even further, and I'm happy to dive into this company by company. Alex, if your position is, Andrew, we have to have a competitive corporate tax rate so our companies don't move abroad. Andrew says, I agree. Alex, can you explain how that's not trickle-down economics?
So I think you're oversimplifying. Let me just answer your question. I'm going to bring it back to what I'm trying to talk about. I think you're oversimplifying. I think exactly how you do tax policy matters, and that's what matters the most. So, for example, one of the big issues with Trump's 2017 tax bill is that he basically cut taxes for offshore profits of American-based corporations, some of them at a rate of 0.
You're not answering my question.
Can I finish my point?
No, you need you to answer my question first. How is that not trickle-down economics?
Just listen to what I'm about to say.
Okay.
I said it matters how you do it, how you do.
I don't
tax
think you're going to
policy.
answer the question. I'm just going to ask it again. I want to let you know that. Go ahead.
Go ahead. You can do whatever you want.
Mhm.
So one of the issues, and I like for you to engage with this, one of the issues with the Trump 2017 tax cut bill is that it taxes offshore profits on American-based corporations at a rate of 0, or a rate that is half of the one imposed on profits earned in the United States. I can show you a source for this.
Mhm.
So that is an example of how you could do tax policy, to save money on corporations, but actually winds up working against the American worker. Can you just really quickly, before we go into something else, can you just acknowledge that this, if it's true, right, and it is, I can show you a source, then that would be an example of a tax policy that is anti-worker.
Yeah, real quick, I just want to make sure that I'm really clear on what it is that you're asking me. Can you repeat it again? But then I want to promise after I answer your question that you'll answer mine. I want you to promise me. Yeah? Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So what I was saying is how exactly you do tax policy is really what the thing that matters, right? So one of the big issues with Trump's 2017 tax bill is that he cut taxes for offshore profits on American-based corporations, some of them at a rate of 0, and some of them at a rate that is half the one imposed on profits earned here in the United States. So these corporations, after this tax cut, they're like, hey, we don't actually have to pay profits if we basically
I understand what you're asking.
Our plants in other countries. So assuming that this is true, would this not be an example of Trump being anti-worker?
Could be an example of some anti-worker policies. It depends on how it's structured. So if you have, there could be some incentives for you if you have a global company, for instance, like Microsoft or places like this, where you have actual issuances of national security. You may have to have tax policy that in some way accommodates that. It just depends. It depends on how it's structured and why it's structured that way. But to say it's anti-worker, it could be. It could be anti-worker.
It costs manufacturing jobs to get outsourced.
Yeah, but Alex, listen. Manufacturing jobs have been continuing to get outsourced. They're going to continue to get outsourced over and over and over. They're going to continue to get outsourced. Now, when you're talking about, okay, calm down for a second, okay?
I'm super calm.
So yes, could be. It could be an example, depending on how it's structured. It just depends on why it's structured that way. It depends on if it's due to some national security concern. There's complexities which potentially could be involved. I'm not exactly sure the policy you're talking about, so I can look into it. But as to the answer to your question, possibly, right? So the answer to the question is possibly. Now back to mine that you promised you'd answer, Alex. Can you explain how, if you are to have a competitive tax rate so that corporations don't leave your shores for other nations, how that's not practicing trickle-down economics?
So I think it's more complex than that. Let me try to answer your question in the most succinct way I can. So, for example, if you give tax incentives to American corporations to hire American workers, then I think that is a good thing, right?
But that's trickle down, right?
Yeah, sure, we can call it that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
So trickle down does work. So trickle down does work.
I'm not trying to
No,
argue.
you said, no, you are trying to argue, because what you said, Alex, what you said was specifically, all economists agree trickle down doesn't work. No notable economist believes trickle down works. So we get your definition of trickle down and we find out Alex is a trickle down economist. Alex wants to match corporate rates with other nations so that we keep our jobs domestic. Alex wants to give incentives Alex wants to give incentives to corporations to pay their workers, and the way that they can do that is by giving them free money, right? Or in this case, not free money, but just making sure you don't take too much of their money. That would be the trickle down effect. You literally just proved that trickle down works.
Do you not believe in nuance? Don't you think something could be generally true, but there could be exceptions to it?
Yeah, so
Or is it
if you had
just
said,
very
if you had said, well, listen, Andrew, there's many cases where trickle down works, and there's some cases where it doesn't. That's an entirely different claim than, well, most economists say that trickle down just doesn't work, and then you go on to express that you yourself believe very heavily in the principle of trickle down economics.
Let me just clean up my stance then, because again, I want to talk about Trump being pro-worker, not so much about trickle-down economics. Okay, let me just clean it up. I think in a lot of ways, trickle-down economics doesn't work, but there are some exceptions in which case it works. Now,
what are those exceptions?
I just told you one of them. Why do you want to keep this? Wait, this is we're just getting off track. Like,
well, I don't think we are, because the idea. Can I explain my reasoning for why I don't think we are?
The premise.
The idea here is whether or not Trump. Well, granting the premise, right, is nice, but I need to make sure I know which premise you're granting, because here's why. The idea here is, well, Trump's not pro-worker because he follows trickle-down economics, and trickle-down economics doesn't work. And Alex, it is what you said. And not only that, but on top of that, it turns out that that's not the case. And you seem to actually agree with him giving corporate tax decreases, because that offers incentives for American manufacturers to stay here. That is Alex's policy, and that's Trump's policy.
No,
like,
that's not. You're basically repeating half of what I said.
Okay.
I said very specifically, let me just be crystal clear about this. I said very specifically that a tax policy where you give a corporation tax break specifically for hiring American workers could be beneficial and could be pro-worker. But what you're talking about is a general tax cut across the board, right?
What?
So
don't you think most American companies are going to hire American workers?
I'm putting a condition
Okay.
on the policy I'm talking about. The condition is that they only get this benefit if they hire more American workers. They only get this benefit.
I don't understand, though. That makes no sense. It's trickle down even if they don't hire American workers. Like, if they only hired non-American workers, right, for their company inside of the United States, it would still be a trickle down effect.
I don't know why you're so up on trickle down economics.
Well, but because what you just said, you just said that we are talking about Trump. You just said that the conditional here.
You're talking about my view.
You just said that the conditional, because you're agreeing with Trump's views. You just said that the conditional, you said if you give a specific conditional, like, oh, this only benefits the American worker, it's trickle down either way. What are you talking about?
Okay. In your opinion, did Trump, when he gave his tax incentives to big corporations, was there a condition that they only get this if they hire American workers? Yes or no?
I don't think there was. No,
there was not. So what I'm talking about, Trump did not do.
Yeah, but the principle is the same. The principle that you both are adhering to here is that if you make the corporate rate too high, it's going to
how about I clean this up?
Chill out. Let me give a response, Alex. I just answered your question with a direct yes or no, a thing which, by the way, you haven't done once in this debate for me.
I've answered all your questions.
Yeah, why can't you ever give a yes or no and then the qualifier like I do? I go yes, and then I go on. But anyway, go ahead. Go ahead.
Let me just clean up what I said. Here's my new position, right? So we can move past
your new position.
I believe certain types of trickle-down economics can work, and most types will not. There we go. Now, let's get back to Trump.
But we're talking about. I don't understand why you keep on saying this isn't in regards to Trump. So, anytime you say, hang on, if you say Trump policy bad, Trump did thing bad, and this is the policy that's bad. And then I dive into the policies so that we can get specifics on why you think it's bad, in comparison to other policies. You go, well, now we're not talking about Trump. It's like, how can we talk about Trump unless we're making a comparison, the abstraction of his policies to things that Alex thinks are bad? I don't even understand how that's possible.
I'm giving you a very specific example, which you're barely engaging in, right?
Yeah, I'm happy to engage with any example.
Okay. The example I gave, why specifically the 2017 tax cut was not pro-worker, is because it gave American corporations tax incentives to move their company offshores. That's why I'm saying that. It seems like you somewhat agree with me on this, that this would not be pro-worker.
Listen, there's a possibility that the way it's structured can be anti-worker or it can be pro-worker. It depends on why. It's structured. No, you would need to tell me specifically why it was structured that way and why the structure of it was a penalty to the worker. That's your claim. It's your burden. You can't shift the burden to me. What I'm saying is that it would depend on why this was the case. So when you say things like when you're talking about tax policy, right, you're talking about liabilities, you're talking about national security, you're talking about all sorts of different things which are baked into the pie. We need to know why that provision is there, or even if it's even constitutional to have additional provisions. Like, you could make a claim that it's unconstitutional, in fact, to tell businesses that they can't do X. Yes, you can. And yes, there are constitutional provisions. I'm not saying you're making the claim. I'm giving you examples of why it is we would need to know why such a policy is there, why it's necessary. So, but, you know, kind of back to Trump itself, when you say, let's grant for a second that this is an anti-worker part of his position. I would say that almost any type of policy that is passed by any administration, be it Biden, Trump, Obama, whoever, is going to have some type of kind of, depending on the viewpoint that you have, that it could be anti-worker in some cases. There's going to be winners and losers. Anytime you do any type of economic adjustment, there's going to be losers. Like there just are, and there's going to be winners. And that's going to be the case. You can't tailor a tax policy, which is perfect. Hang on. You can't tailor a tax policy that's perfect. But even if I were to grant this, it wouldn't mean that Trump was anti-worker. Even if there was an anti-worker policy which was passed, or whatever you think is anti-worker.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that just because of this one policy he's anti-worker. I just want us to agree on this before I move on to the next policy and the next policy, right? Because if you're not going to agree with me, then we're just not going to make any headway. Okay. So let's talk about it like this. Do you agree with the two things I'm about to say? Number one, under Trump's administration, over 200,000 plus manufacturing jobs were outsourced. Yes or no?
I think that those are the status from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Is that right?
I think it's been brought up in a lot of different menus.
Yeah, there was a lot of many jobs were outsourced. Yes, especially, and some of that was even due to the tariff trade war, which was going on at the time, and should have been continued. Okay,
we'll get into that a little bit later. But the fact is that 200,000 manufacturing jobs were outsourced. That means 200,000 Americans lost their manufacturing jobs. You work in the manufacturing jobs, I believe. I'm sure you appreciate it, right? You like your job?
Yeah.
You probably would not want to see your job get outsourced. All right. Here's the other factor. Do you also agree with the fact that under the Biden administration, we gained back something like 600,000 to 800,000 manufacturing jobs?
No, I think that, okay, so here's where we would make a stark deviation real quick. Depends on how that's counted. I think that the numbers that you're referencing are the post-COVID bump numbers, but not additional manufacturing jobs added on top of what ordinarily would already be there had there not been a reduction in the workforce due to COVID-19.
Yeah. So the 200,000 manufacturing jobs that were outsourced happened before COVID.
Yeah, I'm not talking about that. We're talking about the 800,000 you're claiming that Biden added.
So wait, help me understand this. So 200,000 manufacturing jobs were lost before COVID. Then we have COVID. And then why do these 800,000 manufacturing jobs come back that we never had in the first place?
Because 800,000 people are out of work? What do you mean? Like, what are you talking about?
We're talking about like a net gain.
Okay, so but it would be a net gain if 800,000 people are out of the workforce and then they're back in the workforce. That would be considered a gain, right? That's the problem that you have here.
No, like these jobs need to exist for people to get them, right? Why were 800,000 manufacturing jobs created?
Because the federal government, right, gave massive incentives for businesses to shut the fuck down during COVID-19. That's why. And so what happens is unemployment skyrockets. And then when unemployment skyrockets, right, all those jobs are now taken off the board. And then when all those people go back to work, they're added to the board. You don't seriously believe that Biden created 800,000 new manufacturing jobs, do you, Alex? Like, yes, you actually believe that?
And every official source believes it.
No, they don't. Yeah. No, they don't. No, they don't. They don't. There's no official source which will tell you. that Biden added 800,000 new manufacturing jobs on top of what came back from C-19 after the recovery. No source anywhere is going to say that unless they're just lying, and we can just fact check it.
Okay, sure. Do you want me to pull up?
Pull up any source you want. It won't matter.
Okay, sure, no problem. Okay, I think this covers it. Let me double check.
This is from the fiscal whistleblower. You can take this up. This is a fact check. Biden misleads on job creation statistics. It showed that 440,000 more Americans became unemployed, signs the labor market's beginning to get rocked. Recovery versus creation. This is what we're quibbling on. Nearly 72% of all job gains since 2021 were simply jobs that were being recovered from the pandemic, not new job creation. In fact, when looking at today's economy compared to pre-pandemic levels, unemployment is is up only by 3.7 million. On other hand, prior to the pandemic, job creation of President Trump was 6.7 million, 3 million more jobs than the current president. Labor force participation was stronger under Trump. Wages are not keeping up with Biden's inflation, et cetera, et cetera. But here's the thing. It is highly misleading. He did not create 800,000 new manufacturing jobs. This is a post-COVID bump. It's been brought up by economists time and time and time again. And Biden wants to take credit for this idea that, oh, look at how many jobs we created. And the only way that they can point to that is by doing this. They go, well, you see, all this labor participation was out of the labor force because we forced all these fucking people to stay home. But then when we allowed them to go back to work, look at all the jobs we created. That is such scumbaggery, dude. There's no way you can believe this, Alex. Like, how do you believe that?
Yeah, sure. Let me respond. We go to commerce.gov. I'm just going to read you verbatim. If you want me to send you the article, I can. Through historic bills like the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, Inflation Reduction Act, CHIPS Act, and Science Act, the Commerce Department is investing billions of dollars in U.S. manufacturing communities across America, making transformational investments into what we manufacture in the state. During the Biden-Harris administration, over 700,000 new manufacturing jobs have been created, and over 910 in private manufacturing investments have been announced worldwide.
Okay, let me show you something here, Alex. We're just going to correct this right now. This will be helpful for you to have a good frame.
Did anything I say was wrong?
Yes, it is. In fact, I'm going to correct. I'm going to correct it.
I'm just quoting commerce.gov.
Yeah, that's nice that you're quoting that. That's good. But real quick, Michelle, I'm sending you a graph, and I would appreciate it if you would put it up.
Like, for example, do you think the CHIPS Act did not create more manufacturing jobs?
Hang on, bro.
Okay.
Let me show
I'd like
you.
to get an answer to that. Also, can you send me the link in the private chat so I can see the source?
Yeah, I'll read you the source real quick. You can find this source from the Budget Committee Oversight Task Force on Budgetary Misconduct. The reason that I tend to use watchdog groups more than anything is because, well, Alex, this might be news to you, but different budget offices are partisan and they fucking lie. There's many, many different government agencies, and you may not know this, but they like to lie because they're partisan. So I use watchdog groups instead to do these types of fact checks. Michelle, I sent that over to you.
Some watchdog groups are good. Some of them not. Now, can you please repeat that? Budget committee. Keep going.
One moment, Alex.
Yeah. So
Andrew,
you can find. I'm sorry. Go to budget.house.gov. Well, yeah. Go ahead, Michelle. Sorry.
I'm unable to pull this up in Discord. Would you mind please doing a share screen?
What was the name of the watch?
Do those two things.
Oh man, yeah. Hang on a second. It's such a pain in the ass to do this, but I'll do it in real time here. Hang on.
I'm
so sorry. You can just tell me what was the name of the group. That would be
just give me a second. Hang on, Alex. Okay. And we'll go over. Let me give you my rebuttal, then I'll give you the group, and you can say whatever you want. Okay? How's that for fair?
Sure. I just want to look into it. I'm not even saying.
I think it's fair. You can look into it. Nobody's saying you can't look into it. Look into it all you want.
I'd be happy to look into
fine with me.
Okay.
All right. Hang on a second. Bad moderator.
I'm
All
so
right.
sorry. I will be more prepared for that in the future.
All right. Hang on. Boom, boom, boom.
If Andrew's okay with it, I would be down to go longer because I feel like we still have a lot of ground to cover.
I have time.
You're
Andrew, are
the
you
dude.
good?
You're the one who wanted to do only an hour and a half.
Yeah, bro. I have both my parents in town. Like it's a thing, but I don't want this chat to end like prematurely. So
Okay, well, hang on a second. Boom, 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 boom. All right, here we go. So let me share this real quick. 1 second. Man, it's such a pain to do this. Hang on. Well, I'm gonna have to try to do this a different way. Usually, you just send the shit over to the mod, and the mod's supposed to pull it up, Michelle. But no worries here. Hang on. Okay, so here's the link, real quick, Michelle. You can pull this in. Maybe this will make it easier for you, and then you can share the screen that way. And then you just want to go to budget chart 1.
Oh, by the way, let me actually. I'm
let's
looking at
let's not do anything until we go over this.
I'm just
Until we go
amending
over
my
this.
initial claim.
Yeah, I know. I'm sure you're going to amend your initial claim, but I'm not going to
No,
let you
it's
just yet until we go
gonna
over the
be
numbers.
very, very close to what I said.
Okay. Now that somebody fed you an answer. Who fed you the
No one
answer?
fed me the answer.
Come on, Alex. Who fed you the answer, Alex? Who fed you the
Going
answer?
on polyfact.com and fact checking everything.
Yeah. And it turns out that that there was a post-COVID bump, wasn't there, Alex?
So it's actually a bit more complex than that. Do you want me to state my amended position?
Well, hang on. I want Michelle to see if she can pull this up real quick. I just want to show you something real quick.
I will stand by. Give me like 30 more seconds,
Yep,
please.
will do. Will do.
If you want me to clean up my claim, we could probably agree in the middle, actually. But
Yeah, hang on. We'll let you get to your claim. I promise. I want to see if Michelle will pull this up so that I can show you exactly what I'm talking about and show the audience exactly what I'm talking about as well. Why it's important that when we make these claims, especially in economics, that these left-wing talking points really don't hold much fruit. And when most
the left-wing talking point.
It is. Anyway, go ahead and scroll down to chart 1. If you don't mind, Michelle. There we go, right there. Job growth under Biden, still not back to pre-pandemic pace. So you can take a look here, January 20, we can see this massive plummet, right? And then we can see the chart starting to go back up. But we can look at what the projections were, what the trajectory already was.
Yeah.
Scott, chill for 2 seconds. Can I make the case for 2? Dude, I'm going to make the case.
Is it manufacturing job
Bro,
or total job?
just stop talking for 2 seconds, okay?
You don't want to clarify that?
Yeah, we'll get it clarified in a second, okay?
Just let him finish and then.
So anyway, you can clearly see, okay, that this actually, the projection is lower than what it would have been had the pandemic not hit and Trump had stayed in office. This is the projection going forward. The pre-pandemic Trump trend, it actually gives you an arrow marker for exactly when that should have started. So the thing is like, no, Alex, in fact, it's very misleading what you said when you claim that they're adding all of these jobs back to the economy. That is not the case. It's that there was a massive, massive decrease in the labor force because of COVID-19, and that Biden never really recovered back to what the Trump projected numbers were. And this is proof that that is the case. And by the way, economists who aren't left-wing losers tend to actually agree on this. Just guys like Paul Krugman don't. But remember, he was also wrong about Trump crashing the economy. So anyway, with that, we can get back to this.
Sure. So I'm going to amend my position because the truth is in the middle. So what it turns out is that basically, let me just pull this up exactly. So 589,000 manufacturing jobs were recovered, right? and 175,000 were created. So I'm going to amend my claim to say that Biden created 175,000 American jobs, manufacturing jobs. Now, let me just quickly, if you want me to share the source, I'd be happy to. This is PolyFact. I think they're usually very accurate. So let me just pull this up. Okay, there we go. So let's take a look at this. So fact checking Joe Biden and the creation of 800,000 manufacturing jobs. President Joe Biden.
Can you scroll back up to the top real quick? Sure. Official federal data shows President Joe Biden in office 45 months. First 3 quarters, job gains represented a return to pre-recession levels. Comparing historical pattern 45 months out from recession onset revealed Biden era manufacturing employment to be strongest in 72 years, the second strongest since the end of World War II. Okay, got it. Now, just so you know.
Can I finish showing you the source?
Yeah, go ahead.
So President Joe Biden took a recent victory lap on social media touting the number of jobs he created. He says 800,000, right? An ex-community note cast down this claim, saying that although Biden's job figures were factually correct, the president failed to note the current total is only 175,000 than the February 2020 peak from before the COVID-19.
So how do you bring back 800,000 jobs?
So I'm amending my claim. I said that Biden created 175,000 new manufacturing jobs.
No, where does it say that those are 175,000 manufacturing jobs?
It is right here. They're talking about manufacturing
jobs.
Oh, I see.
Jobs. So hang on. So let's make sure I got it. We've created close to 800,000 manufacturing jobs. So Biden lied, right?
In this case,
okay.
In this case,
he lied.
But I'm not arguing about the merits of Biden.
I know. So Biden lied about this, and you lied on his behalf because you didn't know any better. So the thing is scroll back up.
What do you mean I lied?
Well, I'm going to show you.
Hang on. This is just nonsense. I didn't lie.
Alex. It was a rhetorical flourish. It's a rhetorical flourish. Calm down.
My position,
All right.
Based on what you said, this is what's called being good faith, is when you actually try to really engage with other person's
saying. I'm engaging with what you're saying, but the thing is like you could have done cursory research and known that this was a lie. Scroll back up to the top. I want to show you what it says there.
Hang on. Are you denying that he created 175,000 new manufacturing?
I'm just going to grant it. I don't even care. It doesn't matter. And I'm going to show you why. I'm going to show you why. Okay, go ahead. I'm waiting.
My original point was when you were saying that, manufacturing jobs.
Yeah, Alex lied. Manufacturing died, bro. Alex lied and manufacturing died.
So I'm arguing this for. Wait, okay, just stop laughing like a jack.
No, come on, it was funny. It's funny, Alex. Calm down.
Okay, sure, very funny. So your initial claim was that but manufacturing jobs. Sure, Trump lost some manufacturing jobs. Manufacturing jobs were going down anyway, and this just directly disproves that claim because it shows you that actually, right after Trump left office under Biden, we got 175,000.
This is actually great. This is actually a great point that I'm gonna prove you wrong a second time. So first of all, here's what it actually shows you. The chart that I just showed you showed what the Trump projection was of total employment. That would include manufacturing jobs. Now scroll back up. Hang on, Alex. Scroll back up. I'll prove it. Alex, I'll prove it. Scroll back up. Yeah, scroll back up. I'll prove it.
Was this projection made before, during, or after the pandemic? Because it seems like that's a projection made before the pandemic.
No, listen, that's what a projection is. Like, what do we project the jobs numbers are going to be based on X thing unless catastrophe happens? Like, for instance, if I was the governor of Pompeii and I got my entire staff together and said, well, it looks like our wine production is going to jump by 100%. Right? And you went, wow, that's amazing. And then the volcano erupted and killed everybody in Pompeii, which is what happened. I would guess my job numbers would be 0%. Right, Alex?
Why would we trust a projection?
Right. Hang on. I just want to make sure that you're tracking with the logic before you ask the question. Remember how I asked the question? Can you answer the question? Wouldn't it not be the case that if the volcano erupted and killed everybody in Pompeii, the job number projections would be wrong? Yeah, sure. Got it. So the same thing happens here, right? The job projection numbers are wrong because we had a catastrophe. Now, could you please?
So why are we taking those?
It's important. I'm going to explain why. Scroll back up. I want to show you something important right at the top. Part of this PolitiFact, right? Go ahead. Comparing the historical pattern, 45 months out from recession onset, reveals Biden-era manufacturing employment to be the strongest in 72 years, second strongest since the end of World War II. If you look at that same graph that I gave you, it actually shows that Trump's projected numbers for jobs were much higher than what Biden's would have been had the COVID-19 bump or hit not happened, which means actually Trump would have had the strongest economy since World War II, including with manufacturing, Alex. So you're proven wrong twice.
I do not trust, first of all, Trump's projections of what would have happened.
It's not
Second
Trump's
of all,
projections.
We saw that under his presidency, before the pandemic even happened, and you agree to this, that he lost 200,000 manufacturing jobs.
No, I granted it. I'm not saying that he did. I'm just saying that that even if I grant that it's the case,
so if manufacturing jobs were going down,
even if
I would rely on Trump to then somehow.
Oh, okay, Alex. Well, let's look at the broader implications of this position. Are you saying that Biden brought back the same manufacturing jobs Trump lost?
I never said there were.
Well, then it would stand to reason that Trump would bring in the same manufacturing jobs that Biden brought in. If we were going to look at the job numbers, right? Why wouldn't it?
Do you think in your opinion, what's a better?
Can you answer to my question? Does it stand to reason, Alex, right, that if it is the case that Biden did not bring back the same jobs you claim that Trump lost, why should we assume that Trump himself would not have created new manufacturing jobs, which dwarf this, considering I just showed you a chart for the projections from his economy pre-COVID bump? Can you explain that to me?
Well, first of all, again, I don't take any stock into what Trump or Trump's campaign prediction is. Second of all, I believe the best predictor of future behavior is going to be past behavior. And Trump has been known to
like a chart that does that.
He's been known to
Woman, will you grab me some more coffee?
Promise and do all that shit. So given that,
I know the only lie I see here is from Biden.
Sure, Biden lies.
Yeah.
If that's what you want me to admit, both politicians lie.
Yeah.
If you want to have a debate about who lies more, that's a different debate. But given the fact that we saw that under his presidency, manufacturing jobs were already going down, then I have absolutely no reason to believe that there was some kind of magical policy that he was going to pass, like during the last year of his term or during the first year of his second term, that would have actually brought back new manufacturing jobs. And if you can tell me what specific policy he was proposing that would have done this, I would love to hear it.
Okay, so again, when you're talking about tariffs, okay, so if you want to dive into more specific policy, now that this has been, by the way, I just want to point out that I proved you wrong about this.
Prove me wrong.
Yeah, not only that, you had to amend your entire position, but if you can drop that, Michelle. Unless you need it up, are we still talking about this?
No, we can move on.
Oh, okay, got it. So anyway, so kind of diving into this, Alex, can you tell me how it is possible, if you're competing with another nation that pays its workforce at 1/5 of yours, how you can compete with them in domestic manufacturing?
Not through tariffs. And I'll explain to you the problem.
No. How you can. I don't give a shit about how you can't. I want to know how you can. Can you answer my question, Alex? Answer my question. How can you compete? Can you name any way at all that you can compete with any foreign government that has the same industry you have, but by decree or whatever pays their workforce 1/5 of what you pay yours? Can you give me any way in which you can offset that? Any?
Sure, by producing better quality, by having better marketing. My question is,
even if it's the same product,
how is this relevant to whether Trump is pro-worker or not?
Well, I'm going to. Yes, of course, because the idea here is you have to enter into some sort of protectionism for your own worker class in order to compete abroad. So Trump isn't a globalist, but America is in a global market. And since that's the case, I'm not exactly sure how you protect American workers from jobs where they can pay their staff 1/5 of what they pay yours without a protectionist tariff. This has been historically always the way that we have protected our industries from this. It was due to the free trade agreements that crippled our steel industry and other things like this to begin with. So I would like, if you think that, I'm not interested in whether or not you think tariffs do this. I'm interested in what Alex thinks does do this.
Well, one solution is what I've already proposed in the past, which is that you give you give companies incentives to hire American workers. So for them, and you punish them for outsourcing. So for them, let me finish. For them, it is more expensive to hire a foreign worker, and it's cheaper to hire American workers, and that's going to be one way you could do that. Another way you could do that is you can provide maybe like some kind of tax rebate on certain American goods, only American goods, and that makes them more competitive at the very least in America.
How would that? Wait. Do you agree with me that? Well, hang on, Alex. Let me at least probe the position before you start asking me new questions before I can even probe your position. So how is it possible through any of these to create the economic offsets necessary for you to fight against a company which is paying its employees, which is the highest cost for every industry is payroll. The highest cost is the payment to workers, right? Basically, all industries, this is the case, right? That's the highest expense that they have is what they pay to their workforce. Now, that's not the case with every industry, but overarchingly, this is the highest expense. So if your competition basically has a 70-80% payroll advantage in comparison to you, you are going to have to move the expense of that payroll off to the consumer. So if another country makes the same exact product that you're making, even if the quality is like somewhat subpar, it's going to be significantly cheaper. Thus, that actually creates incentives for United States citizens in other markets to buy those products. So when you're talking about an offset or an incentive, right, you're actually creating an incentive by not tariffing these goods for the United States to kind of participate in their own financial downfall against their own worker. You're fighting against your own workforce.
Well, let me explain to you why that's wrong.
Okay.
So I will here's the nuance I'm going to say. I think in very certain situations, tariffs can be okay. You have to be very careful with them. What Trump is proposing now is across the board tariffs. Now, here's the problem. Is that it causes prices to go up, which punishes the average. Cause price to goes up. Now, increased price for consumers will simply cause some businesses to close down due to unaffordability of labor. Furthermore, here's the biggest thing: it will cause a trade war because typically when you tariff countries, they tariff you back.
Good.
Which will okay, that's not good.
It is
because
good.
that makes your exports a lot less competitive.
No, well, okay. Let's go through this step.
Just let me finish the point, please. If, for example, if in let's say Brazil, right now, let's say China is tariffing America, which they started doing during Trump's trade war with China, and that would make American, let's just say, products 20% more expensive for the Chinese market, right? That puts American products at disadvantage compared to, let's say, Brazilian products. They don't have that tariff, so it makes us less competitive when it comes to export.
The problem is that you're only citing one side of the coin here. Let me explain, right? So the one side of the coin, you say, Andrew, the prices will go up if you put a tariff on a good, and if you enter into a trade war, right, now your export power also, because both countries are trying to drastically reduce the price in order to be able to access markets abroad, right? But the whole point, just so you know, of free trade to begin with was that countries were supposed to be competing over products, which then lessened the cost of the product. That was the whole point. So again, you're the architect of your own downfall. The second problem that you have here is that you don't take into consideration, Alex, how many ways can the government raise revenue? I contend that they can only raise revenue through taxation of their citizenry or taxation around things which they have dominion over, right? And that's it. That's the only way they can raise revenue. Do you know of another way that the United States can raise revenue other than that?
No. But I think
okay, so if hang on.
Can I just answer a question?
Yeah,
but
you
did. The first one has a lot of nuance. There's different ways you can raise taxes.
I agree, but what I'm saying,
I think that's the
okay, bro. That's what I'm getting into. That's what I'm getting into.
Very important.
That's what I'm getting into.
Some ways you can do, which will hurt American
Alex,
workers.
I just let you go through your whole spiel. Can I finish?
Hey, let's go one at a time. I can't hear Alex.
Okay. So anyway, that's the only way that the United States can raise revenue. So that leaves us only a few options. You can tax the citizenry at a higher rate, you can tax corporations and the rich at a higher rate, or you can tax imports and exports at a higher rate. So now we get to a matter of incentives. So the idea here is you and I agree that if we raise a corporate tax significantly, that's going to incentivize corporations to outsource elsewhere. On the other hand, we still need revenue to come in, right? So where do we get the revenue from? Well, traditionally we did this through imports and exports and tariffs. But Alex says we shouldn't do that because, well, that can raise the cost on these goods. What I contend is this, and this is the same thing the Trump administration said on this. We are currently in a global trade war anyway. Most of the nations, many of the nations that we deal business with have a trade surplus against us, and we have a deficit against them, meaning they're getting the better end of the deal than us. They sell us way more goods, even per capita, than we sell to them, right? So they're running these massive surpluses on our dime. So the thing is like we can tax our corporations and we can pass those hidden costs off to the consumer, right? Or we can offset these deficit surpluses with other nations on imports and exports, making the playing field a little bit more even. Now, either way, the United States citizen themselves is going to take the pain. Whether you tax the corporations are going to take pain, or whether or not you tax the imports and exports are going to take the pain. But the thing is like one has the goal of trying to level the playing field out with the surpluses versus deficits. The other one is just tax the rich mantra, which doesn't really do anything. Ultimately, how's that going to help us in these various kind of trade deficits and trade surpluses that we have? It won't. So this is a way to offset that. Either way, it's going to be painful. There's nothing you can do about that.
Yeah. So one way we could raise more revenue without punishing the average person is by simply removing the tax incentives. So people who outsource, the companies that outsource their jobs when they move their plants offshore, is instead of paying a lower profit tax rate, they pay a higher profit tax rate. That will incentivize companies to keep their businesses.
But you're talking about a negligible raising in the revenue, Alex. What would the projected revenue be in comparison to, let's say, the revenue of if every single nation we traded with, they held a deficit to our surplus? That would be massive revenue generation. So the thing is, by the way, it does nothing still, even if you were to incentivize our corporate interests to stay here, which fine, let's just say I go for that. That doesn't do anything to address the fact that other nations are running massive surpluses against our deficits with them, massive surpluses. And so we need to address that. We need to offset that somehow so that our nation can in some way compete with their nations. And the reason they're able to do that, right, and do these massive, kind of exports is because they have the industry because of the amount that they pay out to their workers. They were able to seize control of these various industries. So that has to be addressed at some point. Like we can't just let that go on in perpetuity. So I say we raise the revenue through the tariff system, which, by the way, is a really good idea. That's how the United States almost always did it, rather than through just going, well, we'll just fucking slap another 30% on the corporate interest. That's just insane. It's just business as usual.
Wait, why at this point do we need to raise revenue? Why do we need to increase the taxes?
Okay, well, for one thing, we have a massive national debt. For another thing, we've been running a deficit. Literally, the last time we had a deficit surplus, I think, was like 2000 or 2001 was the last time we even had a deficit surplus. So the thing is like, look, that's a huge problem. And Biden, Obama was like the debt king. And Trump incurred a lot of debt due to C-19. Biden incurred a lot of debt. Yeah, Biden. I'm not disputing it. Yes, he incurred debt. And Biden, but all administrations are going to incur debt and deficits until we can in some way raise the surplus. Taxing the rich is not going to add to the surplus. The surplus is the only way you're going to pay down the national debt unless you start taking, I don't even know how exactly they would pay the national debt off at this point. That's almost like unattainable unless we did debt forgiveness. But you could definitely, if we were to win a few trade wars with countries like China, which I would rather win a trade war with them and cripple their economy than have to fight a real war with them. These are potential enemies for the future. And it's like, so trade war now or real war later, you pick.
Well, we did a trade war under Trump's administration, and there was absolutely no benefit to the U.S.
Alex, it was only, bro, he had 2 years.
He had 4 years.
No, we had 2 years. And then under C-19, right, the entirety of the federal government, for the most part, kind of shut down.
That happened basically close to like, I think he had like a year left before COVID-19 happened.
Yes. And his first year of his administration, he didn't really dive into the terror. He was all of that was policy moving forward year one. Okay. We had about 2 years roughly of actual, and that didn't even start to be a trade war until, probably a year in. They weren't even calling it a trade war, and then it became one. We really did not have a long time. The trade wars sometimes they take 10, 15 years, but the thing is like, listen, I'm going to give you an example of this. You know what a PlayStation is, and
I'm listening when you talk. I'm just
You know what okay, well, I need to ask you a couple of questions.
Yes, I know what a PlayStation is.
And you know what an Xbox is?
Yes.
Are you aware that Xbox has basically always lost money year over year in their distribution and sales? The only reason that they do this, Microsoft does this, is because they didn't want PlayStation, Sony, to get access to the entirety of the market share. So they didn't give a shit if they lost money as long as their competitor didn't gain enough money that they could start to really consolidate the market. The same exact principles applied in a trade war. The idea here is that, yes, the consumer will have to, unfortunately, pay a little bit more for some of these products, right? How much more? That's speculative, right? Is it completely wallet breaking? I don't know. Maybe on some goods, right? But ultimately, the idea here is if you are able to rob China of their market share because our company can incur kind of like these low-level hits to our economy, whereas theirs can't. Their entire economy is dependent on this manufacturing export idea. We can take the pain and they can't. If we win that war, right? And we would, you're talking about the world's largest, we can take the hit on this. They really can't. If you were to win that war, now this competitor goes back to the dark ages. You don't have to compete with them militarily. You don't have to compete with their government for any of these things. And it avoids real life war for the future. This is a good way for you to cripple your economic adversaries. And it's like, there's no real way around that. You know what I mean? It has to be done. One way or the other, this is going to be done no matter what. And you guys can screech about tariffs all you want, right? But eventually, you're going to have to curtail your economic output to your potential enemies. It's not a good idea, right? Not a good idea, Alex.
Okay, I don't want to get into a whole sidetrack. If you want, we can talk about this later, whether China is our enemy and we need to fight
they're
them.
a potential enemy.
Sure, everyone's a potential enemy.
No. China specifically has Taiwan and other places which have American interests that they literally want to invade and take over.
Why do you think they want to invade Taiwan? What's the main reason?
Because they want it to be part of China again.
No, but what's the real reason?
That's the real reason, is because they want to see the glory of the former Chinese empire. That's why.
That's not the real reason.
Yes,
the real reason is because the vast majority of U.S. microchips are manufactured, microchips that are sold all across the world. I think it's 80-90% are manufactured.
They've been
in
wanting
Taiwan.
this since before there was a microchip that existed, Alex.
And I finished my statement. If they are able to take Taiwan, then they can literally have their fucking hands on the balls of America because they control the microchips, which is why it's good that Biden passed the CHIPS Act, which now is going to bring a lot of that manufacturing back to the U.S. But I want to go back to the debate proposition. So this debate is about whether Trump is pro-war.
No, I mean, I'm not going to let you make these claims and then just go, but I want to move and shift the claim. So let's start with this.
I don't care about the China
I don't
part.
care if you don't care. Then don't expand your opinion and then say, but you can't say anything. Fuck that.
You made
so
the
back.
point. Wait, can we talk about the debate proposition?
This is the debate proposition.
No, it's not.
Bro, if you're saying that you're saying that Trump is not pro-worker. And then anytime we bring up the policies which are around this, so you say affect workers, and I say, okay, but wait, there's good reasoning behind these different policies that you claim affect the worker in a negative way, which is actually in the worker's interest. You go, you can't talk about that. It has nothing to do. It has nothing to do with it. It's like, yes, it does. Yes, it does have to do. Alex, stop cutting me off, bro. Stop cutting me off. Stop cutting me off. Again, Alex, I'm explaining. You have to stop talking, though, or I can't explain.
explain. Just Andrew, hang on.
Oh, no. Chill out.
Okay.
One at a
So,
time.
Andrew, just have a very simple question, then
Uh-huh.
you can go on whatever you want to say. Can you explain to me how, whether China wants to invade Taiwan because of microchips or because of imperialism, how that's related to whether Trump is pro-worker?
Okay. Well, first of all, if it wasn't, then why in the world did you say the real reason that they want to invade Taiwan is X if it had nothing to do with the workers, Alex? That's
Because I was
hang on.
responding to what you
Yeah,
said.
and what was my claim? My claim is that China is a potential enemy who wants to invade American assets.
Yes, and
You said, but wait a second, you're right, they do. And I went, great. And then you said, but the reason is because of microchips. And it's like, no, they wanted all of this area. Hang on, Alex, they wanted all of this area long before the microchip even fucking existed. So you don't even know what you're talking about. You have no clue what you're even talking about. That's one. And then two, yes, how does it affect the American worker? Well, this is pretty important, right? It's pretty important because I think that potential enemies, right, who want to invade American assets anywhere in the world, we probably shouldn't allow them to run giant surpluses against our country. That's a really bad fucking idea in trade, especially when we can take the economic hit and cripple them so that in 20 years, I don't have to watch your grandkids go off to war to fight them.
Okay, just because we do tariffs are going to prevent us from going to war in China. We don't need to go to war in China. Okay. Anyway,
well, that's a nice declarative statement.
Okay.
Do you know that the military war colleges, the number one thing that they prep for is war with China?
Why you keep trying to get this off topic so much?
It's not off topic. This is part of the topic.
Can we just engage?
You realize that there's reasons why there's policies, right? There's reasons why we make policy.
Whether Trump is pro-worker, I want to.
Yeah, this is part of whether or not he's pro-worker, bro.
Can I respond to your tariffs argument, or do you not?
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So what you're saying is that, correct me if I'm not steelmanning your position correctly, is that tariffs, while short-term may be bad for American workers, are long-term necessary for American workers.
Well, I don't even know. Well, it depends on what we mean by short-term, right, and what we mean by long-term. So if we're saying short-term is like, I would say short-term for economics is something like 10 years. That's a short-term impact. That a long-term impact would be something like, 20, 30, 40 years, something like that. But this is arbitrary, right? I'm not giving you like a legitimate system here. But when you say like short-term, will it affect workers? If you're talking about, within the first few years of the trade war, sure. Yeah, any economic policy short-term that has a negating effect on economic, your ability to buy shit for cheaper or the amount that you have to pay in taxes, whether or not it's for a noble cause or not, is going to have some impact on your worker. But that doesn't mean that the policy itself is against the worker. There could be good reasons why people have to suffer the pain or the hit of some type of economic output or trade deficit or whatever the case may be. In this case, they suffer the hit because you have potential enemies and you want to cripple their economy. I don't see how that would be anti-worker. How's that anti-worker?
Yeah. Okay. So let me engage with why tariffs are bad. Last time Trump did, this is just a fact. Last time Trump did tariffs on China, there was absolutely no benefit to U.S. companies. That's just a fact. There was not an increase in opening more manufacturing.
What was the benefit to Chinese companies, though?
It wasn't good for Chinese companies
right.
either. But we're talking about American workers. We're not talking
Wait, I just want to make sure we got this right. Hang on. There was no benefit to Chinese workers either, right? And it hurt. And it hurt. Hang on. I just want to make sure it did hurt. It did hurt Chinese industry. Correct? That is correct, right?
I don't know about that, but I'll just grant you that.
Okay, great. Okay, go ahead.
I just wait. We're talking about whether this was beneficial to U.S. workers.
Yes.
How does it, if it hurt U.S. workers, but also hurt China? How is that? How does that counteract the point?
Because I assume that the same U.S. worker who's working in the steel factory right now also wants to be working in the steel factory in 10 years, Alex. But that's why. That's why it's beneficial. So the thing is like, it's beneficial to everybody. I assume everybody.
No, it's not.
I assume everybody who's inside of their job likes it so much that they'd like to stay in that job for the next 10 years or 20 years or whatever it is. So the thing is like you saying, well, wait a second, Andrew, wait a second. It makes no sense. It could hurt the American worker right this second. It's like, okay, but what's the trade-off? The trade-off is we could outsource your entire fucking industry, and that may indeed happen if we don't cripple this economic competitor. Which thing do you think that American workers would prefer? That they take a little bit of pain on having the prices go up on consumable goods that for the most part they don't even fucking need, or that they have their jobs intact for the foregone future 20, 30 years down the road? I can tell you which one I think that they would prefer.
Well, 200,000 people lost their manufacturing jobs under Trump.
That had nothing to do with tariffs. Nothing to do with tariffs.
Yeah,
Can you tell me how that had? Well, so then why are you bringing that up? Had nothing to do with tariffs, Alex.
Then if Trump doing tariffs on China, then wouldn't we see some kind of increase in manufacturing jobs? Like, why is it that at the same time that you're saying, or just let me clarify this, are you saying that Trump doing tariffs on China benefited American people? Or
Yes.
Are you saying it didn't benefit?
Yes.
Okay.
Anything. So I'll explain how. Again, I'll explain how. Our economy is so robust and so ridiculously rich that even if prices increased to the average American on some goods, it wouldn't even be all goods. It would be specific industries. Okay.
Well,
even
Trump
if
wants to do across the board tax.
Yeah, okay, that was hyperbole. No, it will not be. It will not be. And here's the thing. You can't show me a single policy Trump's ever had where he did tariffs on every good. That's one. And two, that's not even plausible. So the thing is like, but even granting that, okay, the idea here is simple. If you want the American worker to flourish, the way that the American worker is going to flourish is to make sure that they have industry in the future for their jobs. So if our economy can take the hit of a trade war, China's cannot. If you sustain a long-term trade war with Chinese industry, right, it's just a matter of time before they buckle. How do I know this? We can look at things like the Soviet Union. We can look at trade wars of the past, which lasted decades, and we won, and their economy crippled. It completely crippled. And in this way, you incentivize American manufacturing to stay, and you incentivize other nations not to fuck with our economy, because if you do, we, who are the largest access, richest market on planet Earth, are going to fuck your goods up. We're going to make sure that your goods prices are on level with American goods prices and cripple your economy. Now, this might take a while. This might take 5, 6, 7, 8 years. It might take 10 years. But overall, it's good for the United States, good for my children, it's good for my children's children. I assume they're all going to be workers, Alex.
Well, let me explain to you why you're wrong about that.
Oh, I can't wait to hear it.
Okay, well, yeah, just hopefully you can let me finish. So just want to establish this. Last time Trump did tariffs in China, it was, I don't know how many years, a few years, but there was absolutely no benefit to U.S. companies. Let's just get that out of the way. Now, why exactly are tariffs not going to be good for your children? Because when you tariff a country, they tariff you back, which makes your exports a lot less competitive. And when your exports are a lot less competitive, then those companies that employ your children, if they're not selling as many exports, then your children are going to lose their jobs, right? Because companies are there to make a profit. And if now they're selling 40% less exports, then they need, less people, right? Because they're just not able to sell as much because that country has tariffed American goods, right, and made it a lot less competitive in that marketplace. Second of all, it will also raise prices on the average American for as long as the tariff is in place, because those costs are often passed down to consumers. Here's a quote from, I think, a researcher. It is estimated the type of tariffs that Trump talks about are projected to increase household expenses by approximately $2,600 annually. The problem is that when you increase taxes on the middle class, or you increase the middle, that's like if there's inflation, right, or there's something that punishes the middle class, because the rich doesn't care. The rich don't care. Have to pay 10-20% more, it's not going to affect their profitability at all. It's not going to affect their thing. So if the average American has to pay 10-20% more, they're going to spend less. They're going to buy less shit, which is also at the same time going to slow down production because there's just not that demand. That is the issue.
Yeah, I know, but I just addressed the issue, so you're just looping, but I'll address it again,
Well,
right?
just
So that you understand, okay? Yes, Alex, it will be a negligible increase on goods, right? Some goods more than other goods, right? The industry specific thing especially, okay?
wait, why is it negligible?
Why is that necessary? It's necessary to protect our industry, one. It's also necessary to cripple dude, I didn't interrupt you once. I let you go through the whole spiel.
Go ahead.
Okay. So anyway, uh, so what's going on here is this. Either A, you're going to draw revenue from our corporate interests, okay, by taxing the bejesus out of them, which you agree with me is going to incentivize them offshoring anyway. That's one of the ways that you can raise revenue. That's the way that the Biden, Harris, Obama kind of model always was. It's just like go out and tax rich people because somehow that's going to solve problems. The trade deficits are still going to be there. It's still going to be a problem, which is intergenerational. What you're talking about is the worker right now. Is the worker right now going to have to deal with slightly higher prices due to tariffs? The answer is yes, right? But so what? The whole point of the protectionist tariff is so that those jobs stay here domestically and we can incentivize jobs to come back. The way that we do that is by crippling the economy of our economic adversaries. And when you have the largest economy, when you have the most robust one in the entirety of planet Earth, you can afford to take those hits and they can't. Every single time China takes the pain, they can afford it less than we can. So the idea here is, how do you win? You win by doing that. And yes, it takes many years, but the thing is like, ultimately, that's what's good for the worker. And unfortunately, we have to do this because due to the free trade agreements that we had all over planet Earth, we allowed other countries to steal our industry away from us. We just gave it to them. We never fought any war. We just let them take it. And that's insanity, right? And so, yeah, we have to correct this problem. It was many years in the making. It will be many years in the fixing. But how that doesn't benefit the worker, I have no idea. Your plan, all it does is say, okay, we're just going to go tax rich people and tax corporations, right? It's just business as usual. But it does not offset any of these trade deficits or surpluses, and it does nothing at all to correct for that. And it does nothing at all to help us and future generations deal with the fact that America's economic prowess will be overtaken and is projected to be overtaken by China. And we're not doing anything about that. And that's fucking insane. It's insane.
Yeah, you're missing my point. Okay, let's just go one by one. Do you agree that when you tariff a country like China, they tariff you back? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, it's not a necessary entailment, but I would agree that generally they would do that. Yes.
If a country tariffs you, doesn't that mean that you're probably going to wind up exporting less products to them because your products are going to be less competitive? So therefore you're going to have less demand?
No, it depends on what industry.
Okay.
So like things like food, no. Things like steel, maybe. It depends on what the industry is that we have going. So, for instance, the United States is a huge exporter of food, right? And this is because the entire Pacific coast is perfect for growing food. Like California, so I think it supplies something like 70% of the entirety of all of the produce for the United States. We export tons and tons of food, right? We also import quite a bit of food because we like luxury items like paprika and shit like that we don't really do much with domestically. But other countries who may rely on us as a food source, they're not just going to stop paying to have food come in because people will starve, right? So it depends on the industry and what you're talking about specifically. But the point of the trade war is that there's specific industries that you can target. So it's not going to be like every price of every good is going to shoot through the roof. In this case, let's say it's just the steel market. Yes. If you had a trade war on steel, you're going to see the price of steel go up in the United States. Now, this could also be good for scrapping, recycling, things like this. There's some positive aspects to this as well. But yeah, the price of it will go up. And yes, that can cause an export war as well. But that's the whole point. The whole point is to make sure that the market that they want to enter is just as costly, okay, as it is for you because they have control of the industry. That's the whole point of it. So these would only be industry specific for the ones that you want to pull back in. And some of them are going to be way less painful than other ones.
So I'll grant you, if you have an industry where America is the only one that produces this product or good, then they're going to have to buy it anyway because you're the only one who does it. But the majority of things, I think other countries produce as well. So most things, there's competition for. There's Brazil producing it. There's
Yeah,
China
sure, but that
producing
doesn't
it.
mean that the prices are like so offset. So maybe let's say Brazil produces some product that we produce, and it's like a 3% distinction or a 1% or 2% distinction. It's like it's not enough to worry about, right? That's not gonna hurt the market. It's when you could say, okay, this steel beam right now, the United States can produce it for $200 and China can produce it for $20, right? That's a big problem, especially if we need the steel industry to be inside of the United States. And the reason we would need it there is for things like battleships, skyscrapers, military industry, things like this for the protection of the nation. It's super important that we have control of that industry. So it would be in our national interest to do so, even at the expense, short term, of the worker. It'll actually create way more jobs long term. The entire history of the United States is based around this model. All of our money came in from tariffs, all of it. And it did protect industries. So, like, I don't even know what you're arguing here. Like, progressives do this all the time. That you have tariffs right this second because of this. Literally, you have tariffs right now because of this very principle. So
if we're talking about an industry that is competitive, where there's other people who are selling similar goods or the same goods and products, right?
Yeah.
And let's just take China. And let's say China, because we put tariffs on them, puts a 20% tariff on this good or product, right? Then we become less competitive. Do we not? Am I wrong about anything I said?
You become less competitive with other markets, you mean?
You become less competitive compared to other countries.
Oh, I see.
Now our shit costs 20% more.
Right. Yeah. So that would be literally the entailment of a trade war. So, but the idea is like, if you entered into a trade war with China and you were like Chile, right? You're gonna get trounced. You're gonna get devastated because they don't need access to your market, right? The Chinese need access to our market. Do you understand the difference? So the thing is like, yes, it is true that on your export side, right? And by the way, you're not exporting every other country. You're only putting the tariff on Chinese goods coming into your nation. Doesn't mean and by the way, your exports also, you can adjust to compete with Chinese exports. But what you're doing, what hurts them is the barring from your ginormous market. That's what the goal is like you now cut off a significant portion of their market. It's kind of like what Microsoft does with Sony. They just don't want them to have the market share. They want to keep them here while they stay up here, and they don't want that market share because if they were to get it, let's say Sony got this market share, now they have a lot more money to compete with Microsoft on other things that are important to Microsoft. Do you see what I'm saying? So they're like, no, we don't want you to have this market share. We'll lose money on this every single year just to keep you here. That's what a trade war is. United States companies do it all the time, nonstop. Walmart has done this since the inception of that's Walmart's entire idea. Any local company, which when Walmart researchers come in, they look at any local company that they do counter research and they go, if we take a loss on this product, who gives a shit? That company's going to go out of business, and that's that, right? So it's part of an accessing market share. Now, once Walmart gets access to the entirety of that market, they don't care anymore, right? Nobody else can compete. That's the end of it. They set the prices. You can do the exact same thing in a trade war with another country.
Well, I think it's very different when you talk about company on company trade war versus a country on country.
What's the difference? It's just it's the same model. Like, what's the difference? What's the difference?
Can I finish my point, please? I'll let you talk. So here's where we're like talking past each other, right? Is that the problem is that if you tariff, if other countries tariff you, your exports become less competitive. If that happens, I don't know if you're disagreeing with that part, but if that happens, if your exports become less competitive, then the American company making those exports now has less business, so they have to fire people. We're talking about.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with any of this.
Okay. So we're talking about is Trump pro worker. So if American companies have to fire people because their exports are selling less, that's not being very pro-worker, especially if those workers now have to pay 20% more for goods. That's not pro-worker. That hurts American workers.
Let's see if we can do this in an analogy. Okay.
Wait, do you agree with what I said?
No, I don't agree, and I'll explain why. So it's super simple. Okay. If I go to a doctor, okay, and the doctor says you need to quit smoking, that's going to negatively affect my psychology. Alex, why does the doctor hate me?
I don't understand.
It's going to negatively affect my psychology, my emotional state. If I don't smoke, is going to be significantly altered. It's going to cause me a significant amount of emotional distress. Why is that doctor no longer pro Andrew? He's no longer pro Andrew, right?
Well, I'm assuming that he probably cares about your physical health more than he cares about your mental health.
So what he's saying is, well, wait a second. Yes, I understand that there's going to be some emotional distress that you're under from this.
No, we're not talking about emotional.
But hang on. The analogy is the same. There's going to be some emotional distress that you're under here. But the thing is that overall, it's going to be better for the health of you. So you need to do this, right? It's like, okay, you can take the same analogy, and yeah, I can make this analogy in a million different ways, but I think you understand it. You just don't know how to respond to it. The analogy is very simple. You can't say that Trump is anti-worker because he's looking at the long-term benefit of all workers of the United States and saying this generation may have to take some pain so that future generations of workers can compete at the global level for the purpose of prosperity. Now, we used to have something called American patriotism and dutyism, and more people would be more likely to be like, yeah, you know what? I'll make the sacrifice now for future generations. We don't have that now. Now it's like, well, you're not pro-worker. It's a rhetorical flourish, but it doesn't really make any sense when you probe it. So here's my question to you back, a very simple question. If you're president of the United States, you, Alex, was, and you were to look at the whole, and you were to say, okay, in 50 years, there's a good possibility that our country's workers are going to be in significant distress because of these massive trade deficits with other nations, right? And because we never did anything to offset that, we're going to get overtaken in various markets and our industry stolen and taken from us. Now, I can cripple this economy now before it gets too big, but my population center is going to have some distress from that, including workers. There's going to be some distress which they have to suffer. Are you saying that if you were to fix it for the future generations, even by putting your population under distress, that would mean you were anti-worker?
I disagree with the premise that tariffs are good.
Yeah, I'm not asking about that. I'm not even asking about tariffs. Here's the scenario. The scenario is you, within your understanding of all of your advisors and everything else, you look at a bunch of economic projections for 30 years down the road, and you see that there's another nation which could easily overpower you in various market shares and can dwarf your economy if you let them get too big. The offset to this is that you could do something about it, but it's going to cause distress for your workforce if you do something about that. Are you saying that if you did and it caused distress to the workforce, that would mean you were anti-worker?
I think it's a complicated question. I think that it depends on how much distress. I think it depends on how much benefit. But no,
how would we quantify? How do you quantify that? How do you quantify that?
What's your question, Andrew? I disagree with the premise that doing tariffs helps American workers long term. So to answer your question, what would I do if I was president?
No. I'm not asking you what you would do if you were president. I asked you about a certain situation, and I'm just looking to see if it's consistent that you would say that, hey, it's not a premise because it's a question. There's not a premise in a question because it's a question. A premise has to do with a formal argument, not a question. So the thing, you can't reject my question as a premise. So that aside, you're not rejecting anything because it's a question. It's a hypothetical. You can't reject. There's no premises. There's no premise one, premise two. It's not a formal argument. Arguments are based on premises. I'm asking you what's called a question. The question is just to test and see if you're consistent. So if you say, well, that would depend, it's like, fine. It would depend on how much it affected the worker versus how much gain. How do you qualify that? How do you quantify that? Other than just subjectively what you think. How do you even quantify if you're trying to secure the future of your nation because you don't want somebody else to dwarf you economically and it's going to cause your workers some pain? You say, well, it could be anti-worker. At what point does it become anti-worker?
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that.
Right.
This was your question. Has nothing to do with my argument. The point I'm making is that I disagree with the underlying idea, whatever you want to call it, that doing tariffs helps American workers long term. That's where we disagree.
How do you know? Okay, so then why do we have tariffs right now under Biden?
Again, it doesn't matter. How does that matter? Why we have?
Because I'm
tariffs on
testing. I'm testing to see the consistency of
Biden
your.
could be the biggest piece of shit.
I agree. But your
Most
position,
ever.
your
Bill has no-
position, Alex. Your position of Alex. I disagree that tariffs help the American worker. Okay, so you're saying that the current tariffs don't help the American worker? Yeah.
I don't see any evidence they help American vote.
Okay, so you would get rid of the Biden tariffs then? Would you just get rid of all tariffs?
I don't know, but again,
You don't
that's
know?
irrelevant. Well, what?
How
I
is
would
it
do
not
if I-
relevant? Listen, when you
what I
make
would do
how
if
do you
I
say
was
how do you say
president-
it's not
Hey,
relevant?
explain to me what I would do if I was president. How that's relevant to whether
I'm not
tariffs
asking you. That wasn't a question about if you were president. You said, here's what Alex said. Alex makes the statement. Listen, tariffs don't help the American worker. Well, then an entailment of that would be that current tariffs hurt the American worker, right? And past tariffs have always hurt the American worker. That would be the entailment of the position. Or maybe you want to amend that and say, listen, Andrew, what I meant to say is some tariffs hurt the American worker. The reason that you don't want to say that, though, is because I'm going to dive into that and we're going to get to the specifics. You're going to find out. The only argument you're going to end up with, Alex, is the reason that we use tariffs right this second, even under Biden's administration or Obama's or any other administration, is because obviously they secure industry to help the worker, right? Like, I don't know how you get around that.
Sure. Can you explain to me how the Trump and/or Biden tariffs help the American workers? Just answer this question, please.
Yeah, because what they do is they offset the potentiality that those industries will be absorbed by other markets and increase that market share of that nation. And if you increase the market share too much of that nation, you can no longer compete with them in any industry, in whatever the specific industry is. That's one. And two, for the purpose of national defense, there's some industries which you need to keep maintained. And three, when you have the largest market on planet Earth for people to access for your goods, you have the power to cripple their economy overnight if you do it correctly. So there's three great incentives for why tariffs are good ideas and always have been, including the reason that we currently have tariffs now. Now, you would have to say that all tariffs hurt the worker. I mean, you can't really believe that all tariffs are just anti-worker because they could raise the price. There's obviously good reasons for tariffs.
I think for every rule, there's an exception. I will grant you the whole thing about national security. I think, yeah, you want certain things to be made in America.
I can't believe that you would want to hurt the American worker for the purpose of the military-industrial complex, Alex. Why would you want the government to have defense of the? Why would you want the government to be able to defend itself properly against other?
I don't know if you're familiar with
here. I'm just going to tell you, Alex. I agree. I'm going to give you the agreement. So here's the agreement. I totally agree with you for the purpose of national security. What I'm telling you is that any industry which is stolen by China needs to be halted for the purpose of national security, regardless of that industry. There's almost no industry which would not benefit the Chinese economy and their military, their own military-industrial complex against the United States. Not a single industry. Anything which goes towards their bottom line that we can stop is for the purpose of national security. So you're just agreeing with me that tariffs are good.
Let's assume, I'm not saying that they're good or bad. I'm saying they're against workers. That's the claim I'm making.
Okay, so national.
Hang on. Can I talk a little bit?
Getting invaded by the Chinese is against the workers.
We're not going to get invaded by the Chinese.
How do you know, Alex?
How do you know we are going to get invaded?
Well, okay, so I can look at a historic standard. We were invaded and attacked. Yeah, we were attacked by the Japanese in World War II. You agree, right?
Yeah.
Do you know that we could have crippled the entire Japanese oil industry overnight if we had chosen to? We could have crippled them. They wouldn't have had it. They would not.
Try to do that,
No. We didn't. The thing is we didn't finish it. If we had, they would not have even had a fleet to begin with. The fact that we saw that they had these mass manufacturing prowess literally overnight, you could have crippled their economy. You could have crippled. We could have crippled many economies. In fact, no, we almost did, not quite. But what I'm telling you is that there's always going to be the idea of war. And if you allow any of your adversaries to become big enough, the idea that they can then challenge you in warfare is a significant issue to national security. So any of these like trade surpluses they have, any manufacturing that they have that your base doesn't have, like if we were to depend on Chinese industry for steel for our warships, how could you say that that's not part of our national security or national defense? How could you say that?
Well, that's not what I'm saying at all. And I don't see how starting a trade war with China is actually going to protect national security. I just disagree with that argument.
Okay, but okay, then Alex,
also, wait, Andrew, let me finish. Let me finish for once.
Okay.
And also, I think that you could tariff the fuck out of China, but there's a whole bunch of other countries they can still sell to. For example, we saw that when we put a lot of we pulled a lot of penalties on Russia after they invaded Ukraine. That they just wound up forming BRICS, and they wound up basically doing a lot more trade with other countries. And now there's a threat of them moving off the dollar. I don't want to detract into that, but that's.
But Alex, don't you think that if you have, let's say you have like 30 other markets that you sell to, but your primary market share, like 50 or 40 or 30% or whatever, let's say in this case 60%, yeah, whatever it is, right? The combination of these other markets, right? If you lose that 25% market share, right, it's a significant blow to your economy for whatever this industry is. And you can take the pain a lot less well than we can. We can take the pain of this.
Who can take the pain? The average American worker?
Yeah, of course, because you're you're securing
some guy.
You're securing their job. You're securing, bro.
He's being fired from his job because this company is manufacturing a lot less exports. Him being fired from his job and then paying 10-20% more.
Okay, so first of all, you're talking about industry. You're talking about industry-specific jobs. Yes, there's going to be some pain for them, but you're also talking about the increases in prices are not even unaffordable in most of these tariffs. They go up negligibly. You're talking like 20, yes, negligibly. And by the way, it incentivizes people domestically to buy products from American nations if the Chinese company can't compete. It's the access to the market share. You're just denying the access to the market share. Yes, the United States, the welfare queen who subsidizes all of its citizens now, right? Subsidizes damn near everybody now. You think that they can't offset a trade war with China? Of course they can. And you can destroy their entire market share. The thing is that globalist progressive elites don't like that. They don't want that because that would make Americans way too rich if they had all of these industries secured that were theirs. They don't like that. They don't like the idea of that. What would happen, Alex, if you had cross-generational wealth and made $250,000 a year as an average worker like you used to? Why? What would happen is control grids would start slipping out. So yeah, the thing is like, yes, it's good for the American worker, absolutely, for you to make sure that you can secure future American industry. It's very good. Yes.
So the average American worker, someone, let's just say, who most Americans live paycheck to paycheck. So let's say some guy who works a manufacturing job at some company and he's living paycheck to paycheck, right? And then he winds up losing that manufacturing job. Or actually, let's not even go there. Let's just say he keeps his manufacturing jobs, but he pays 10 to 20% more for everything. And he's living
that wouldn't be everything.
Trump wants to do tariffs.
No, he doesn't. There's nothing in his economic plan that says he's going to tariff everything. That wouldn't even be possible.
He said that.
You think we're going to tariff Canada? Alex? You think we're gonna tariff Canada for their goods coming in? No. His trade Trump historically did not tariff everything. He tariffed specific industries. When you say people are going to pay 20 to 30% more for everything, this is wild panic mongering. It's not true. There's some industries which get affected because you're crippling the industry of the opposition. You saying that they're going to pay 20 to 30% more for everything is insane. However, I can tell you how that can happen. You can pay if you raise the taxes across the board for every single company in order to raise revenue, right? That will raise the prices of everything by 10 or 20% across the board, let's say, because now that's a uniform, concise tax on all goods, which is hidden to the consumer. Anybody who manufactures anything is paying the same additional tax rate. So yes, they're all going to be paying a much higher percentage for everything in the economy, not via tariffs.
Okay, should we take what Trump says at face value, or just any president?
Well, no, probably not. It depends on if they're being hyperbolic or not.
Well, he has said repeatedly over and over again that I'm going to do all across the board tariffs.
It's hyperbole, dude. When he's saying across the board. So first of all, you do realize that we have access to all of Trump's administration, his future administration, including J.D. Vance, who's talked specifically.
Lying, right?
Okay, so first of all, let's just say that Trump lies about everything he's ever said. That is not making a pro case for how he's anti-worker. That's one. And two.
Well, you want to get into
I'm getting. Okay, I didn't. I just gave you. No, I gave you an example of if Alex thinks all tariffs bad, then current tariffs would be bad. It had nothing to do with Biden specifically. The president's name could be LaFlippadoo, right? And it would the hypothetical would have remained the same. So, but the idea here is just that when you're hyperbolic, right? And by the way, many presidents are hyperbolic about many, many different things. They engage in hyperbole. Trump is one who engages in hyperbole often, but we know what his administration wants to do going forward. They want to do hyper-specific tariffs on industries that we have trade deficits with. So on some goods, the prices are going to go up. That's true. But when you say like 20 or 30% for everything, that's la land, dude.
Well, I never said 30%. I said 10 to 20%.
Yeah, whatever. It's la land. No.
That's exactly what Trump has said many, many times. Do you disagree with this fact that Trump has said this many, many times?
Yeah, I agree that Trump could be hyperbolic, yes.
Okay, not exactly the answer to my question. Do you disagree with the fact
Yes, I think Trump has said this and that Trump was being hyperbolic.
Okay. Sure, that's possible. I'm just taking what he says at face value.
Why? Why? Well, I don't understand. Why is it? Well, how is it that you can detect when I'm being hyperbolic but not Trump? Why do I just assume like, oh, Alex knows Andrew's joking around, he's engaging in hyperbole, right? If I say like all women should just shut the fuck up, it's hyperbole, right? Like that I'm not literally saying all women should shut up.
I know you a lot better than
you see Trump way better than you see me. Yeah, way more than you see me. So the idea here is the same.
How many conversations do you think I've had with Trump?
You don't need to. How many times have you seen him be hyperbolic though? That's my point. And it's like, so what happens is if you want
I'm not sure if he's hyperbolic or not.
You can become you can become a literalist on this. It's fine. I don't really care. Here's the truth. The truth is
I think we should just take what the person says.
Okay, that's great. I don't think you should. I think that's why we have fact checks and everything else. But the idea here, nobody in the United States, which is why, by the way, the guy was elected even via popular vote. Nobody thinks that this guy is going to tariff all goods coming into the United. That wouldn't even make sense. That wouldn't even make sense.
I agree, it doesn't make sense, but Trump does things that don't make sense.
Yeah, whatever. Dude, no, he's not going to tariff all goods. That's insanity. He's going to be focusing. He's going to be focusing on the deficit nations so that we can correct the deficit in trade with these various nations. That's it. By the way, that's traditionally what he did with his tariffs to begin with, right? And by the way, he can't just unilaterally do this. Congress has the power of the purse, just so you know. Doesn't matter. You think that Congress is going to vote to tariff every good that comes into the United States? No.
Congress will do whatever the fuck he wants.
What? Okay. Well, Alex, you want to take like a friendly wager? Just between us, I will bet you right now $1,000 that Trump does not tariff all the goods coming into the United States. I'll bet you he doesn't even tariff 30% of them.
Andrew, I'm agnostic on this. I don't know if he
You're
is
agnostic.
or if he's not.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know if he is or he's not. I can't tell the future. I'm just going off of what he says. But anyway, I feel like we've kind of reached a dead end on the tariffs thing. I do want to fly through some points relatively quickly that we didn't get a chance to get to. And yeah, I guess we're 2 hours and 20 minutes in, so then we can wrap up. So here are just some plain facts. So in addition to under his administration, over 200,000 manufacturing jobs being outsourced, the companies who did the outsourcing were rewarded with huge federal contracts. And here's the fact. The Trump administration awarded an average 2.5x more in contracts to firms that outsourced than those that did not during his term.
Okay.
Is that not anti-worker?
It depends on why it was done.
What could be a reason that it was done that would be per worker?
That it was done for the purposes of national security.
Okay. Assuming it was not done for the purpose of national
I'm not
security.
going to assume that. I want to know. So when you say, so here's the thing. When you talk about a government awarding a contract, right? What do you think governments award contracts for?
It could be anything at all related to the federal supply chain for things that we use. I mean, there's so many things.
And that's all national security, right? All of that's national security. So infrastructure is national security. If the lights go out tomorrow, it's national security. If the roads go down tomorrow, yeah. I don't know if you know this or not, Alex, but if the entire Midwest, if the entire Midwest of the United States, let's say the entire power grid went down, that would be a matter of national security. Yes.
But why? But then that kind of disproves your whole point. Then why would Trump reward the companies? Why would Trump? Why would Trump reward the companies who did the outsourcing then?
Well, because there, like I said, there could be a good reason for this, meaning that you may not be able to replace them with anybody. So let's say you had a private industry which came in and they were able to take the market share away from X amount of other industries for, I don't know, the power grid, let's say. Like PG&E. This is just an example. I'm not saying that this happened. It's just an example of how this could happen. Let's say it's like PG&E or General Electric or something like this. I don't even know if General Electric's involved in the power grid, but assuming they were, just for the sake of the hypothetical, if they had enough of a market share and they were like, well, you either award the contract to us, right, or you don't fucking have anybody else who can keep the power grid up, Alex, wouldn't you award them the contract? And by the way, if you have a company of that size, of course they're going to outsource and have some goods come in, or have companies over to represent them having goods coming into the United States so that they can negotiate in these foreign nations. So, like, it stands to reason. It just depends on why. So you would have to give me the specifics of why, or what the contracts were and why. Like, it doesn't matter just saying, oh, he awarded contracts, more contracts to people who outsourced, some firm that outsourced for some reason. It doesn't really tell us much. So there needs to be some reasoning there.
Tell us that companies that outsource received a better benefit from the federal government. I can pull up the source.
Yeah, but that doesn't. But we don't know why that is. Like, there needs to be a reason why.
The only exception is national security, right?
No, it's not the only exception. There could be other reasons why that makes sense. It just, you're talking about it could be critical infrastructure. That would be national security. It could be food supply. In other words, there may not be anybody else who can domestically produce these products at scale the way the United States government needs them to, and so they get awarded a contract. They may have been the same company which has been awarded the contract for like the last 20 years in a row by every president before Trump, and they have some sort of outsourced firm for the purposes of negotiating with other nations. Like Walmart does this all the time, for instance. They're considered their own country by China, and China negotiates with them like they're their own nation.
So actually, here are the top 100, some of the top 100 federal contract recipients. Boeing, General Electric, Dell, Honeywell, Merck.
Yeah. So that's really funny. So let's go through them. Boeing. So let's talk about Boeing.
China.
Yeah, let's talk about Boeing first, right? Do you think that Boeing, who is the primary manufacturer of airplanes and owns private airports all over the place, this type of thing, That would be critical infrastructure. General Electric would fall under the same. So General Electric is so massive when it comes to national defense contracts. I don't even know who you would replace them with. General Electric makes the circuit boards and all sorts of different things for most of our military apparatuses.
It's not complete. It's not about completely replacing them, but you could, at the very least, not reward them with extra contracts. You could, for example,
Okay,
give
did
less contracts than you would to companies that didn't.
Okay, so let me ask you this: were these the same companies who, under Obama or under Biden, were awarded similar contracts? Did Biden award any of these guys a similar contract? It's not a comparison contrast to Biden. It's just the understanding that these companies could be necessary for national defense. In other words, they're so big that you can't avoid awarding contracts to them. It doesn't mean that you're trying to reward them. You just can't. The federal government has no production value. The government has no factories. The government has no way to produce anything. They rely on private industry.
Yeah. So how is Dell and Merck, which is a pharmaceutical company, how are they necessary to national security?
Well, because Dell computers, I think, are the primary computers which are used in public school systems and public infrastructure companies. So, like, I think government agencies use Dell computers, Dell laptops, Dell everything. Israel makes, I believe, they're the largest manufacturer of processors for Dell. And Dell is the largest distribution center of computers worldwide. I believe that that's the case. So I don't think that you could actually meet the demand for cost-effective laptops and things like this unless you awarded it to that firm. It's very likely.
Absolutely. There's a whole bunch of other manufacturers you could do.
No, it's not that you can't award it to other manufacturers, bro.
Well, then why would you reward them with giving them more?
You're not rewarding them. Try to listen to what I'm saying to you. Okay. If Dell, let's say Dell is the company which supplies all government agencies with laptops, there may not be other companies which are even capable within the the limits of whatever that government agency's budget is of even supplying them with the fucking equipment at the same cost. There's not even an award. You would actually be punishing the worker more by not awarding the contracts, by having now these different national security agencies having to spend more money on their various equipment. Like, what do you mean? Like, you would actually be punishing them more.
What is the evidence that only Dell was able to deliver?
No, what I'm saying to you, I'm not sure if they were or they weren't, but let's pull it up. Let's see. I believe that Dell is the largest distributor of laptop computers in the world. I think that they are. So let's pull that up first, and now we have an infrastructure claim. Now we're talking about an issue which could be national security. Pretty easy.
It doesn't matter.
It does matter. Yeah, it matters.
Okay, just think about this, just like very simply. Do you think, in your opinion, right? Do you think that rewarding companies that outsource their jobs is more pro-worker or anti-worker than rewarding companies that don't outsource their job? Like, don't you think that when you're rewarding companies for outsourcing jobs with government contracts, then they're going to be more likely to outsource?
Okay, so here we go. So we have Lenovo, HP, Dell. So let's see on the Dell contract, right? Okay, yeah. So Dell Technologies provides the critical IT solutions and services to government agencies at all level, including federal, state, and local. So basically all of their systems are intertwined. That's why. So their entire IT department is used at the federal, state, education, public safety. Everything is tied into Dell systems. So how would you replace that exactly, Alex?
You could use one of their competitors who doesn't outsource.
No. Yeah, that would require rebuilding all of that infrastructure. Retraining all of your federal departments, retraining all of your public works departments. That's a massive undertaking, Alex.
Working on a Dell is not different than working on a Lenovo.
No, that's not what I said. I'm not talking about the laptop itself. Listen again. Dell Technologies provides the critical IT solutions and services to the government agencies at all levels, including federal, state, and local, which means all of their interconnected systems revolve around Dell security systems. If that is the case, you're talking about a massive public works revamp. I don't know how much that would cost, but I'm guessing it would cost a hell of a lot more than just awarding them the same contract that you've probably awarded them for the last 20 years, which is why they have the critical infrastructure to begin with.
Yeah, that's just you speculating. There's absolutely no evidence for any
I
of
just
that.
gave you huge evidence. If you have IT, your entire IT infrastructure for the federal, state, local agencies, education agencies, public safety agencies, Dell services include. You have your data center solutions, contracts compliance, federal services, cloud client workspace, cybersecurity solutions. This would require a massive overhaul, Alex. How could it not?
First of all, it doesn't say Dell is used for the infrastructure. It says it's used for IT support.
Yeah, that's critical infrastructure. For public safety, public works, it's critical infrastructure, bro.
Okay. I think we're standstill here. So first of all, just quickly looking this up, Lenovo is one of the most trusted laptop brands for government use, which over 900 state and local agencies and 7 federal agencies using the products. It seems that like actually the most common one is Lenovo, not even Dell. So
No. It's not that it's I'm not talking about the fucking laptop. Okay, the laptop is one component. I'm talking about the infrastructure systems behind it. So like you agree with me that that different companies are going to provide different levels of IT solutions, which could be critical to infrastructure. Like they could use various programs, which all the workforce and staff are equipped to use, and that retraining all the staff may not be cost effective. It may take several years to move away from this infrastructure. Yeah.
Well, it seems like the government right now is using a whole host of laptop companies like Lenovo. Dell is one of them. So you would think that they could probably just reward contracts.
Well, no, you wouldn't think that. So it just depends on what's going on with which federal agency, which state industry. You could have prisons who are involved in this. You could have all sorts of different things. I mean, it's critical IT infrastructure. And the thing is it's also possible, right, that companies like Lenovo and others would have gotten the same exact contract. Maybe their contract just wasn't up for renewal. They were already awarded these contracts through the federal government, and their contract just wasn't up for another 7 years or something. Like the thing is like that easily that could be the case. Now, General Electric is even easier case to make. General Electric is critical for almost all components on weapon systems for the United States. General Electric makes almost all of that. They make the control boards. They make everything.
Can you provide any evidence at all that the government just wasn't able, like they needed Dell and they could not replace them with any other company?
Well, yeah, I just told you, I just gave you a huge amount of evidence that if your entire, or if even, let's just say one infrastructure, let's say it's one critical infrastructure which uses this IT solution, and it's an interconnected IT with a massive support and this and that, and it's an integrated system. Revamping away from that system could cost billions of dollars more than just awarding them the contract. It could cost them way more.
Is there any evidence that it would have cost them way more?
Well, that would, listen, when you're asking me, so what you're asking me right now is to give you specific proofs that, hey, even though it's critical infrastructure, right? Couldn't it have been cheaper, possibly, Andrew, to have gone with this? It's like, maybe, but that would be your burden to bear. I'm just pointing out to you something which is pretty obvious, that if you're going to move away from the idea of revamping, mass infrastructure for some reason, that there could be good, legitimate reasons for that. So you're just showing me a chart and saying, well, Trump gave these companies who also outsource more to, it doesn't mean that he did that because he's playing favorites. It could just be as simple as, we need these component manufacturers for some reason in regards to national security. General Electric, for sure. You wouldn't dispute that with GE, right?
Probably not. So assuming, well,
probably not.
Probably not. So assuming that the contracts that were awarded were in relation to companies whose goods or services have nothing to do with national security, then in that case, would you agree that that's anti-worker?
Maybe it would depend again. So here, let me explain why. So apparently you and I have different definitions of what national security is. I think of the United States as a system, as an enclosed system. All infrastructure is dependent on all other infrastructure, right? There's some infrastructure that if it went down, it would be less painful than others, right? Like if the trains went down, that would be a catastrophe. If truck logistics went down, that would be a catastrophe. There could be like localized infrastructure. Even you yourself have dealt with this. Have they ever been doing road work on a critical piece of infrastructure just in your locality in Miami where you had to take a scenic route and it was a fucking pain in the ass, right? Like it sucked, right?
There's definitely construction. I don't know if it was on critical infrastructure.
Well, it's critical infrastructure, right? I mean, it is, because if you're talking about taking thousands of people and delaying them for up to 20 or 30 minutes, right? That could cause critical problems. Let me explain. It can cause critical problems with ambulance response. It can cause critical response for police response. Critical problems for police response. It can cause critical problems with restoration of basic services like power and water. It causes delays in these things, which potentially can lead to death. That's why when you have infrastructure like that on byways and main stretches, they try to keep those detours within a few minutes. Right? They always try to make, that's why.
Not in Miami, my friend.
Yeah. Well, it depends on where you're at, but they try to. And the reason they try to is because that is critical infrastructure.
Yeah, not in Miami, but okay. Point taken. We've been going on for 2.5 hours. I just want to get through 2 more points. I'm pretty happy with where we're at. The last point. I think these ones are a bit quicker. Do you have like 10, 15 more minutes, Andrew?
Yeah.
Okay. So,
but just remember, so I've been humoring you a lot, right, by just answering every question you ask. But I want this to be reversed after you ask this series, and it's my turn to ask you some, yeah?
Yeah, sure.
And I want you to actually answer them, though, Alex. I don't want you to pivot. Go ahead.
Sure. Are they going to be relevant to the topic?
Yeah, but the problem with you is that you don't understand that everything that I've talked to you about when it comes to being pro-worker has been relevant to the topics. But anyway, go ahead.
I don't know how whether China is going to be invading Taiwan because of chips or because of imperial.
Do you think that would be good for the American worker?
It doesn't matter. Anyway.
Yeah, I think it matters, right? But okay.
Let's get back into this. Okay.
Okay.
So how would you account for the fact that Trump took over $1 million during his 2016 campaign from the predatory payday loan industry? Mm-hmm. And when he took office, there were investigations into several payday loan companies, which were literally charging up to 950% plus other deceptive business practices. And Trump just literally axed all of those investigations.
How did Trump axe them?
He put his who would it be? It would be so there was an investigation going on. Probably either special counsel or it could be one of the government agencies. But yeah, he just had them stop.
Okay. Can you show me the proof that Trump instructed his Department of Justice to drop all investigations into the payday loan industry?
Well, if Trump appointed someone who did that, then wouldn't Trump have some responsibility?
I mean, that doesn't mean, okay. So then if this is the case, right, then that's a different claim. You saying that Trump shut down investigations because he was being paid money by these lobbyists. That's what your actual claim is.
I didn't actually say it was because of that. I'm just.
Then why did you bring it up?
Because I think it's relevant.
How?
Because I think people are free to see whether there's a connection or not.
Yeah.
I'm not saying direct
connection. And the connection is corruption. It's a corrupt connection, right? That's what you're trying to say.
Whether it's corrupt or not is irrelevant. I'm just giving you a fact.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not making any kind of claim
about that. But it's connected how? It's connected because what you're actually trying to say here, and let's see, just don't lie about this, right? What you're trying to say here is the payday loan industry, the lobbying arm of the payday loan industry gave Trump a bunch of money for his campaign, and then when he got into office, he shut down the investigations. That's what you're trying to say, right?
That's what I said, yeah.
Okay, great. Can you show me where Trump instructed his Department of Justice to shut down these investigations?
Well, I don't know if he instructed someone directly,
Oh,
but I do know that
okay.
the people he appointed shut down those investigations.
So
So if the people he appointed are the kind
Mhm.
of people that are going to shut down those investigations, that would be anti-worker.
Yeah, that doesn't mean that has anything to do with Trump or Trump being anti or pro worker. Have to do with some
you
guy in
think-
his administration potentially could be anti or pro worker. So I would just like
Do
the
you think
evidence.
Trump
I would
has
just like
the
the.
responsibility for who he?
I think that
appoints?
I think it's unreasonable to think that Trump is going to know every single thing which is going on with his Department of Justice. That's why you have oversight and you have oversight committees and you have other people who are looking at it until it requires the attention of the president himself. But I would like to see when Trump himself directed his Department of Justice to drop these investigations.
Sure. So if Biden appointed someone to the, let's just say, I don't know, let's say the IRS or whatever the relevant agency is, and that person completely got rid of the ability of churches not to pay income property taxes.
Well, who
right?
in the Trump administration shut him down even?
Yeah, I can pull up the
Yeah,
exact.
let's
article.
pull this up. Let's just look at it real quick.
Sure. Okay, let me share my screen. Okay, here we go. International business done.
Mm-hmm.
So let's go through this. Mid-Clooney's Consumer Financial Protection Bureau quietly closed. Okay, it was a PB investigation to payday lender headquartered in Mulvaney's home state Monday. The company previously donated the former congressman political campaigns, and here's where it relates to Trump. So we just scroll down a little bit. Regardless, he moved into last week. Someone, okay, well, let's say the last progress. The payday has online sold since the president 2007. Nation's largest payday, the payday lending street, trade of the community financial will 2000. Wait, let me see. All payday lenders, was a few $100. Lending interest rate 2014 step 4 out paydays. So rules governing regardless if he has moved any. Oh, I think I have the wrong article. Let me just pull up the different one.
Okay.
Which headquartered payday loan financial bureau. Hang on, I'm gonna pull a different one up. Or is it scheduled to go in place like this? Give me a second.
Did you push it through yet, Alex?
Give me like 1 minute.
Okay.
Fuck, I gotta pay for this newspaper. Okay, let me find a different one.
Mm-hmm. So it looks like a whistleblower inside the CFPB. So this was an Obama era rule, which was rolled back, Alex, from the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Now, I don't know. Obviously I don't know very much about it. Neither do you. But a whistleblower inside the CFPB charged in August of 2019, his bosses had ordered staff economists to rig a study that they downplayed harm to consumers who repeatedly take out payday loans. However, the study itself is not claiming that. He's just saying that it was rigged to claim that. So let me just be ultimate charitable here as I can possibly be. I think that payday loans themselves are hyper predatory. Do I know if Trump himself was in some way involved, or just his White House or his administration rolling back this particular rule for interest caps, right? I have no clue. I would say that that's a bad policy. I would not support such a policy, but I wouldn't say it's good evidence that he's anti-worker. You could make the argument the other direction, for instance, though I myself would actually disagree with this, that that allowing workers to have access to short-term payday loans that have a 2-week back where they're being charged $25, even though it's 500%, can still be better than getting kicked out of your house having that option. Now, I think all loans like this are hyper predatory, and that these agencies or these places should be completely shut down. Whether it's by Biden, Trump, or whoever, I would applaud them for doing that. So, could you say that this is a regulation which hurt the worker? Maybe. You know what I mean? Maybe. But I don't think that it's good evidence that Trump is anti-worker, even if I grant the entire thing. Even if I knew that Trump knew about it, I wouldn't say that it's anti-worker or that his overarching policies are anti-worker.
Well, this would be. I appreciate you being charitable. This would be the one piece of. This would just be one piece of evidence amongst many.
Yeah.
Right. If this alone is true, that wouldn't make Trump anti-worker. But there was like 7 other things that are true. Then that would be.
Yeah.
Just
if there
one piece
were
of
7 other things or 8 other things I agreed with you were true, but you haven't demonstrated any of those things. So, but on this, listen, I'll just grant it. Right. All predatory lending agencies should be shut down. They should be tried for treason. Well, I'm kidding. Okay, that's too much. I'm joking, kind of. I think that predatory lending is one of the worst practices in the United States, and that it should be shut down tomorrow. And that Biden should shut it down. Before he leaves office, he should just shut it down on his way out, and Trump should leave it dead. It's a horrible practice. It's horrific what they do to people to get them inside of these loan loops. I've had to take one out myself when I was much younger. I took out a payday loan. It took me like 6 months to finally get out of that loop. It was a real big pain in the ass. I've seen firsthand that it's hyper predatory, and I've looked at the data on how predatory it is. So yeah, that's something which needs to be addressed. I just don't think that it would demonstrate that Trump is anti-worker.
Yeah, let me be charitable back. I think that I can't provide you any evidence that Trump did it himself. I think he appointed someone that did it. I do think that one of the most important roles of a president is to appoint people into important positions, and I think you're responsible for the people you appoint, and that this person basically acts this investigation into the predatory payday loan
say that
industry.
that all presidents are anti-worker by the metric of even allowing these predatory lending agencies to exist at all. Then by that same metric,
I think it's worse when you actually destroy investigation that was looking into this.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's look, ultimately, I just concede and grant the entirety of it, right? Because it just ultimately doesn't matter, right? So these are predatory loan agencies. They need to just be shut down, period, regardless of the administration.
Okay, I'm glad you granted that point. Let me just move on to the last one.
You just have one more?
Yeah, it won't be long, I don't think. So this is the point I raised in my opening statement, is that Trump has been deeply anti-union. I hope you don't mind me asking, Andrew, but are you personally in a union?
No.
Okay.
I would never join a union.
Okay. So he stacked the NLRB with union-busting corporate lawyers.
Good.
And here are some just like actual policies. Trump administration changed the rules about who qualifies for overtime pay, making more than 8 million workers ineligible and costing them over $1 billion per year in lost wages. Trump made it easier for employers to fire or penalize workers who speak up for better pay and working conditions or exercise the right to strike. Trump threatened to veto legislation that would raise the minimum wage to $15 per hour, which would also help workers, despite promising not to do during his campaign. And in general, he made it harder to form a union. And also, if we just go off more like his personal mindset, He, during a podcast with Elon, he praised Elon for mass firing striking workers, and he himself revealed that he tried to avoid overtime pay. The exact quote is, "I hate to give overtime. I hate it. I shouldn't say this. But I get other people in. I wouldn't pay. I hated it." So, yeah, how would you counter that?
Well, I would say that unions are generally a net bad for society in general. And
What about
union busting is a really old tradition of the government not being held hostage to unions, who often will take these dues in order to fund corrupt officials at the top, who will do things like steal pensions and all sorts of different things. So union funds traditionally have been very corrupt. Union dues have been misallocated, misappropriated. There's very little oversight for it. And you know why there's very little oversight is because the unions themselves lobby that there shouldn't be so much oversight. They lobby the government on the one hand to make sure that there's union protection, and then lobby the government on the other hand to make sure that there's no oversight of what they're doing with the union itself, because it's for workers' rights. Most of the kind of haphazard safety regulations which are put in, some unions are responsible for, but others no, right? We already have an agency which does this called OSHA. OSHA is not, they go in and look at standard safety regulations already. Unions themselves, right, aren't doing anything additional that workers themselves can't bring up anyway. So it's usually just a dues scam. It's usually just a complete dues scam, and that's it. So you saying, well, okay, he didn't raise the federal minimum wage to $15 an hour. Yeah, good. That's a good policy. The thing is that you want entry-level jobs for people to cut their teeth, especially when they're teenagers, things like that. You don't need to set a federal minimum wage to $15 an hour. The market can accommodate for that. You know what I mean? It's not necessary for the federal government to go in and start fucking with these localized economies. $15 an hour could be a lot depending on where you are, and it could be very little depending on where you are too. So when you make a one-size-fits-all policy for how much you pay in the federal minimum wage, you could actually hurt workers. So let's say, for instance, you made a federal minimum wage act where a place was already paying more in minimum wage than what the federal government opts to pay or says that they have to by law. They could actually reduce what they're paying their workers based on the fact that now you have the federal mandate for minimum wage and just come into compliance with it. So no, I'm not a big fan of unionization anyway. And then you have another problem too, which is that unions can usurp the authority of the person who is actually in charge of the business. It's almost a hostile takeover, and this has been done many times as well. So no, I'm not a big fan of unions. Union busting is fine. It's private industry. It's really not your fucking business, right? What private industry is doing with its workers, not your concern.
Okay. True or false? Workers in unions make more money than workers who are not in unions.
Well, wait a second. It is true, but there's a problem with this, which is that oftentimes union workers will be working in their union job for 20 years, right, at a set wage, and then the union will vote to increase wages to that which the guy who's been working there for 20 years has, right, which creates fundamental unfairness in the workforce. Now, the other thing is that unions at scale, compared to the market economy where there's no unions, they don't do very well. They get their asses kicked. Localized plumbers can kick the holy hell out of a local union hall, for instance, and they do all the time. Localized industry can compete. And literally, so what unions do is they say, oh, wait a second, we want rules for everyone in this industry that says you can't take a union job, or you can't come and work on a union dock, or you can't compete with a union dock. And what it does is it takes the industry and monopolizes it. So there's all sorts of problems with unions.
I'm not denying that there's some problems with unions, but okay. So, but you do agree with the fact that while you believe it causes what's it called, unfairness, you do believe that union jobs pay more than non-union jobs, all things being equal.
Well, I don't know if that's the case now. It definitely used to be the case, but no, I don't think, if all things being equal, I'm not sure if that's the case now. That union jobs, it may be in specific trades that's the case, but I don't think across the board that's true. I don't think that just because you're in a union that you're going to get paid more across the board. No.
Okay. When did America have the strongest middle class?
The strongest middle class?
Yeah.
Well, so class tiers, I would say, let me think, and it's in the entirety of its history, or just like the 20th century.
20th century.
Okay, so in the 20th century, I'd say probably the strongest middle class was in the 50s.
Okay. 50s, 60s, 70s, I would say. And during those times, there was very strong unions. Was there not?
Yeah.
Okay. So I don't see how unions, if we take that into account, hurt the middle class. It seems like the time where the middle class was the strongest
Unions
is when we
bank
have
no. Unions bankrupted the entire auto industry of Detroit. That was unionization which did that, because they were demanding these massive wages from the private entities which owned these automotive industries. So what happened in places like Michigan is plants like Delphi completely shut down. They shut down because they couldn't pay these ridiculous wages anymore, or the pensions. So what happens with this scam is these union members pay the dues into a pension fund, but the pension funds were getting accessed outside of going to pensions. And so they were banking on having enough young people come in for the industry to stay, X amount of strong to continue to pay these people's pensions after they worked at the union for 20 years. And it became unfeasible. They couldn't pay out these massive pensions anymore. They couldn't do it. So it actually shut these industries down. And a lot of them sourced out to other nations because they didn't want to pay these massive payments to workers. So no, unions have a big downside as well. It's not all upside. In the beginning, you have some unionization of workers in the 50s. Yeah, I would say that there's a strong middle class, but I would argue that that's because post World War II, we had a lot of things which were going on for us, including a baby boom, a good economy. We had just conquered the entire world. Like, there was a lot of reasons why we had a middle class, is not because of unions.
Okay, so you think unions are completely irrelevant to America having the strongest middle class in the 50s and 60s?
I'm not saying that they're completely irrelevant. I'm saying that ultimately, if you did not have unions in the 50s and 60s, you still would have had a very robust middle class.
Sure, but they played a role. They helped a bit, at least, right?
In some cases, yes. In some cases, they caused more problems. Like unions, it depends on which. It's like, there's some unions. Unions used to be very anti-immigrant labor. Okay, they used to be very anti-immigrant labor, specifically because they were trying to protect their workers from from immigrants coming in and taking those jobs at a lower wage. Like, that was really useful and helpful, right? In fact, early union advocates would advocate an anti-immigration, more isolationist message. But now, no, unions don't do that anymore. Unions instead they're not really there to protect the wages of workers anymore. They're there to collect dues. It's become a scheme, a scam. They're not really protecting wages. Like, protecting wages from what? From what? From business owners saying, "Oh, I'm going to pay you less," which they're allowed to do. Like, don't you think that you have the right to pay your workers whatever the fuck you want? It's your company.
Sure, but I think we're arguing about pro workers, not pro business.
Yeah, but I mean, that is pro worker. It's pro worker if a worker can start a business, right? Like, that is pro worker.
Well, then he's no longer a worker. Like,
you are a worker. You think because you own your business, you're not a worker anymore? Yeah, I think you're still a worker.
So do you think everyone's a worker?
Yeah, like, no. I'm not saying that everybody. I'm not saying everyone's a worker, but I am saying that many people own businesses. Like, if you own a small plumbing business and you have 3 employees, that doesn't mean that your ass isn't getting under sinks every day. Like, you're still a worker. You just happen to be a worker who also employs people. And so it's like, the idea here is that if you're in that situation, there's some states which passed all sorts of crazy ass union laws. Like, if you had more than 10 employees, they could unionize and essentially seize your business from you. Like, this is not good policy at all. And no, I'm not thrilled with unionization by any metric. And you saying, well, there also happen to be a lot of unions with they had a completely different idea of how to do things. Like, for instance, Alex, do you think that it was good in the 50s that unions were anti-immigrant labor?
I have mixed thoughts on that, but generally I would say probably yes.
What about anti-female labor?
No.
No. Okay, right. So wait a second. So the stated union goals then, right? Or maybe a key component that may have made these unions work, which would correlate with, at the robust middle class, you're against those policies to begin with. So the thing is like unions can also have a discriminatory effect in what they advocate for. You got to be really careful with this idea of unionization just being a blanket good and union busting being bad.
Saying they are.
Yeah. So
they are.
no,
I'm
I wouldn't
saying-
say. I don't think that it's anti-worker to bust up unions. No.
I'm saying that I think in general, busting up unions is anti-worker. And let me just get into a specific, and then we can move on to your questions. So don't you think it is anti-worker for the Trump administration changing the rules about who qualifies for overtime pay, making more than 8 million workers ineligible, right? Don't you think that act alone is anti-worker?
No. It depends on what these unions' intentions are. Like, again, you just saying, well, wait a second, it's going to cut all of these guys' pay. It's like, okay, but on the other hand, you're also curtailing unions. You're also curtailing unions from making demands which could bankrupt the places which the workers are working for, which could include X amount of overtime pay being necessary to the security of the worker. You know what I mean? It's like, that's really not for these people to make these determinations on.
Well, the premise of a union is that you have collective bargaining, because if you're just a person by yourself,
you have collective bargaining anyway. You don't need a union for that. You have collective bargaining no matter what, because you can go to every single worker that you have and say, do this or else.
Yeah, except they will fire you for that.
Why can't they fire you in a union? Because the union says you're not allowed to fire us. Because we can hold you hostage against the policies that we want. We're not socialist, Alex. You don't get to collectively bargain against your employer because there's enough of you.
It provides a more equal playing field.
No, it doesn't provide a more equal playing field. They're seizing the means of production. It's pure socialism. What they're doing is saying, we collectively as workers can tell you, the employer, how it is that you need to run your business and in which way it's going to be run.
Want to do that, he can just get new employees.
No, he can't. You can't just fire them. That's what unions do. They set in policies that you can't just fire employees based on the fact that you want to replace your workforce because they're striking. That's what union busting is. Union busting is the idea that you can fire your entire workforce, thus busting up the union, or fire the bad actors in the union that you no longer like to bring other ones in. That's what union busting is, a collectivization of the workers so that they can tell the employer how they have to run X thing.
Well, you're saying, no, it's not about how you have to run X thing. It's
yes,
about,
it is.
Hey, here's the income and here's the working conditions that we would like. Okay.
Wait, what? No. Okay. If you, let's say you're in a plant, okay, that had like 30 workers on a production line putting screws in a pack or something stupid like this, okay, and it was unionized, okay, and they said, well, we're all going to go on strike, and the plant owner's like, okay, you're all fucking fired, right? The union's job is to stop that from happening. The union's job is so that you cannot be fired while you're collectively bargaining for whatever it is that you want. And so what they do is they petition the government to make sure that there's rights for unions where you can't bust them up. You can't be like, and by the way, that ringleader over there, I don't like him, the guy who started all this collective bargaining, so he's fired, right? That's what they do.
Yeah, so interesting you say that, because under Trump's NLRB, he made it easier for employers to fire penalized workers who speak up for better pay and working conditions or exercise the right to strike.
Yeah, so he's busting up unions, yeah.
But you're saying that you can't.
Yes, Alex, I think that you, a business owner, have the right to fire whoever the fuck you want whenever you want to because it's yours. Yes. That's what I think, Alex.
Yeah, I think the problem is that when we saw, before any unions, before we saw any government regulation in terms of this, we saw in the late 1880s and even in the very early 1900s, what we saw is basically people working in complete dog shit conditions. We saw them working 70 hours a week in very dangerous conditions. We saw kids
Alex,
working.
This is a fallacious argument from modernity. So you're making a fallacious argument from modernity. You're saying, okay, the standard at the time did not have the same technology. It didn't have power. power. It didn't have many of the even abilities to protect
It's all
workers.
changed after
Yeah,
unions.
it didn't change. It was changing already
After their protection.
before unions, Alex. Workers could still collectively do things if they wanted to against an employer. What's stopping workers from all quitting their job in the same day? What?
It's just not practical.
Oh, right. So the thing is like,
And as soon as
we,
you start
and by the
going
way,
to other
we
workers,
have
you'll be fine.
we have government oversight already called OSHA and other agencies which go in and look at the safety issues of various employers and things like this, including safety officers, which sometimes if a company's X size, they have to have a safety officer on board. There's all sorts of government regulations for it now. Now, you say unions came in and they made all of that possible. That's a great union talking point. But the truth is technology that made all of that possible, not unions. Unions, all that they've ever tried to do is collectivize workers because they're basically, by the way, the original unions were run by communists, Alex, and socialists. They were run by communists and socialists. Those are the guys like Haas now are the ones saying we need more unions.
I don't really care who originally ran the unions, whether they were socialists, whether they were fucking devil worshippers. It doesn't matter. Just going back to this point, and then we can just move on.
Actually, no, we need to get to Andrew's questions.
Yeah,
for
my
you
questions,
and then, push
please.
the closings.
All right. Do you mind if I take a piss first?
Yeah.
And we'll get into it. I'm gonna do
We
that.
mind, but we mind, but you can do it. It's fine. Totally fine. I'm going to go through a few of the supers while we're waiting on him. So we have 9.99 from Ben. He was so kind to me all the debate. A female moderator. I'm happy to see PWF and Andrew back together. That's from Even Lord. Ben again with the 4.99. Alex looks like Mike Tyson punched a horse. My bad. And I love how the moderator mumbles. It makes for great content. My bad. I will fix that.
My girlfriend just reminded me that it's actually technically my birthday now.
Happy birthday. Now answer some questions of mine, Alex.
I'd be happy to. Just roughly, how long do you think they will take?
Well, it depends on the length of your answers. So let's just keep them concise like I've been trying to do for you. So very quickly to dive into this, Alex, how would you fix a trade deficit problem?
Sure, if I was president.
Mm-hmm.
So there'd probably be a combination of things I would do. I would probably, I think giving universal healthcare would help, because when you do that, then the company no longer has to pay the healthcare costs of the workers, which means that they get to save money, which makes them more competitive, at the very least, according to the economic theory you believe in. I think another way you could do that
Hang on.
is
So point one, you would add universal healthcare.
I think that's one way to go about it.
Okay, so with point one, let me just ask very quickly, are you saying that countries that have universal health care don't run trade deficits?
Not saying that at all.
Does it limit their trade? Does it limit their trade deficit?
I can't speak about
then
other
why
countries.
would you add universal health care how would you demonstrate that universal health care would limit our deficit in trade with another country? I don't even understand that.
Companies have to pay for healthcare for their employees.
Mm-hmm.
True or false? Right. So if companies,
but they still would be.
Well, no, not if you have universal.
How would you pay for it? How would you pay for it?
The government would be paying for it.
And who pays the government?
It's like each person. What do you mean?
Yeah, and who's at the highest tax brackets of those people who are being taxed for universal health care?
Yeah, companies would not be directly paying for the employees' costs.
Okay, yes, hang on. Yes, they would. If you are taxed for healthcare, for universal healthcare, the money has to come to pay for it from somewhere. How can you say it's not going to come from top corporations, top earners, or large corporations, large earners? Of course it is. Where else would it come from?
Well, because you save a lot of money on bureaucratic costs. It's a lot more efficient.
What?
So there's a mafia rule, man. Hang on, let me just answer your
Okay.
There's a middleman called health insurance companies,
Mhm.
and they take a big part of the profits. So when you get rid of them, right, and you just go straight for the source, you don't have health insurance companies. You save a lot of money on bureaucracy. I believe right now.
How would that stop a trade deficit, though?
Well, because if these companies are not having to pay healthcare costs for their employees, if that's not happening, then therefore that they have more money and they could spend that on potentially maybe lowering the pay for their employees. I mean, raising the pay for their employees. I'm sorry, lowering. They would uh, hiring. That's what I mean. Hiring more people, right? So that would boost the American economy, or they could lower the price of their goods because the goods are not as expensive to produce. So the price of the goods could go down because again, the company's not spending that much money, as much money on people, and therefore that would make them more competitive.
But then I would assume that if we were to look at Canada, that we would see that corporations spend less on healthcare for the government to provide it for citizens per capita than the United States does using the privatized system. Is that correct?
Repeat that.
Canada uses universal health care, yeah.
Yeah.
And do you think that their top corporate tax that top corporations and the taxes that they pay are lower and or higher in Canada?
They are hard. They have a completely different tax structure.
And is universal. How much do you think universal health care takes up of their actual budget in Canada?
I have no idea. You just asked me for what I believe would help, and that's what I'm giving you. I don't know exactly how much Canada spends on this.
Gotcha. Okay. So I just want to make sure I get this right. That you think universal health care is going to assist with the deficit, and the reason that you think it's going to assist with the deficit is because it's going to lessen the cost of the employer to provide health care for the employee.
Which ultimately which will allow the owner of the company to price his goods for less because he's not spending as much money on the employer, which would make those goods more competitive at the very least in America.
So then, can I ask you a question, Alex? How come corporate interests aren't lobbying for universal health care if that's going to lessen their costs when it comes to their employees?
Don't have I can speculate.
Speculate.
Okay, sure. I think that the reason that they're probably not doing that is because they don't actually see the trade deficit as like a big issue.
No. You said the reason the deficit would go down because with these other nations is because the corporation themselves, it would be cheaper for them to have universal health care for the employees. Yes?
I didn't say it would be cheaper for them. I said, it would be cheaper for the
Then
corporation.
if it's cheaper for the corporation, why aren't the corporations lobbying for universal health care? Don't they want to have this big tax break?
Well, I think that I think that it would allow them to sell their goods cheaper.
So that would be good. So why wouldn't they? So why aren't they lobbying for universal health care, Alex?
Well, I don't know why corporations are not lobbying for it. I just don't have
If you were, well, I don't understand. If you were a corporation, you had tons of bean counters there, and their entire job all day long was to save the company money, right? Wouldn't you think that if it was going to save this company a bunch of money to have universal health care, that all of them would lobby for that? For instance, we can see McDonald's, they use a form of universal health care because it costs them nothing. And what this form is that they pay just under a threshold where people will then qualify for welfare. And then when they qualify for this welfare, they get free health care, essentially. And McDonald's doesn't have to pay for it, so they keep the jobs part-time, right? Actually, a pretty smart business model. But why is it McDonald's, this giant corporation, can exploit the system, understands it, but other companies, their bean counters can't look at the bottom line and go, well, wait a second, this is really weird. If all of us lobbied at the same exact time to have universal health care, we would likely be able to influence and get it, and then we would be paying way less to our employees. It would be like a big tax break for us. We're going to make more money. Why don't they do that then?
Most likely because corporations think it's just a futile endeavor because they believe that America, especially with the way it is now and how divided it is, will never have universal health care, and they think lobbying for it is just a pure waste of money.
Oh, okay. So corporations, you would think
You're
then.
asking me to speculate why corporations.
Well, I don't understand then. If this
question.
was the case and it was going to cause a massive tax decrease, or the tax burden was going to go down, or was going to save them a lot of money, if you had a corporation, why wouldn't all corporate interests be donating overwhelmingly to Democrats then? If Democrats are the proponents of universal health care, why wouldn't they be doing that? That makes no sense. Why wouldn't they put their money where their interest was, which is what all lobbyists do?
Maybe there's other things that they feel could help them more. Maybe they just think it's completely useless.
Well, wait, if those other things would help them more.
Can I answer your question?
But if those other things would help them more, Alex, right? Then that would mean that other things other than universal health care would help, by your logic, with the deficit more than this.
I never said that this was the primary way that to solve the problem. I just named this. You asked me a question. I was just going to list you 3 or 4 things.
Go
that
quick.
was just one of the reasons. So
okay, now let's go to the second one.
Okay, sure. So the second way that I might work on the trade deficit is probably you could do rebates for certain American products. So, for example, you could have, like, let's say, cars manufactured in the U.S. The federal government could offer like a 4,000 rebate, right? So that would make the product much more competitive, at the very least in the U.S.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just want to make sure I get this clear. Steelman, the position. The government is going to offer rebates on products?
Yeah, on certain products. The government could offer $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 rebate on a certain product, let's say cars. And then if you do that, then it makes the cars, at the very least in America, much more competitive.
Makes sense. Where does the money for the rebate come from?
The same place the money comes from for the massive tax cut that Trump did, which blew up the deficit.
Yeah. Okay. I'm asking you, where does the money come from? Just answer my question, please. The money for the rebate. Where does the money for the rebate that the federal government issues you come from?
You could get some of that money, for example, by eliminating or by raising the taxes for people who offshore their companies.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of it will probably blow up the deficit, but it seems like we're on track to blow up the deficit every year, no matter whether we have a Republican or Democrat.
So it's going to be a tax increase. So you're essentially what you're saying is that the federal government can increase taxes as an incentive for you to buy. Wait, that's so strange. The government's going to raise taxes in order to incentivize the population to buy American. That sounds a lot like a tariff, Alex.
Andrew, when did I say anything about raising taxes?
I'm sorry. How would these rebates get paid for?
Because we have a budget deficit and we probably blow up that deficit even further.
So then wait a second. And where does the federal government get its money to have even a deficit or to have a surplus?
U.S. Treasury bonds. Yeah, that's most of it.
Yeah. Okay. And who are held by who?
They're mostly held by companies. Some held by Americans. Some held by foreign companies.
People hold them. Americans hold them. So the thing is like, look, all of this is just a tax increase that's going to increase. That'll still increase the price of goods. All you're saying here is, so what would be the difference then if Trump says, okay, the steel industry here, we're going to tariff the shit out of China's steel industry, but don't you worry, we'll offer you a rebate. We'll offer you a rebate on the offset. Would you be okay with that?
You tariff the shit out of the Chinese industry.
Yeah, and then you subsidize the companies that are taking a hit. You subsidize those companies taking the hit, right, from the tariff. Would you have any issue with that?
I think that's a lot better of a solution, but the main concern for me at that point becomes that, well, because then you're going to have like the American steel be less competitive.
How would it be less competitive? It's the same solution that you're offering.
I'm not talking about anything about tariffs. I'm trying to answer a question. It becomes less competitive because China puts tariff on it, and therefore, in China, that American steel becomes less competitive compared to fucking Chinese steel, Russian steel, whatever the fuck it is.
But I don't understand. The policy is exactly the same. If you offer a rebate to an American who buys an American product, you're incentivizing them to buy the product because they get a rebate.
No tariff.
Yeah, I understand there's no tariff, but it's the same system. It would be the same system of offsetting whatever the income pain, whatever the pain was. Why couldn't you just offer a corporation the same rebate?
So I think offsetting it makes it better, but I still have a problem with the tariff for the reason that I mentioned.
What?
Did you not hear me?
Just the export aspect of it?
The export aspect of it.
Okay,
yeah.
so what you're saying is subsidies. So, okay, what's your third reason?
Okay, sure. I mean, like how many of these do you want to get into?
Well, you said you had 3 or 4.
Okay, sure. I'm just thinking of these on the fly. The third way that I think that you could deal with a trade deficit is, I think, incentivize American companies to really develop certain goods. I think the high-tech sector is an important one. Microchips, for example, which is I'm a big favor of the CHIPS Act, because when you make it really easy for American companies to open up chips plant, you give them a massive tax incentive for doing that.
Subsidies.
Right? Sure, yeah, for the plant, and then I think that that industry, if America is developing it and they're very competitive in it due to whatever incentives the government gave, then I think that's also a good way to because they could develop a better product, and I think that's a good way to offset.
And then do you have a fourth?
Let's just go with these 3 for now.
Okay, so this is your plan. Alex's plan, or what your plan would be in order to offset deficits with other nations, would be to have our government subsidize our industries in order to keep the incentive for these businesses to stay here. That's your plan. It's all subsidization, meaning you want the government to pay corporate interests to stay here. Yet, at the same time, you seem to be upset with Trump's tax cuts, which were massive subsidies to corporate interests to stay here. How do you reconcile that, Alex?
Well, you're asking me about how I would solve.
Yeah, because you're critical of Trump. You're critical of Trump not being pro-worker. But so everything you just named is a way to subsidize everything you just named is a way to subsidize companies in order to incentivize them to stay here, because then if they stay here, the cost of the goods with the subsidies is going to decrease. Yet Trump did exactly what you're saying. He offered a 30% tax decrease to corporations, a massive fucking subsidy, right? And you have a problem with it.
Well, because under the Trump presidency, we saw 200,000 manufacturing jobs get outsourced.
It's your same policy, Alex. Same policy.
It didn't work.
So your policy wouldn't work?
No, my policy. Well, first of all, I'm not claiming that my policy is like ultra successful. I'm just literally trying to engage in the hypothetical you gave me.
Yeah, well, it wasn't even. Wait, what hypothetical? I asked you a question. Alex is in charge. What would Alex do?
That's not hypothetical. I'm not in charge.
What would Alex? Yeah, that's true. It is a hypothetical. I agree. So the question was, if you were in charge, hypothetically, I agree with that. What would you do to offset deficits? You said, well, what I would do is I would incentivize American companies to lower their product costs by giving rebates to people who bought their more expensive products and subsidize them. I would subsidize the companies themselves by lowering healthcare costs. I would also offer subsidies for them to stay here at a local level. And here's the various subsidies that I would offer. And yet, Trump offered all of these same types of subsidies, just packaged as a massive 30% tax decrease, massive, what you would consider to be like maybe corporate welfare even, at least from your view. Now, I don't even consider this a subsidy, but you would. You would consider the 30% tax decrease to be subsidizing a company, just like if you said you can move here and we won't charge you any localized taxes, that would be a subsidy. So the thing is like your same plan for keeping industry here in the United States is to offer huge amounts of subsidies to corporations. Same exact thing that Trump did. It's just that you don't want to touch tariffs for some reason, which I have no idea how you reconcile this, because you could offer the same rebates, same everything in tariffs, and then it's only industry specific. Like, that seems like a way better plan than trying to do like rebates on all goods manufactured in the United States so that you can be competitive. You can just target the specific goods, right?
Yeah, so I came here to have a debate about whether Trump is pro-work or not. If you want to have a separate debate about what is the best way to address trade deficits, then
Well,
that's
but
the debate
Alex,
we can have.
Alex, it
I
is the
would like
same
to do
debate.
some
I'll
research
explain.
on that
I'll
debate.
explain why my questions are relevant and why it's the same debate. Because if it is the case that Trump is not pro-worker because of the targeting of tariffs, which negligibly or raise the price on goods. Let's just say not even negligibly. They raise the price on goods. Okay. You're saying under an Alex administration that, well, still to address a deficit, you're going to have to raise the price on goods by raising taxes. But the only way that you can offset that is with and to incentivize your companies to stay is with subsidies. The same thing that Trump did. And so
I
the
never
thing,
said anything about raising taxes.
how could you offer massive corporate welfare, not raise taxes for these things?
Well, did Biden raise taxes?
Yes.
On what? On people or just on a corporation?
He's going to, first of all, they're going to let, or the plan was to let the Trump tax, it's to let them expire. That's a massive tax increase.
Yes, but that didn't happen.
It would have happened if he had gotten a second term.
Yeah, you can spend more money than you have. You can get more treasury bonds, right? Because right now we have our own sovereign currency, and still the U.S. dollar is the strongest dollar. So you can absolutely 100% you can secure more money through treasury bonds, and you can, for example,
how much money do you think you can secure in a treasury bond?
It doesn't matter.
It does matter.
I have no idea. That's not a claim I'm making.
Yes, it is. You said you can secure more money in a treasury bond. And then I asked you, well, how much can you secure in a treasury bond? And you said, I don't know.
Do you not think that the president and Congress can blow up the deficit without raising taxes?
Yeah, of course. In fact, they can blow up the debt. Yeah, sure. But nobody's disputing whether or not you can do deficit spending without raising taxes. I'm just saying, the whole thing we're trying to address here is the deficit. And I don't understand how you would address that and make it a surplus, a trade surplus with another nation by...
Now you're just changing it. You're completely changing it.
No, I'm talking about the deficit, the trade deficit with other nations. That's what we're talking about.
Which is
I don't understand
than the budget deficit.
I wasn't talking about the budget deficit ever.
Okay, so then why were you asking me about raising taxes?
Because I don't understand. I still don't. I don't understand this concept. Alex's problem is higher price of goods from the tariffs. Bad for worker, right? However, Alex also concedes that if we raise corporate taxes, there's going to be an increased price in goods as well, because they're going to pass on, whatever their offset is to the consumer. It's like a hidden tax. So you agree with that too. So the idea here is, since the only way that the government can raise revenue is either through corporations or tariffs or, private citizens, this kind of thing, that's the only way they can raise revenue. So when I ask you, how would you deal with a trade deficit? That's what I asked you, not the nation's deficit, but the trade deficit, meaning this country over here, right? They get way more for us than we do from them. So they have a surplus, right? And we have a deficit with them. That's the point, right? So I'm talking about those, okay? I'm talking about the deficit with other nations.
This is a fun fact. Under Trump, we saw the largest trade deficit. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, the deficit increased. Yes, that is the case, but it was already increasing. So the thing is like, and it's going to continue to increase. So ultimately, what I'm saying to you is how do you address that? How do you address a trade deficit with a country where they have the surplus and you don't, absent a tariff? How?
Well, so you need to make American goods more competitive with foreign goods, right?
How?
So one of the ways, like I said, one of the ways you would do that is you would provide a rebate on some of those goods. That would make them more competitive.
Subsidy.
So, for example, Sure, a subsidy. Yeah, a subsidy, rebate, whatever you want to call it. So, for
Okay.
example, if China is able to manufacture cars for $15,000,
Mhm.
right, and then America is able to manufacture cars for $18,000, right, without a tariff, if you give a tax rebate or whatever tax subsidy on American cars for $4,000, now at least domestically, American cars become a better deal. That's one
Okay.
of the ways.
Okay. So, so to get this right, what you would do as an incentive is, to levy the playing field, is you would offer a rebate to offset the goods which are imported. So, okay, wait a
It's one
second.
of the things you
Yeah,
could
yeah.
do.
But that's that's what a tariff does, Alex. It creates a tax. It creates a tax right there, which offsets that. That's the whole point of it. Now that would increase the amount of money which is spent by the average person on that good. That's true. But so offering people a rebate on goods also will increase ultimately the amount of money that people have to spend on these goods, because the government doesn't have free money it can give you. It has to tax it and spend it.
You just acknowledge the fact that the government can absolutely spend more money without raising taxes.
Yes, but
Okay,
but ultimately, listen, when you borrow, what do you think happens when you borrow a lot of money? Do you think that the money's value goes up? Does the money's value go up, or the money's value go down? If there's more money,
it works differently because we print our own money.
yes. So if we print,
oh,
bro, if we print a lot of money in a year and printed less money the year before, does the value of the money increase or decrease?
Well, that's another issue you run into, which is inflation.
Yeah. So what you're talking about here, you're just saying, well, just print more money, right? And who cares about?
That's not what I'm saying. Once again, not what I'm saying.
Okay. Well, then how would you pay for these rebates?
There's multiple ways you can do it. I think one of the ways is you could just cut spending. You could spend
cut spending
less
where?
Okay.
Sure. Cut spending where? On subsidies?
You could cut spending on the what's it called, on the Pentagon, which fails every single audit ever. You could cut spending on, for example, let's see, you could cut spending on just like donating, giving money to other countries. You could cut spending.
That's a subsidy.
You could cut spending. Yes, certain subsidies are bad. I'm not denying. You could cut subsidies on oil companies. You could cut subsidies on big agricultural companies. Like, I think for some things you should probably remove.
Well, but if you cut subsidies, if you cut a subsidy on an oil company, you're going to increase the price of oil too. That doesn't sound very pro worker. So the thing is like everything that you're talking about here, right? You're just saying, we'll rob Peter to pay Paul. So you're saying none of this, the government has no money to give anybody that it doesn't first take from people. It can't. It can't. It has nothing. It has no money.
Do you take from like average workers, or do you take from like the ultra rich? Right. That's the question. Like, for example, here's one. You could do inheritance tax, right? Like right now, inheritance tax is dog shit, right? You could do a bit more of inheritance.
That would be raising taxes, Alex. Like I said.
Not on workers.
Yeah, but you didn't say on workers. You said we could do this without raising taxes. Like, unless you eliminate, unless you either dive into subsidies, right, or you raise taxes, then here's what happens. The rebate that you're offering still has to be paid for. If it has to be paid for, you're going to have to print money for it. If you print money for it, it's going to be inflation. Inflation's going to hurt the worker. So the thing is that all your rebates are going to hurt the worker. Now, you say the tariff, though, hurts the worker because it raises the price. And it's like you're doing the same thing. All you're doing here is you're still causing the worker pain in order to address the deficit that we have with other nations and their surplus with us when it comes to trade. All of your solutions will still hurt the worker. So the very criticism that you have, this hurts the worker, Andrew, to have a tariff. All solutions Alex has also will hurt the worker to address this. There's no way around addressing this problem without hurting the worker. I'd like to hear one.
Sure. So when you raise spending, right, there's two options you have. You could just print more money, or you could raise more revenue in other ways.
Yeah.
So
taxes. So taxes or inflation.
Okay. I'm not. Yeah, sure. But those are the options. I'm not saying raise taxes on the average worker, but I'm saying that if, for example, if you raise the inheritance tax, right,
that's going to hurt the worker.
Is the average person who's inheriting inheritance, are they a worker?
Yeah, so the average person who's getting an inheritance, if you put in, let's just say you put in something like $1 million inheritance tax, all you're doing is incentivizing the cross-generational wealth to be destroyed. And yes, I do think that people like me work really hard so I can leave my kids behind something. And I'm a fucking worker, and it hurts me a lot if you
Yeah, I think there
if
should
you
be an
if you
exception
attack
for-
if you attack their inheritance.
Yeah, I think there should be an exception for someone like you, like maybe over $10 million. Something extreme.
Yeah, but then you limit the amount of revenue that you can raise versus the rebate. So this is the problem, right? It's like anything. And by the way, that's a tax increase. Again, it's a tax increase. So all you're saying is we're going to increase the inheritance tax. So every solution that you have is to increase taxes. Increasing taxes necessarily affects the worker, no matter what. Like you're in a catch-22 here. And so the very problem you have with Trump.
What do you think a worker is?
I think a worker is somebody who trades their labor for money.
Yeah, someone like who's middle class, maybe upper middle class, right?
No, they can be very rich too.
Okay, well, we're defining worker differently.
No, I don't think we are. Like, you would agree that many people, when they near retirement age, maybe they're 60, 62, they don't retire for another 5 years. Maybe they stay in the same company that they're in. They could have easily a multi-million-dollar nest egg. The United States, for instance, I believe 10% of the population are millionaires this way. I think it's right around there, like 8, 9, 10% are actually millionaires of the population because of their nest egg. They're very much workers, Alex. Like the UPS guys, if you follow the trajectory of just being a UPS worker, you start at 21. By the time you're 59, 55, 56, if you've paid a lot into the system, you're likely gonna as you reach retirement, be a multimillionaire.
You think the average UPS worker is a multimillionaire when they retire?
No, that's not what I said. I said that the United States has a lot of millionaires, like 10%. What I'm saying to you is that if you work, so you have Social Security, right?
It's less than 1%.
And if your house is generally paid off by the time you're retired or close to being paid off, that's a huge asset, right? Which, by the way, when you hand that down, they tax the bejesus out of it. You usually have Roth IRAs. Sometimes you have pensions, things like this. I'm not saying most of them are millionaires. I'm just saying that a lot of people, as they reach retirement age, are pretty well off. Some of them are multimillionaires just going through that pathway. So the idea here is like, when you say to me, well, wait a second, how does this hurt the worker? Yeah, it hurts the worker. Like when you're working your whole life and you're paying into your 401k, Roth IRAs, things like that, you've done everything responsibly. Guys like you then come in and you're like, well, we gotta tax the bejesus out of that for this thing that we want to fund.
Never said you want to tax the bejesus.
But the thing is that if you offer rebates to correct these deficits, right? You're going to be offering up hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars, if not billions. Well, actually billions. It's going to be billions no matter what. It's going to be billions of dollars in these rebates, which are handed out.
$1 billion that we sent to Ukraine and use it for this. I think that would be a much better investment.
Yeah, well, I'm fine with taking the cash away from the Ukraine, but either way, what I'm saying to you is that most of the or all of the things that you're talking about for addressing this are basically hurting workers. The very same metric you're utilizing for why tariffs hurt workers, the very same metric I'm using for why any of your solutions to this deficit in trade is also hurting workers. It's the same by all metrics. There's no way around it, in other words. That's what I'm looking for, is like a way around this. What's the way around it?
Sure. And also, just how long you want to go for, because I do got to wrap up.
Yeah, we can finish here. We're kind of circling a little bit.
Do you guys want to move to closing?
Yeah, we can just do that. That's fine.
All right.
Okay,
Go ahead,
sure.
Alex.
I mean, I was going to answer it, but yeah, okay, that's fine.
Woman, bring me down a pack of smokes, please.
We can't hear you, Andrew.
Yeah, but that's because I wasn't talking to you.
Well, fuck you.
Yeah,
I'm just kidding.
That's fair.
I'm down to continue, by the way. I'm down to continue this conversation like in the future. We can get more into like the questions you have. Yeah, so in conclusion, well, actually, Andrew should go first because I went first last
You're
time.
right. Yeah, and Andrew takes closing. My bad.
Yeah, so as demonstrated in the course of this debate, Alex never actually demonstrated how Trump is in any way anti-worker. Most of the policies he cited, same policies under Biden, for instance. He talks about how, multiple American companies, they got rewarded even though they offshore. But again, we got into critical infrastructure there. He couldn't really demonstrate how that was anti-worker. He cited unions. There's arguments pro and con for whether or not they're pro or anti-worker. And you're talking about any of the pro-worker stuff. He cites tariffs as being one of the kind of robust economic systems that he thinks hurts workers real bad. But then at the same time has to concede that when it comes to corporate taxes, that also hurts workers. And his kind of solution to this, to having a deficit in trade, is to create subsidies. And it's like, okay, but when Trump does subsidies, he gets ruthlessly attacked for it, one, and then two, the left spent, I don't know how many years calling this corporate welfare and subsidies for corporations, them getting a big tax cut. Alex concedes in this debate also trickle-down economics works, even though he rages against it. Says, no, it's just an isolated, let me reform my position. I don't know how many times Alex amended his position here, but I think there was at least 3 or 4 different times in this debate where Alex had to amend his position. So basically at every level, every single argument, and you can't say that I didn't take the defense here. I did the defense the entire time, right? Mostly anyway. And Alex was on the attack, right? So the thing is like, I was fine with that. I have no issues with that. It's just that he just never actually demonstrated how Trump was anti-worker. He cited various policies, and then he couldn't really follow through with them. I couldn't really show us exactly how they affected the worker negatively, or that the counter policy to that wouldn't have been just as negative towards the worker. So, like, all in all, I think when it comes to an economic debate, especially, you can get really lost in the sauce in them, right? So the main thing that happened in this debate, and this is kind of a hard pill to swallow, is that I know what I'm talking about, and Alex really doesn't, which puts him at a huge disadvantage, which is fair, right? But ultimately, he never actually demonstrated how Trump was anti-worker. Now, before people say, well, wait a second, Andrew, wasn't it on you to demonstrate that Trump is pro-worker? Well, actually, both of us coming into this debate, by Alex's request, both took a positive position. Both of us trying to demonstrate that Trump is either anti or pro-worker. And I made various pro-worker arguments for why Trump was pro-worker, the main of which being that he's trying to secure a future, a legacy future, by making sure that our future enemies go bankrupt now so that future workers don't have to deal with this crisis before they can take up this economic share. So that was kind of the crux of my argument. And Alex didn't really disagree. When it came to critical infrastructure, he had to kind of agree that critical infrastructure needs to be maintained, and that when it came to workers and their wages, that basically no matter what, they're going to have to take a bit of a hit on this in order to correct this for the purpose of national security. So I think ultimately Alex just kind of agreed that Trump is pro-worker kind of in every single instance of argument. We went through his entire list, and ultimately he just kind of agreed with me on each point. So I was happy to do the debate, though, you know what I mean? And there's no ill will there, and I appreciate doing it, and I appreciate you coming out, Alex.
Awesome. I'll toss it over to Alex. After that, I will go over supers. You guys are welcome to stay for the open panel after show, but I won't hold you hostage. You're welcome to take off as well. Alex, go ahead to you.
Yeah, I'm just keep it very short and sweet.
This was a super boring
I do not
debate.
and did not agree.
Super
that
boring
Trump is
debate, by the way.
pro-worker.
I have a great feminist debate coming up Sunday.
That Trump policies continue under Biden is completely irrelevant to
not really blood
Trump
sports tonight.
Or not.
This wasn't a
Andrew's main
topic I would
argument, as
normally
he summed
choose.
up in
But
the summary is that through tariffs, long term at least, we're going to help the American worker. I fundamentally disagree with this claim. I do not believe that at all, for the reasons that, number one, is that
they can't all be fucking winners.
Other countries tariff you back, which makes your exports less competitive. Number two, also, is that it causes American prices to go up, and that's going to basically hurt the American worker, especially people who are living paycheck to paycheck. And if they can't buy as much stuff, then that hurts the economy in itself. So I think the cons of tariffs definitely outweigh the benefits. In terms of critical infrastructure, I think that there are better ways to go about I don't know, ensuring that we get our critical infrastructure rather than tariffs. I think one of those could be simply that you just make a law that, like, hey, the American government has to buy all this stuff from American companies. Like, you could do a lot of things with that. So yeah, I think that, I'm not going to repeat my opening
I got to
statements,
take a leak,
but it is a fact that, under
but I
Trump,
want to
we
wait for
outsourced
his
200,000
closing
manufacturing
statement before I
jobs.
do.
Um,
Kind of rude
I
to get up and
did
walk
amend
away.
my position in terms of how many we gained under Biden, but again, Biden was not part of this debate. I was humoring Andrew, and that was just me being good faith. When I looked up the fact, I saw that under Biden, we truly created something about like 250 to 80 manufacturing jobs, which is still a lot better than Trump, or who we lost manufacturing jobs to. I explained how the 2017 tax cut bill incentivized companies to outsource their jobs. I explained how siding with the predatory payday loan industry is not pro worker. Unions, we have a massive disagreement on, so I won't bring it up here. We talked about tariffs for a little bit. There's some things I didn't even get into, like, for example, how Trump repealed protections on tips. This will mean the employees are no longer required to distribute pooled tips to other workers. It estimated that workers will lose $6 billion a year because of this. But anyway, I do very much appreciate
And other workers
both,
who do the
you,
work
Michelle,
are going to
you,
win
Glenn,
big.
and also you, Andrew. I think overall this was probably one of our better faith debates that we've ever done. And
It's
I'm
because the
going down
topic
to
is the topic's just super boring. But I mean, I was fine to enter into
agree to it.
the dullness of the topic. I wanted to patiently wait until you were done with your closing statement because it's rude to get up and walk away. But I really got to take a piss. So
Yeah, it's all good. I do got to wrap up. I'm like hour and a half late, but yeah, thank you guys. Appreciate you.
See you later, Alex. Wow.
Take it
Oh,
easy.
Glenn, you are muted.
I want
Turn
to
on
say
your sound.
happy birthday, Alex, but he's gone.
He's gone.
So
Happy birthday, Alex.
fuck your birthday then. Fuck your birthday. No, I'm kidding.
We kept him way over.
You did a great job.
Thank
Great
you.
job.
Thank you.
Great
I
job.
will be more prepared about showing links. I was not prepared for that, but I knew as soon as I opened up Discord where he was sending me the message, I would have crashed. So
Yeah. No worries. No worries. I mean, you gotta. It just comes with the territory. You learn
mhm.
as you go. You know, you did a
Uh,
great job.
Thank you. Well, let me go through the rest of the super chats. Mods, if you
Yeah,
can pass the
yeah,
links. Um, and
yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and drop the link for anybody who wants to come up. They can wait in the back after you're done with super chats.
okay.
And do all that fun jazz.
All right. Says, thanks for debating, fellas. Chat, please
there we go.
support the stream and hit the like. Definitely. Please do that. And Ben says, credit to Alex. I don't know how he was able to pull the female at his place. Chick have cataracts. Also, Michelle, can you zip up your jacket? Your flat chest is distracting. This is the first time I've ever been called flat chested. And I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were gay. So, again, $5 from Ben. Alex, I got that. I recently in New Orleans faced construction. And then again, if you ever feel useless, just remember Michelle based. Ben again, Nicolias, if you assume she was effectively listening, then you have to prove she is. I'm saying she's useless, which is true because she don't literally nothing. Okay. And then we have him again. Mod so useless here that they can't even ban me. Well, if you're paying us, we won't. So that's how that works. Then we have just helping Glenn's goal for 4 today. That's awesome. Thank you so much for your support. We appreciate you.
Yes, thank you.
And then Eventual Truther with the Windhammers. Dano says, cheer, motherfuckers. Alex playing with pussy says this is great. Don't forget to vote for Glenn, live best stream. Yeah, if you don't know about that, there is like a panel versus streamer awards stream going on tomorrow. Glenn is up for mini awards. Please vote for all of your favorites. A lot of people in our space are up.
I
For
don't know how
awards.
I got on this, but I did. That's cool. So I appreciate it.
Chrono, he's always speaking facts. Glenn smells funky. He needs a good scrubbing. And we would encourage you to check out Grondike Soap. tickle yourself some Grondike tactical soaps. Very helpful if
Shameless
you
plug.
stink like Glenn. Who's cutting off whom, Alex? Because it be your brother and you won't let your opponent speak, goofy ogre. Alex is not an ogre. Great debate and moderator. Thank you so much. Thanks from the Crucible. Not one step back. I really appreciate that. And I do have a lot of love for the Crucible crew.
Absolutely.
Yes. And then that was all
And
that
is
we
that
have
it?
for now. Yep.
Awesome.
And then
Well, anybody, the link that's pinned in the chat, if you guys want to come up, shoot some questions.
Maybe we can still get some blood
Andrew,
sports
if you
going
have
there.
any chats you want to read,
yeah, I had a huge one come in for $400 from Geoff, who just said "W Andrew." Appreciated that. It was very kind of him.
That's an awesome one.
I didn't want to not read that one. I can't simultaneously debate and read the chat at the same time, or read super chats at the same time. So for all the people who are listening, I apologize that I can't get to your super chats. But I think people tend to understand that I just can't do, both things. I can't keep track of both things. So
yeah. So do you have any future debates coming up, Andrew?
yeah, I have one on Sunday against a prolific feminist.
Oh, I think I saw that. I think CHD sent me a screenshot to that.
Yeah, I actually have quite a few. Like, this debate normally would not have even come about, except that Alex had put it up as a prompt because I had come into a panel and asked him a couple questions about a debate he was having. So, you know, I wasn't about to back away from it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But normally I wouldn't do a proposition like, is Trump pro-worker, because it's very vague, and ultimately it has a lot of subjective metrics to it. So I would kind of narrow the prop down quite a bit. But that's kind of where he wanted to go with it, and I was just happy to humor it. Why not?
Yeah, I wish that you guys would have been able to do the one that like caused so much contention, you know, before.
Yeah, that would have been fun.
That would have been a good one. That would have been a real good one. Maybe next time. But you and Donovan are gonna have a chat soon too, right?
Tomorrow.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you did commit to that. That's great. That's awesome. I'm looking forward to that one. That'll be a good conversation. Yeah. If we don't have anybody who wants to come up, we could go ahead and end the stream. Oh, here we go. Vengeful Truther's up here. Nick. What's going on, Nick?
Yeah, how's it going?
Nice hat.
Yeah.
It looks good on your head. Looks good on your head.
Thanks, man. I won it from your show there, so it was good.
Andrew, weren't you just here in Cali not too long ago?
Yeah, not too long ago. I went out for the last couple episodes of whatever.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. I think I was in Chicago when you were in here or here. So
Andrew, I just wanted to say you did awesome, man, as per usual. Came up with good facts and professional as always. I found Alex was super unprofessional, especially getting up and taking off. But I don't know. I think all of his trolls followed into the chat as well. Yeah, quite a busy night there.
Mm-hmm.
Whose trolls did?
I don't know. We just got bombarded with trolls. I think it was they were all pretty much against Alex.
Oh, yeah. Wait, who got bombarded though? Alex or the Crucible?
We did.
Glenn stream here.
Oh,
we did, yeah. There was quite a few.
So, we were pretty busy there in chat.
Oh, it's all good.
Yeah, but you
I mean,
guys
that's
are
half
awesome.
the fun, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, keeps it interesting, right?
Yeah,
definitely does. So, I did a debate with Jake from VOPod on guys using body count or complaining about body count as a cope. Andrew, I think I won. I tried my debate university tactics.
And you think you won it, huh?
I think I won.
I like Jake. I like Jake at VOPod. He's nice. He's a good kid. He's a good kid. He's a good pro-Trump supporter. He's a good kid.
Yes, he is.
But anyway, well, all right, guys, I'm going to get out of here then. I appreciate you hosting the debate, and we'll talk soon, huh?
All right, sounds good, Andrew. Talk to you later.
Andrew.
All right. Shout out to the Crucible for coming up.
I don't even know what I want to fucking hear. I don't even know. There. Something nice and easy.
In the dead of the night, whiskey in my head, I will fight the skank all night. The Irishman is weeping, hearing a haunted tune. Now the time has come for all of us to cool.
Get your rebates, guys. Get your rebates.
Echoing through the hall.
Get your economic rebates, gentlemen. Is verbal combat going?
Lost souls crying out, trapped here with the coon. Midnight fight, you got me in.
Yeah, it just, it's like, you know, a person gets what you're saying. Like, they understand it, and they have the eureka. They're like, oh, fuck, actually, that makes a lot of sense. And then every kind of subsequent argument they have doesn't make any sense. It just becomes very draining, you know what I mean? Just becomes draining. And boring. What am I joining? Verbal combat? Send me the link for verbal combat. I'll chime on. I'll pop on there for a second, see if we can't get the blood pumping a little bit more. You know what I mean?
Midnight fight, got me in there, grip the harlot's devil music playing on a Coomer strip. In these old time evil strumpets, I find my war with every note. I rage against the whore. Harlots, why they move against me? The little holy water, Coomer jamboree. In these old time evil tunes, if I fight all night, every single harlot ballad, Coomers tonight. I'll end the Coomers tonight.
I don't know why he does that. I don't know why he does this, like... I don't know why he does the side mouth thing. I don't know. Well, it's never bad to do debate prep. You'll use it for some other debate some other time, right? So... All right, I got it here. Andrew lost? Yeah, right. A lot of things I'd say about that debate. Boring, shitty, kind of a waste of time. Lost, though? Oh, no. No, that was about as bad of a trouncing as you can really give somebody.
More and then go on and cause more damage, you know, under the radar. So I believe people should be allowed to say what the fuck they want, right? And then held accountable to whatever standards that become of it. I mean, like I say, Wally, I think you're an absolute cunt, right?
No,
I do.
Well,
you're a two-faced, you're a two-faced bastard. You're a two-faced slimy face. You're a two-faced slimy ass bastard, right? But I still love you, right? And I can still tell you that in your face. And then there's nothing wrong with that, Wally. Is it?
Rick, I'm not saying we shouldn't be able to have a system where, like, you can give your honest opinion about me. I can give my honest opinion about you. We can both give our honest
Let's see if there's
opinion
something going on
about
over here.
that shitty pub down the street that never makes the fucking curly fries right, even though it shouldn't be that fucking hard.
Enjoyed watching you live
Do you
first
agree
time.
with me there,
Well, I
Brick?
hope you
That
enjoyed
place
it.
is a piece of shit. Yeah,
I mean,
that place is a piece of shit.
the cheese and pickles, right?
Yeah, that place is a piece of shit. It fucking sucks. And we can agree on that. But there's also other levels where you eventually have to say you reach a threshold where the free speech is not absolute, because what you would
I
consider
want to say
free
it looks like a punch
speech
tours.
could be information that puts the interests
I always
of your
thought not wanting
country
to
in
bring more kids
danger,
in the
your
school
I
world
need
would
an
be a cowardly
example.
excuse,
I
not
need
wanting to
an
bring
example,
more
Wally.
people say
Wally,
that.
I
That's
need
cringe
an
as fuck.
example. I need an example. I keep
cringe.
telling you this. I need you to give me some
Okay,
sort
what
of
if you give
example.
away what if you give away sensitive information that costs the UK a potential very lucrative trade deal? You've now economically harmed your entire
I should have just got drunk in
country
that
by
debate
your
and spurred
freedom
out.
of speech.
Just like
what
bring the.
information am I giving away?
You know, sometimes
Well,
like
this
the
is what
level,
It could be anything. It's
the
a
level around you is
hypothetical,
just like,
Brick. It's a
it's just like
fucking
dull,
hypothetical, my
and
brother.
it's not electric.
But wouldn't this
and you're just
information
kind of like,
have the
nah.
right to economically
I'm not into
harm
this.
your
Wouldn't this
entire
information be able
That's
to
what
get
that
hold
was.
on.
It was just a, I'm just not even into this. It's just not even fun.
To see if anyone wants a solo judge, and then we'll put the poll if no one wants the solo judge.
It's just not even fun.
And we also got another fighter to bring to the stage.
Hey.
Oh, Andrew.
Oh,
Welcome
crap.
to the show.
What's up, guys?
Oh, crap.
What's up, Andrew?
Neighborhood.
Oh, crap.
You ready for that rematch?
God, Dad's
I
here.
just saw him destroy somebody right now, so I'm not looking forward to this.
I'm not defending sucking dick again, Andrew. So you can fuck off. Okay.
But you were so good at it, bro. You were so good at defending it. Like I don't know why you wouldn't defend it again.
I wish this was TikTok and I had a mute button.
All right, chat. You have 2 minutes. Vote for who wins the 1v1. 2 minutes.
Oh man.
Oh fucking.
So what are we talking about tonight, boys?
Well, we should all be voting for me against Mr. Free Speech Absolutist Brick down there, who defends sucking dick as well.
Nah, look.
And we know he wants to really get balls deep in that defense.
But I've done it better than you did, Wally, and ever could do. Right, so get that one.
I would never want to defend sucking dick in my life, Brick. You're absolutely right.
Especially
that
curfews.
He does it. He just doesn't defend it. You know, that's the key.
I mean, it's. I just tweaked. Oh, for fuck's sake! Come on. Wally, look at what you've caused.
Can I know Dad's position on this, Andrew? I think that we shouldn't enact
Dad.
Wait, you don't get to sneak past that, Corinth. You just said I know Dad's position on this. You don't get to walk right by that like it didn't just happen. We all heard it.
I'm gonna just do the Brady Bunch thing the whole time. Just
There's a story.
yes. Hang on. Well, which way? Yes, Corinth. Go ahead.
I just want to know what you think of this argument that it would be bad to enact curfews in high gang activity areas because the Crips are actually a militia that are acting against unjust laws, like not allowed to sell crack on the streets. And that
But
is
are they
defended by the Second Amendment.
regulated
We have a
militia
right to form
or-
a regulated militia. And to have a regulated militia, they just need to fund it. And that's by selling crack.
That's
As long
your
as they're
wait.
regulated by
Who's wait?
the-
What? Wait, hang on. Back up. I just want to make sure I get this right. The argument is that the Crips are a militia who fund their militia against unjust drug laws by selling drugs. Is that
Any resistance
And
and
that means
progress?
the
on
Second Amendment should protect them in this case. They have a right to form a regulated militia.
Well, that would be an unregulated militia.
No, it's regulated. They have like
It is very
top-down
regulated.
enforcement. It's
It
very
is very-
No, that would
It's
still
regulated
that
by the
no
DoD.
no
By the definition,
no
it's not yet.
no, it's not. A regulated militia would be the National Guard. Unregulated militia via the Militia at the Dick Act defines what unregulated militia is. Unregulated militia can still have a top-down hierarchical structure, even a military command structure, but it's not under the dominion of the actual army or of the state, so it's unregulated. The militia would need to be under the supervision of the state. That's why the National Guard acts as a state militia. That the federal government can call them up But they're for the state. They're actually the state's enforcement arm. The state's own
We're meant
private
to
military.
protest the state. That's what the Second
All right,
Amendment
real quick,
wants us to
because
do.
the
We
2
need
minutes
something
is
extra
up
safe.
on the poll. Real quick, sorry. The 2 minutes is up on the poll. We only had 42 votes. Come on, guys.
Damn.
Get votes in on those polls. But 42 votes. Again, it was close. Actually, the exact same percentage as last time. 57% voted that the winner of the 1v1 is Brick. Wally.
Again. Can I say it again? Say again, though.
Tell everybody where to find you and tell everybody why they need to bring you back.
Wicked Wally, wherever fine Wicked Wally usernames are available. You should bring me back because Andrew's not going to be here forever. And look at what you're going to be stuck with without me here. A bunch of fucking babbling retards.
Hey, you asshole.
Plus, Evan, don't even get me started on fucking Evan. You really think he can wrangle the rest of these people? No, this is why you fucking need me here. And of course, you know, Brick wants you to get nuked and have it all be in the name of freedom of speech, and he's perfectly fine with it. Fuck you.
Whoa, Wally, come on. Stop the fucking
doesn't get to
coping,
run
will you?
away with this USA. Fuck off.
That's it. Wally, always a pleasure. Hopefully they bring you back. And until then, my friend.
Fuck.
Another soul added to the safe of souls.
Yeah,
90 if you want to bring him back, chat. You guys know it. You guys did it already. Are you guys going to do it again?
I can only revive you so many
Yeah, the
times,
Dick Act
Wally.
does not limit
Step
the
up your game,
militia
bro.
to just a state
Is
militia.
there a limit? I mean,
What's that?
This Dick Act doesn't limit the only regulated militias have to be a state militia.
I'm taking
The
so
Second
many
Amendment literally
innuendos.
lets us protest against the state.
That's true.
So it's
An unregulated militia could be called in as a regulated militia. That's true.
And the Crips are going to be a regulated militia.
No, that's
It's
where
just
they
not
would be.
under
They would be
I mean, but
unregulated.
they're funded by illegal activity.
So the reason
all militias are an illegal activity if they're like
No,
against the state.
no,
like
you
the
have
Second Amendment's attempting to protect us.
you have
That's what the militias that we are meant to have.
Corinth,
is for.
stop
It's to
spurging.
protest the state.
Yeah, stop spurging.
That's not a spurg.
You're spurging.
Would probably that was a spurg, Andrew.
Yeah. So
Also
anyway,
regulated by the DNC. which is the
anyway, that
federal
would be considered unregulated militia. Who regulates them?
The leaders of the Crips.
Yeah, right. So then they're unregulated. Ghost says he wants Andrew 1v1, huh?
yeah, I want to see that too.
But Andrew,
I'll
how
help
can
on
a
that.
militia led by the U.S. government protest the U.S. government like the Second Amendment wants us to do?
Because the states can do it. The states can protest the federal government. So that's why
So we
that's
can't
why this. Hang on, stop, bro. I'm answering your question. States themselves have their own militia called the National Guard.
And so we can't protest our state's government. That's like something that we're not protected for.
The cities can protest.
Yeah, you can.
the
You
state
can
government.
protest. You can have an armed citizenry,
Yeah, there's
which
different levels.
creates an unregulated militia.
And the local government should
the
have the
Second
most
Amendment
power.
wants us to have.
And the federal government should have the
Evan,
most
you
power.
just got a 3-minute full screen.
God damn it.
This is just
He is
more
sexy.
progressive policy. You
My
want to
wife's
follow
got
a
to come home, okay? This is
1903
not
act,
cool.
not a constitutional act.
That beard
This is just
hot.
progressive Andrew over
Yeah,
here.
I tend to agree that I disagree with what regulated and unregulated in the federal purview is. I do actually disagree with that. I'm just telling you
Show us
what
the George.
I'm just telling you what it is. What they
They're
consider it to
protesting
be.
against these progressive policies because they're the true
I
conservatives.
want a refund.
The Crips want to bring us back to 1776, where they could sell opium legally and form a militia of the people.
Oh shit! Here we go.
Community
Oh,
resistance
1v1.
in progress.
1v1.
Oh damn, Geoff.
Here we go.
Now, if democracy works, everyone will vote Corinth, right?
You gone fucked up,
People that
motherfucker.
want to protect democracy will do
For the
that.
sake of democracy.
Hey, speak. You're muted. You're muted. Speak,
Of
you're
course I am.
Really,
Of
we're
course
gonna
I
do a
am.
meme debate? You want to do a meme debate? Okay, we'll do a meme debate.
Well, it could be a different topic, but yeah, they want to see.
I
All
got a
right.
refund called me. For
Let's
that.
do your meme. Let's do your meme debate, Corinth.
See, You tried to say
I
it
don't
wasn't
think
a
it's the
troll.
name.
You said the same thing I said.
This isn't a
dude.
troll. I think this is just the
I said,
constitutionalist position.
This is just a troll, bro.
This is a constitutionalist position.
Alright,
Principled
we'll
constitutionalism
see.
here.
The chat, with the extra 10 too, we're going to 6 minutes. It is 10 to add on a minute, 60 to solo judge. If we don't get a solo judge, it goes to the poll, and the loser of the poll will lose their soul. Fighters, good luck to both of you. Let's get.
So if we just agree that this like type of regulation is bad, we should agree then they should be allowed to be protected by the Second Amendment.
Yeah, what's Axiom 1
Axiom 1 under what standard?
under our standard?
The Crucible standard. I think that's the Corinth is gay axiom.
Okay, debate
But
over.
also Axiom 2.
No.
think we
Yeah,
should go
I agree
back.
with Axiom 2 and Axiom 1. But if we're going to rely on Axiom 1, then we're good. Debate over. I concede.
Being a constitutionalist, Andrew concedes. I think I'll take that.
Yeah,
That's a full concession.
I'll concede as long as we
That's
agree on
explicitly a
Axiom 1. What is Axiom 1 again before I concede?
Axiom 1 is Corinth is gay.
Okay, there we
But
go.
what's Axiom 3, Andrew?
There is no Axiom 3.
Yes, there is. Tradwife entails sourdough starter.
Oh yeah, that's
You
true.
don't even know your axioms.
That's true. But I mean, as long as we agree on Axiom 1,
He's losing
then
his mind. He's
that's
losing
good.
memory, going senile.
Yeah,
You're getting too old, Grandpa.
that's true. It's true. So
You're not dad anymore. You're grandpa.
So what about so the Bloods act as a counter constitutional gang? Or I'm sorry,
No, they're
counter
just a separate
constitutional militia.
Like all militias don't need to be in line with each other.
And so, if they're fighting each other, how are they fighting the federal government?
They don't necessarily need to fight the federal government. They just need to be able to. Militias don't actively need to be. At
But
war with
I
the
don't
federal
understand.
government.
You can be a Crypt and own a gun.
Yeah, you can be a Crip and own a gun. There are other laws that they're allowed to protest. The only law the Second Amendment doesn't.
Well, what's stopping?
protect it
I don't
isn't just
understand.
itself.
What's stopping them from owning guns and protesting the government?
Oh, there's nothing. The thing that they're stopped from doing is selling opium like the founding fathers intended to do. You're promoting 1890s progressive policies of banning opium trade. You're progressive, Andrew.
Hmm.
Be a true constitutionalist like me.
So do the Crips sell opium?
What's the fucking name change? Yes, they do in the form of crack cocaine.
That's an opioid.
Yes, it is an opioid.
Okay. So you think that Crips should be able to sell crack cocaine in the inner city? Thus,
As a true constitutionalist, yes, I do think so.
okay.
I think that's wrong for the federal government to allow these.
Yeah. What in the
progressive laws.
Constitution? What about the 10th Amendment?
What about the 10th Amendment? I'm not
What does
seeing
the 10th
relevance.
Amendment state?
I believe it's the Constitution is allowed to be updated and changed.
No, the 10th Amendment says that any rights which do not go to the federal government go to the states prospectively. That's the 10th Amendment. How come you didn't know that, stupid? So anyway,
got it wrong.
so since that is the case,
I thought you fully
can you
conceded.
point
Why are we
can
still
you
going on
point
this?
can you point to a federal law that or a federal constitutional power that says that they're not allowed to create regulation of drugs?
Yeah, the earlier narcotics in the progressive era, which is 1890s, 1920s.
No,
happened.
constitutionally.
Oh, it's not constitutional.
Yeah,
it's
is
a
there if
federal
there's
ban.
no so then
It's a
if
federal ban.
so then if no, but if there's
There are
no
other types of federal
power
bans
if
than
but if there's no power constitutionally, a positive power granted to the federal government that they can add these bans, which is what you're arguing, then that would be left up to the states prospectively or respectively, and they can add those bans.
Yeah, but they didn't. It's the federal bans that happened.
They do have state bans
They have federal bans.
and state bans. So the state of California is able to regulate their own bans when it comes to narcotics. That's a constitutional right that they have. So you are in a constitutional crisis at the moment.
Well, you are allowed to do that, but you're also allowed to protest your state government. I think we agreed on that, right? The state government's like oppressing you. That
Yeah, but that
well-regulated
falls
militias
under
also be allowed to do
under a positive federal right. It's the First Amendment.
it. It falls under the second one. I thought.
No, the Second Amendment is your right to own a gun.
I thought it also included the militia part.
No, that's a preamble. It says a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. So the preamble is saying that the right
There's
of the
no preamble
people.
within the.
It is. There
The
is. Yeah.
preamble is
So
to
I'm
the
gonna. I'll
Constitution,
explain
not
it.
Within the amendment.
Yeah,
It's
so
part of the Second Amendment.
So yeah, here's the Second Amendment, right? A well-regulated militia is necessary to the security of a free state. So it's stating,
agree.
it's stating first and foremost that a well-regulated militia is necessary. But it doesn't state that you need to be in a well-regulated militia in order to own a gun or arms. It's saying that the right of the people and every single other right which is given to the people prospectively is at the individual basis. So this is just saying that individuals can own firearms. So nobody's disputing that they can't own firearms. We've already conceded that that is the case. We're arguing about is whether or not the state can have an enforcement arm which enforces drug policy. Since there's no positive amendment that the feds even can, I would say that they can.
And you can say they can. They should also be allowed to still protest as the well-regulated militia they are. And therefore, we shouldn't enact curfew laws to try and cause other charges to be brought against these people who are in this militia.
Why can't you? I don't understand. Why can't you enact a curfew law? That seems like it's a power which is up to the state prospectively.
Because we want to protect these militias as the intention of the Second Amendment. We are true constitutionalists.
Yeah, but it's up to the state.
You're
which
just supporting progressive.
Yeah, it's up to the
You're
state.
just
No, I'm
progressive.
supporting the Constitution.
Progressive Andrew over
It's
here.
up to the state, Corinth, via the 10th Amendment.
Yeah, and the people are allowed to protest and should be protected.
Nobody's
by
saying that the Crips can't protest.
That's what they're doing. We're saying that we should stop them from this protest and forming this group to protest these laws by creating other laws to unjustly arrest them.
Yeah, there's no violation of your right to protest by having a curfew.
It evidently is, as it's being made to target these individuals and these individuals protesting these laws.
Yeah, but you can't
These super
violate. But
progressive
you
laws.
can't violate other laws, right?
Andrew, why are you progressive? Why are you supporting progressive?
Why are you a
legislation?
so you're like a neo right winger?
I'm a constitutionalist.
Why are you a
sir.
libertarian, Corinth? Why are you a libertarian?
I'm not a libertarian. I'm a
You're a
constitutionalist.
you're a libertarian, bro.
I support the Constitution of the American, the original intent. And the original intent included the right to sell opium and opiates.
Where was that right enshrined in the Constitution?
It was done by not being any bans on it.
Yeah, well, then that would fall to the 10th Amendment. That's the end of the argument.
If it was only a state thing, we have federal bans as well. Those are unjust, and those should be protested.
Perhaps, but that's not the merit of the argument, is whether or not federal
merit of the
bans are
argument-
unjust. The merit of the argument is whether or not the state can enforce regulations. It clearly can.
The state is able to. It's should they be able to enforce these? Should they be adding other ones to create more charges onto these people?
Yeah.
And that's not the case.
It
Even I
is the
believe
case.
Stanley Tukey Williams III was brought on gun charges. That's violating the Second Amendment.
Nobody's talking, but they can own guns
Then why was he arrested on gun charges?
because there's still a proper prescriptive way to own them.
And why should we value this? Where was that in the Constitution?
So
This is an infringement
so
on
since
the right to bear
since
arms.
since inception, you could have your guns taken away from you if you were a criminal.
They weren't taken away because he was a criminal. He was just not allowed to.
Okay, who?
There were no prior
Who
charges
wasn't?
to
Well, who wasn't? I don't know. I don't know this particular case. Fine, this particular case is unjust. I don't fucking know. I don't know anything about the case. You'd have to tell me something that I'm
So the
familiar with.
leader of the group that was they're protesting is the one that got arrested on these charges that we disagree on, and they're continuing to protest these progressive legislations.
Yeah, I'm
Why
not
should we
familiar with the
enact-
case.
Why should we enact curfews to limit them? Why should we create more charges for this?
Yeah, if it's within the prescriptive constitutional bounds of the state, they can add a curfew for the purpose of state security.
They could, but should they? We're
Yeah.
doing an.
Yeah.
Why should they? Why should they limit these
Because
protesters? from
because this
protesting
is
the progressive
because
legislation
it's
that you support?
it's an organized criminal gang.
And anything protesting the federal government's law would be a criminal gang. They're protesting the law of the land.
Nope, they wouldn't be a criminal gang. That would fall under First Amendment activity.
And it would still be criminal as they're violating laws.
No, it wouldn't be criminal
Why would that not be criminal?
because they set the precedent for the laws.
So who sets the precedent for the laws?
In
The
this
federal
case,
government?
no. In this case, it would be the state government would set the precedent if it's a power not prescribed to the feds.
Okay, so they have the power in this case. They make a law that's unjust, and people are protesting it. They'd be criminal.
Yeah,
by
that's
this
great.
measure.
Yeah, that's
They'd
true.
be criminal.
But let me ask you a question.
They're criminals.
Yeah, so the thing is like you can put in a curfew that falls to the prospective state. They could even call up the militia, the regulated militia, to put down insurrection. That is a constitutional power which is available.
Insurrection?
Yeah.
What a fucking liberal this guy
Or
is.
to put down acts of rebellion. And if the state considers
Progressive
this,
Andrew
yeah,
over
if the
here.
state considers this to be an act of rebellion, it's well within their constitutional purview. So if we're talking about constitutional rights, the state is well within its constitutional purview to do this.
What a progressive. Not only are you bringing up insurrections, You're still going for the progressive legislation. You're trying to limit what the Constitution, the founding fathers intended.
Yeah,
for
great
this
rhetorical flourish, but I thought you were a constitutionalist in your
I am a
troll meme.
constitutionalist. I'm
Okay, so
supporting the Constitution
constitutionally,
as it was written.
yeah, so constitutionally, can states call up their militia in order to put down acts of rebellion, insurrection?
They're able to now. If this is a militia,
And who
they
makes the
shouldn't be doing it.
determination? Who makes the determination that it is an insurrection or rebellion?
Some of those Agrenatrom sniffing liberals we have at the top
Yeah,
right
so
now.
the state itself. So it sounds like the state.
Yeah, the immoral ones.
It
The
sounds
ones we
like
should
the
be
state.
protesting, we should be
So
protecting
it sounds
their
like
right to protest.
constitutionally. It sounds like constitutionally the state's allowed to form the drug policy. After the state forms a drug policy, if for whatever reason you decide that you're going to violate that, they can enforce sanctions, and if you violate those sanctions, then they can call up the militia to put your ass down, right?
They theoretically can do all these things. Now we're talking about should we be
Constitutionally,
defending this
constitutionally, they're allowed to do all of this, so it is
They're
constitutional.
theoretically allowed to.
Yeah.
Now they should
Then
be
it's
also
constitutional.
allowed to protect those gangs that are protecting themselves, and protesting these unjust laws. You've not argued against this, and you've already conceded at the very beginning.
Oh no! It's,
This is
I
all
mean,
downstream of a
could the
full
state
concession by Andrew Wilson.
could the state formulate that the Crips are now an enforcement arm and militia of the state and allowed to peddle drugs? They would be allowed to do that. Yeah.
Yes, they would be allowed
Yeah,
to do that. And
that's
that would be
true.
the good thing that they should be doing.
But the federal
They should be
government,
protecting these
the
militias.
federal government could do that too. They could draft every Crip in the United States and compel them into military service. Why don't they do that?
They can. They are able to. They don't
Yeah.
do it because they're being limited. And
Yeah,
crushed by the
yeah. So they
overwhelming
should be.
force
So
of this
so wait a second.
unjust
So it sounds
government
like
and
it
this
sounds like
tyrannical leadership
it
we
sounds
have
like the
currently.
best way to solve this problem is to have the federal government go ahead and compel every Crip in the United States into pressed military service so that they can utilize them on behalf of the nation. Corinth, that sounds like a
I'm
good
not
plan.
sure how you're getting that ought from all the is claims. Can you tell me how you just solved the is ought gap there?
Yeah, why we? Well, wait. I thought you just said we should make sure that these people have some sort of curfew because we're infringing on their, or don't have a curfew
No,
because
I'm
we're
saying we
infringing on
should
their
not
rights.
be creating this curfew.
Oh well, how did you get through a should?
From the original premise of we should not be.
Yeah,
limiting
but that's an
their
that's
right
an
to
ought
create a
from an is.
militia.
That's an ought from an
No,
is.
that's an ought. The ought is in the amendment.
What's
They
the
ought be
what's
allowed to do
what's
this
the
thing.
ought?
They ought be allowed to form this militia.
Yeah, but that
They
doesn't
ought
say
to be
why
allowed
they
to bear
ought.
arms.
It says that they ought to be allowed to. It doesn't say that they ought to.
Yeah, I agree. They ought be allowed to. Now, creating the law against them, limiting them.
Well,
is
then
making
okay.
them
Well, then
ought
why? So
They
then
ought not.
so if they ought.
You're promoting
Yeah, so if they ought to,
progressive
yeah, so if they,
propaganda.
so wait, Corinth, if they ought to, right? Why not? They can as an ought, right? But
You're
if they,
stuttering more than I do.
yeah, if they ought to, why ought they?
There's no ought that they should.
Oh.
They just ought be allowed to. We defend their
Okay,
rights.
great.
They ought
Well
be allowed
then,
to protest this.
okay, great. Then,
I've never made a claim that they ought to be gang
okay,
members.
well then,
I never made a claim they ought be in
okay,
that militia.
perfect. So the state then
You're just
ought,
conflating
so
after
that,
concession.
yeah, so the
It's a
state
full
ought to be
concession.
able to regulate it, right?
The state ought not be allowed to regulate it. They're allowed to form this. They ought be allowed
Okay, but
to
what
form
about the
this
10th
militia
Amendment?
absent the state.
What about the 10th Amendment, which gives them the ought that they can?
There's no ought that they should be allowed to regulate this militia in this. They ought be allowed to
No, no, no.
protest
The
state,
ought is
actually.
there
It's
that
very
they
clearly
can
they ought
regulate
be allowed
it.
to protest the state in that Second Amendment.
Yeah, so the
They're
ought
not allowed
is
to violate the other amendments.
the
of the 10th
ought
Amendment.
is there. No, they're not allowed to violate the, but they're not violating it.
They are by trying to limit that to only regulated by the government. We want them to protest the government when they enact unjust, tyrannical laws.
Okay.
Progressive Andrew over here fully conceded at the very beginning, and we should not forget that. And then he
That's true,
promoted
but oh,
progressive
hang on.
propaganda.
That is true. I did make a concession based around Axiom 1. That's fair.
You just conceded off rip.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Chad, I'll give you a minute to decide if you're going to solo judge, just in case you're in it behind.
Yeah, don't yell.
We can do a poll.
Well, Doctor, when you have a chance, I just want you to come and see the list because your list
Who's getting yelled at?
when you should just write each individual.
Okay, mommy, calm down.
I told her not to, but she kept going.
But Mom, I don't want to go to bed just yet. I'm still playing out.
I feel for you, man.
Just 5 more minutes, please.
I I just want the world to know today Andrew is a progressive. He defended the progressive ideals.
You say what a progressive.
I am a true
And if it's
constitutionalist.
Okay.
Well,
I
hang
am a
on.
true conservative.
Let me ask. Can I just ask a quick
Get
follow up?
outflanked from the right, Andrew.
Let me ask a quick follow up. Do you think it's more of a progressive or conservative ideal that people have access to drugs?
Evidently, it's conservative because it was the progressives of the 1890s that said we should limit this opium selling.
So, which progressives in the 1890s said that?
It was the ones who enacted the opium bans.
You mean the Whig Party?
Yeah.
That would be the
wow.
that would be the
At the time,
Republicans.
that was
That would be the
liberal.
Republicans, idiot.
They were liberal at the time.
No, they were conservatives at the time.
They were liberal at the time.
No, they weren't.
Even
You
more
fucked up, son.
importantly,
You
relative to the
fucked up, son.
constitutional
You
founding.
fucked up, son.
Andrew, relevant to the constitutional founding, they were progressives. You know Overton windows
Chat.
fixed all the time.
Yeah.
This is more progressive.
You
got
fucked
two
up.
to
You
vote.
fucked up,
Who's your
Corinth.
winner?
Sorry, bro.
Got him on the ropes. Andrew's got him on the
This was
ropes.
during the progressive era. That's like saying today the gay marriage supporting Republicans are still Republicans, and then supporting gay marriage as a conservative policy. This doesn't make any sense.
Well, then
to
that
any reasonable person.
goes against your argument, because if you're just saying that the parties switch sides, then you saying that I'm a liberal
I'm not
then
saying they switch
that would
sides.
mean that I'm a conservative now, right?
But I'm even more conservative. I was even a conservative back in the 1700s. You progressive shill.
Hey, you were alive in the 1700s.
Yes, I was. I take the adrenochrome too.
Got it. Oh, Zempic does some real
Liberal
shit.
Andrew over here.
Is he one of Dean's friends, Andrew? By the way, this current is he one of Dean's lot? You
No.
know, these liberal.
No, he's
TikTok
just spurging out and having a good time.
All right. That's good. That's good to know. At least
kinda
he's not
feel like
being
Corinth is
serious.
trolling tonight. Yeah,
At least he's not being serious.
You know, actually, how he.
Shut up, Corinth.
how
You don't
Corinth
think that
got
the Crips should have guns and sell opium? Just stop. The meme is done, bro. The meme is done.
It's just internal critique. of
Just stop.
Frito's
Just
position.
stop with
We
your
should-
lying.
we should-
Stop.
It's originally an internal critique of Frito's position, who's doing like militia is fine, but like we should just crack down on the gangs.
I mean, but look, in the
That's
spirit
like, you
of the
can't
law,
make this
in the
distinction.
spirit of the law, though, it's against government tyranny. So
Yeah, and the
doesn't it make
shit.
sense
Criminal
that a
tyranny.
militia outside of the government should be constitutional? Yeah.
No, they shouldn't. Be
No, that because then
constitutional.
everything would be
Constitution.
escaping New York. I don't think anybody wants that. That sounds like libertarianism. If it's just everything gets to be everything, right?
I just want to know if
No,
we're
I
allowed
mean
to own
it would be a
cannons.
regulated militia. Like you have to sign like certain paperwork, and like the state would sign off on it, but they don't have to be directly like involved with the militia, right?
Oh, Corinth, you've won. You fucking won, you know.
Hey,
Yeah,
Corinth, I just want to know: are we allowed to own cannons or not? I'm asking for.
The Crips
I'd love
ought
to own
own
one. Can I
nukes.
get one?
The Crips ought own nuclear weapons to protest properly the U.S. government's tyranny.
I'll take it.
Listen, real quick. It has been 2 minutes on the poll. The chat has voted 78 votes. Much better, chat. Much better. All right.
Yeah.
Good job. Thanks to everyone who voted. And 80% has voted that the winner of the 1v1 is Andrew. So, Corinth, tell everybody where they can find you, why they should bring you back.
You can find me at your local Crip gang meeting, leading them in their...
Self-deprecation. W. That was amazing. That was amazing.
You can find me leading them in their protesting of these unjust laws from progressives like Andrew Wilson.
Where's your democracy now, left wing?
By the way,
Well, I'll be
can I
It's
just
funny for a
real
second.
quick before you get rid of Corinth? I just want to ask one more
Yeah.
question.
Yeah.
Did you say that crack is an opioid?
Oh yeah, I was lying.
Yeah, you were lying.
You weren't also lying. You were wrong.
No, I was lying. I was...
Why you always lie?
You so
Fatality.
Another soul added. To
That
the
wasn't
safe of
lying.
gold.
Somebody said.
Misspelled retarded.
Somebody
That
said.
wasn't- that wasn't
Somebody
mine.
said Corinth is usually kicking names and taking ass.
And he's all out of bubble gum.
He's kicking names and taking ass.
He's all a sugar-free bubble gum.
Oh shit, that's too funny.
Fire movie though, by the way.
We actually got some more fighters to join as well. Chris Lestrange, welcome.
What's
up, guys? And Jeff Klein, welcome to the show.
Hello.
Hey.
All right,
Nice
guys.
try,
Well, I'm going to jump off.
Oh, oh.
I'll talk to you guys another time. You have a good night.
You as
Later,
well.
Andrew.
Thank you, Jeff. Bye.
Yeah, Andrew.
What a boring fucking night, dude. I guess they can't all be winners. What a boring fucking night. Can we just wake up a little bit at least? Fucking Dullsville around here tonight. I just think it's a bust. I just think the whole night's a fucking bust. Honestly, I think it's just a fucking. I think it's just a bust. Chat wants a TikTok debate. You guys want a TikTok invasion? Well, too bad. It's 1:30 in the morning, and I'm going to go to sleep, right? I still have a bunch to do before Sunday. This has been a more chill, week or two anyway. I haven't really done very much the last 2 weeks because of the holidays, and I've been just fine with that. So it's been nice to kind of kick back a little bit and relax. I know you guys want an invasion, but I'm not going to do one tonight. Sorry, I'm not doing one tonight. But we will do them next week. There was some dude in the chat earlier who was spurging who was like, Andrew spreads himself too thin, does too many debates. I'm like, dude, just stop. Just chill out, man. Calm the fuck down. Okay? I take comers all the time. Right? I haven't debated with Alex in, I don't know, what, a year and a half, almost 2 years? I don't know. I don't even know. You know, but it was really fucking boring, dude. That was just a really fucking boring debate. It was a slog. It was a fucking slog, dude. Brutal, annoying slog that took hours. Hours. You know? Just takes too long. Keiko says it was. I'm not going to lie. Yeah, it was. It was. But that's okay. You know what I mean? I guess every single... You know what? Actually, this should stand. This should stand as a really good example of how fucking spoiled this chat is. You guys are so fucking spoiled. So spoiled with all the great high-octane content that you get. It could all be like this, you know. It could all be Dullsville like tonight was. So what? We're just supposed to entertain ourselves, get stuff done, go to bed, sit in silence or something, says Ash. Address the verse. What verse? What are you talking about? I don't even know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're asking me to address. What's address the verse mean? That's fair. Sleep well. See you when we see you. Chat, you're the best. You clobbered that. W, Andrew, W, chat. Wait, we love you, Andrew. Yeah, no problem. Well, the chat's always a W. What about the pain? Dude, this is. What about this? The guy who runs that shit is. Listen, you got to stop, like, messing with that guy. He's seriously mentally ill. Do you understand? Like, he has an actual legitimate mental illness. Like serious mental problems, serious, significant mental issues. You understand? Like, you just, I'm not ever going to get involved with any of that. He's seriously mentally ill. What are even his allegations? Like, what are this guy's allegations even? How about this, Khalid? Okay, I'll address it. What are his allegations? Here, you want some entertainment? I'll give you some fucking entertainment. Yeah, like what are even the allegations? Like what did I even do? I don't even know. So but yeah, the dude is like he's actually mentally ill. He sent hundreds of emails to the Crucible, spurging the fuck out, talking about all kinds of crazy shit, and he's an actual crazy person. Like, just leave that guy alone. Let him be. You know what I mean? If you guys mention this mentally ill human being in my chat again, I'm just gonna ban you. Like, you can go see for yourself if you want to. It won't take you long. He's legitimately mentally disturbed. I got to deal with my car's extended warranty. Okay. Techno Hippie 10 bucks says, I see the news about Tesla explosion meant to blow the whistle on the drones. Gravitic propulsion system and unlimited payloads. Crazy stuff. Yeah, that's physics is the thing. Here's my Gizia for being spoiled by your relentless entertainment, verbal jujitsu. Well, I'm glad you enjoy it. So, yeah. Well, I mean, what's going on is in order to drive traffic to his channel, he's just kind of saying like actual crazy things, like Looney Tune shit, like Andrew stole Christmas, and you know, just all kinds of crazy shit. Like the guy is literally mentally disturbed. He's mentally off his rocker. So just leave that dude alone. Off limits, got it. Leave it be. Oh wait, entertainment. You say? I'm listening. I don't really know, but he's crazy rants on Glenn's chat. Don't ban me, please. Alex has lag, but just one side of his face. Yeah. Where'd I go? Says Geoff Klein. I have other shit to do tonight, so yeah, I have other stuff going on. But I don't have any intention in engaging with these with like people. There's a difference between like a crazy leftist and somebody who has like legitimate, serious and significant mental problems. So I'm not getting involved in that. Like I don't deal with crazy people. Like, I just don't want to. I just don't want to. There's enough crazy people on the internet, and I don't want to deal with any of them. So anyway, I'm going to get out of here. Mr. Enigmatic, are you still in the chat? No, I don't even care about the attacks, Matt. I just they're not even attacks. It'd be like somebody says, Andrew's the Antichrist, or Andrew's a wizard who has magical powers, or Andrew has secret love children. Like those, I don't consider those to even be attacks. They're just like prattle of crazy people, actual crazy people. Can you set up a raid over to the Speakeasy panel? I'd appreciate it. Oh, you did that an hour ago? Okay. I'm going to get out of here then, guys. I got one thing I'm doing tomorrow, and then debate Sunday. That one's going to be good. Back to regularly scheduled programming next week, like I said, and we'll just keep right on going. So, yeah. So I'll see you guys Sunday, and then next week we are back to kind of our regularly scheduled programming. From all of us here at the Crucible to all of you out there in Crucible Land, you have a wonderful night.